say, I got a 4,000 milliamp battery.
more whites though, right?
And we have cars on
White in there?
Welcome to the 2026 opening rounds of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit, the brand new track here at Buttonwillow. And we are getting ready for our first Super Tours of the year. I'm Brian Bielanski, and joining us this year for, I think, almost all of our Super Tours, Tom O'Gorman. How you doing, friend?
Good morning, Brian. Actually, good afternoon from where I'm sitting, but I am so happy to be here. Yeah, I'll be here for pretty much every round of the season, and I'm really looking forward to it. I've been doing the runoffs commentary for 8 years now, and getting to watch the whole season unfold from the broadcast booth is going to be a little bit of a bonus on top of that big fight at the end of the year. But this being the first time out, I mean, I'm going to be on a learning curve here with especially being the West Coast. I'm a little East Coaster out here. I'm going to be learning names, cars, battles, all sorts of stuff. This is going to be good.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm so looking forward to having you with us. Your expertise, your knowledge is really a great asset that we have here on the Super Tour broadcast this year. And I don't know about anybody else, but I'm happy to have you here. So, and I hear a lot of other people are as well. So, getting ready for this brand new racetrack. 1 year into it, last year we the inaugural Super Tour here, and it is just the coolest little track here out on the West Coast. It's got elevation change, Tom. It's got some sweeping corners. It's got some tight corners. It's got a lot of stuff that a lot of drivers who I've talked to who've driven it at speed really enjoy.
I've heard very similar that this track has really left a good impression to kick off its construction or whatever you want to call it on its debut. From the East Coast, I mentioned, I kind of picture there's two styles of West Coast tracks that I'm used to seeing, especially in California. You get the Lagunas and the Sonomas, the huge rolling, lots of elevation change, or you get the Buttonwillows, the Chuckwallas that are kind of in the desert. They tend to be a little bit more flat. Both Buttonwillow layouts now will offer some of that elevation change that you mentioned, but this track in particular, it strikes me as something that you have to find a lot of nuance in because of how relatively straightforward. I think my first impression of it is lots of fast sweeping corners, relatively wide, especially for most of the cars in this weekend, and a place to find opportunity for momentum and play with late apexes, early apexes, especially down at turn 8, some of the slower corners, but also some of the longer radius corners in the early part of the lap.
Yeah, the folks who have drove it last year basically said to me, it's easy to get good and hard to get great on this racetrack. So it's a good track for folks who want. Oh, that is not the proper direction. I don't know that that's the fast way to go through turn 1 there. We'll see. It looks like it's one of our minis here.
Cool replay feature. That's the 95 of Linnerud. This is a qualifying session for our production category and B-Spec. So that's one of the B-Spec cars. Yep. Certainly still cold tires. Brian, it's pretty chilly out there, huh?
It is. Last I checked, about a half hour ago, it was 47 degrees. It was 30 degrees when I woke up this morning. So we call that Cali cold here. I know people on the East Coast are laughing at us when we talk about 30 degrees being cold. But yeah, for here, we call it Cali cold, and it is chilly. And of course, that means low track temperatures. And having to make these tires work in these temperatures can sometimes be a bit of a challenge.
Especially a B-Spec car, it's relatively low modification. You're relying on the raw grip of the tire to keep the car pointed the right direction, all front-wheel drive, of course. So you have the cold rear tires, gets into the braking zone for the very first lap. This is I believe, 15-minute qualifying session that will set the grid for the race a little bit later this afternoon.
It is. The red car off in the distance that we're looking at, that was our early pole sitter, our provisional pole sitter after lap 1, Joe Carr. He is an institution out here on the West Coast, right there in the 12 car. But Stephen Powers has jumped up to the top of the leaderboard early in his Mazda Miata, the 145 car. So not a lot to get out of these early laps, but that's how it's shaking out at this moment. So
the car with a wiggle coming into turn 2 there. It's a big elevation on the entry, but then it kind of crests just past maybe about a third of the corner, so you can use that entry to catch the car a bit, but then you got to be careful because it's going to go light, and even that Miata with the cooler tires this morning, really wiggly coming down what I would call now the back straight towards turn number 5 and 6.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
look at 5 and 6, a little bit uphill through the exit here. Whoa, the BMW hustling it.
Yeah, this uphill hairpin, is really my favorite part of this racetrack. It's got a little banking to it, which is nice, and it's a really nice braking or passing zone going into that, and then you come off that and go down the hill towards turn 7. So it's a really cool place to try to put your car in the right spot and make up a little bit of time there.
That was Sean Lovett in the BMW out of E Production, sitting second in class, third overall, as Powers is still the quickest car. Seeing lots of green and purple sectors, though. You can watch live timing on SCCA.com. You can see what we're seeing, as well as these live pictures. I hope we'll be trackside on audio as well, but those purple sectors, not a surprise with how cold it is. And the production cars running a proper racing tire, those are going to need even more time to come up, even though most of them are only 13 to 15-inch tires.
That's right. It is other than the temperature, Chamber of Commerce weather. We've had a lot of rain on the West Coast in this area over the last 6 or 8 weeks. So one concern I have, Tom, this weekend is getting off track might be a death sentence for some of these cars, depending on how far off they go, because mud can be a bit of a problem here when you get too far off the racing surface. You can actually see standing water on the outside or on the driver's side outside of this corner out there. That's basically a lake that's not there most of the year. It is there now, so it is really, really muddy around some of these parts of the racetrack. There's another little pond there in the center of turn 8. So one of the things to keep an eye out for is really important to keep your car on the racetrack this weekend.
I was eavesdropping on some of the operational discussions coming into the weekend from SCCA staff and volunteers, which, by the way, shout out to all the volunteers, flaggers, stewards, staff out there early this morning. Well, for you guys, earlier than I, but listening to them talk, how muddy is it? Is it going to be a problem with the mud to set up some XYZ things? And the response from the local was, it's muddy.
It is.
So I agree. It's probably going to be an issue. I'm tempted to call that, I don't know why, Lake Ocho. What do you think? Inside turn 8 there.
There you go. Many may remember our big rain problem a couple years ago, where we actually ended up having to reconfigure and use a different racetrack at the other Buttonwillow track because one part of the track was literally underwater. Drainage here seems to be better, but still, once you get off track, it's going to be a problem. So. Coming up on 7 minutes to go in this 15-minute session. Let's take our opportunity here to take our first break of the day. When we come back, we'll have the rest of qualifying here in race group number 1. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here on DriversEye Live.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof. Forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit, for our first Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour of the year. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in this first qualifying session of the day. And we will out on the racetrack right now is all of our production cars, E, F, and H production, as well as our B-Spec cars. Brian Bielanski, Tom O on the race call today. There are our cars coming through. This turn 2-3 combination, Tom, there's actually a lot of camber in turn 2. So a good bit of banking, which is also fun for these drivers as well.
Also, it struck me as tricky that the turn 2 is you mentioned the camber there, but it opens up radius wise, but you still have to set up on driver's left to get through turn 3, which leads onto a pretty meaningful straightaway. It's not a long straightaway, but you can gain a couple tenths there if you get a good exit. So you can't just throw away turn 3 by carrying as much speed as you want through turn 2, which doesn't really challenge the drivers as much right here. We look at turns 5 and 6. You have plenty of time to hustle the car back to the left and get on the brakes for the hairpin at turn 6. But that 2-3 sequence, when I was doing my sighting laps on Assetto Corsa, that's the best I got, was kind of interesting there. You can play with the give and take, and that'll maybe kind of show its head in the races a little bit later, but you definitely want to get a good exit out of turn 3 more so than turn 2. Absolutely.
Your top 5 on the leaderboard right now, Kurt Fritchie in first place in his E-production car with a lap of 1:57.474. Then you've got your leader in F production, Stephen Powers, in second place with a 1:58.111. Then Joe Carr, there he is right there in that red Miata. He is your third fastest car right now with a 1:59.603. Sean Lovett in E-production, your third place car there in a 2-minute.813. And going down to look at your fastest H production car, Brian Lynn in an MG Midget. He is at a 2:04.965. And then Joe Gersh is the fast car in B-Spec right now with a 2:12.569. That is how they sort out right now. It's just a little under 2.5 to go.
E-production and F-production, actually F-production currently in qualifying uncontested other than Powers. But H-production, Brian, look at this. Brian Lynn and Lee Fleming only separated by 0.2, excuse me, 0.2 of a second between the two in the two MG Midgets. So the H-production race is looking up when we get to that a little bit later. And the spread in B-Spec is not too bad either. It's less than a second between Gersh and Namey in the Mazda 2. That's the white car at the foreground. And then the current pole sitter is the number 38. That's a Toyota Yaris sedan. And then the third and final B-Spec car on the track anyway so far, Linnerud, you saw with the small spin earlier, getting back up to pace, sitting third. Also just noticed Trenton Kramer's transponder tick onto the live timing screen. So I believe that is if memory serves, a Mini Cooper. That will be the fourth B-Spec car joining the grid, a car that we've seen at the runoffs for sure. Or a driver anyway.
You know, first race of the year, Tom, having your transponder switched on, having your Flagtronics ready to go. Sometimes you didn't get all those little buttons and those little the doodads done. So to see a couple of timing issues here early does not necessarily surprise me.
Well, it's a great point with the first race of the weekend, or first race of the season, excuse me. I'm not sure what the downtime looks like between the end of last season and the beginning of this season out on the West Coast, but this is a really early start to the year. Not so much that, but it's also a quick start to the year. There was only an official test session yesterday held by the track, and then a 2-day race weekend here for the Super Tour. So things are going to move really, really quickly for these drivers. If you're not ready to go at 9:45 a.m. for qualifying, if you had a sleepy morning, the number 95, another issue in the background for Linnerud, runs wide at turn 8. Luckily, it looks fairly dry. Look at all the dust flying. I'm surprised by that. We thought it would be muddier than that.
Yeah, that area there has a lot of more gravel area in that particular spot.
I see.
So I think where they expected runoff, they dumped some gravel since the last time I was here, which is cool because that'll absorb and let the water filter through a little bit more. So that's good news.
Definitely good news that that car was able to get back on track easily.
Yeah, definitely there. So, all right, we should be getting our checkered. Oh, there it is. Checkered flag is in the air here. We'll let a couple of more cars cross the line before we kind of go through and look at where everything stacks up here. The only qualifying session today for this afternoon's races, we had some combined practice sessions this morning, but these are the times that are going to set the field for the 7 races that we have coming up this afternoon. So, do a quick call to grid. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 2 cars to the grid. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5 to the grid for your qualifying session. All right, Tom, so here's how they lay out here for us after our qualifying session. Your pole sitter, if it stands, will be Kurt Fritchie with a 157.474. Outside of row 1 will be Stephen Powers. He will be your lead car in F production. And as you said, the only car who took a lap in F production. And he was at a 158.111 was his fast time, followed by Joe Carr and Sean Lovett in row number 2. William Robinson and Brian Lynn will take up row number 3, followed by Lee Fleming. Bill O'Kell will be row number 4. Joe Gersh and Ali Naimi will be in row 5, followed by Tim Lundwood. Daniel Snow is here, I'm pretty certain, so I'm not quite sure why he didn't take a lap, but he and Trenton Kramer did not turn a lap in this session. All right, Tom, any final thoughts here before we take a short break, before we get to our second qualifying session?
I'm just looking forward to H production. They ended up less than a tenth apart. For Brian Lynn and Lee Fleming, that's going to be the one I'm leaning forward to as we get towards the races later this afternoon. But now we're going to move towards one of our biggest run groups, I think, coming up next.
Yeah, that's coming up next. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5 is next. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Get ready for Group 2 qualifying, Spec Miata and Spec MX-5s. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O is here with me today. Let's take a look at our track map, which we've got here. It is a great little new racetrack here. And I just found out, Tom, from you, it's on Assetto Corsa now, so people can actually drive it. We have a 10-turn track, 2.56 miles, 4.11 kilometers for our friends up north. Asphalt track with mud along the outside. First race here was last year in 2025, Tom, and that is the layout there. A little bit of something for everybody on this racetrack, Tom.
You can see a lot of long radius corners. The track drives pretty wide in my experience. At least I've only driven Assetto Corsa, but I did my studying the best I could. Coming down the front straight, you get that faster than you think turn one. It comes out into the pit exit, so you can track out, dares you to kind of get on throttle pretty early. Then that big cambered turn two, it opens up the radius, but you want to stay tucked left to open up turn three. Short straight, turn four is nearly flat out for half the cars in this field, but for others, are going to be arriving very, very quick onto the back straightaway. Turn five, lots of camber there into the hairpin at turn six. The final passing zone, I think, on the track really might be turn seven, that heavy braking zone into the 90, and then the complicated turn eight with that lake on the inside. The final S's at turns 9 and 10. 10 is nearly flat out as well in a handful of the cars, especially in this group that we're watching with Spec Miata and Spec MX-5. So a pass into turn one may start as far back as turn 8 and 9, really.
Yep, no question, no question. Here's our biggest field of the weekend. I'm pretty certain we've got the Spec MX-5 cars, a big group of them, 12 this year, and then a nice group of Spec Miatas as well. So it'll always be fun to watch these. 24 cars are registered for the race. We'll see how many actually show up after this first qualifying session. 15-minute qualifying sessions this morning, and then we follow it up with 25-minute races this afternoon after lunch. Be a lot of racing action out here from the circuit.
New spec tire for Spec MX-5 this year, switching over to the Hoosier SMX. It's a 225 tire. I think it's about the same size as the former Spec Toyo, but this is probably going to be a little bit more well-mannered of a tire in my experience between the two, maybe a little bit more precise. The tires also are limited to one set per weekend for both of these classes, both the newer NC MX-5s you see all in shot there, and then the older NBs and maybe even some NAs. So they have to be a little bit more careful, but with these short sessions, you can get through the whole weekend without feeling much degradation on that one set of tires, as long as you're taking relative good care of them. Cool onboard here. They're already racing and qualifying.
Yep, that is Ryan Gutiel in his Spec MX-5 car, the number 116 car. Got a little, you can watch the foot dance as well, which is always fun to see. Very cool there.
Ooh, oh, big understeer for the 52. That corner, you just want to get on throttle so early. This is the longest straight on the track. I think it's at least coming onto it from the slowest speed. So that dig is very important. And on the top left, you can see what's happening behind him, just under our graphics. There's a lot of action back there as the jockeying between these three continues. And this is it's a short session, so you want to get your lap times in without interrupting yourself too much. But at the same time, how much does qualifying really matter in a field of 14 cars? If you get a little bit more racing experience in the practice session, maybe you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And it'd also be interesting to see with this new tire this year, you know, how long it might take, you know, certain drivers to figure out how this new tire races. So a little bit of a wild card here on this first maybe couple of race weekends here. And there's always seems to be one driver or a couple of drivers who figure out something like this, the new stuff first, and then everyone takes a little bit to catch up.
First flying lap in the books. Ryan Gutiel is the blue car coming at us, and he got a ton of pressure that entire lap from, if I remember, the 52 of William Wallace. Wallace showed the nose coming into the final corner. They were racing nearly that whole lap, and there's the exit of turn one, where you can really go all the way out through the pit exit to the dirt. So the corner starts off feeling a little bit tighter and slower than it really is, but when it opens up there, you can get on throttle so early. Down in Spec Miata, David Mitchell is the first car, I think, that will complete the lap, as the cars were gridded based on when they entered the event for this qualifying session.
Joey Andrews has popped up to the top, near the top of the leaderboard in second place now. He's one of the Mazda shootout kids. I say kids because everyone's younger than me these days. Really nice young man. Refers to himself as the Stiglet on social media, and one of these great SCCA families. So mom and dad come out to the track, the whole spiel.
I'm not feeling too differently lately, actually, Brian. I'm feeling older and older every time I go to one of these events. Christian Hoagland was quickest after all the SMX drivers have turned in their first lap. I suspect, just on history from other Hoosier tires, that these cars will be quickest on maybe these next 2 laps, just as they're going to end up getting into the back of the Spec Miata grid for traffic. So you got to make things happen here quickly. There's a good look at all the other cars. Those are all Spec Miatas, MAs, and NBs. Wyatt Couch goes top time in Spec Miata over Sam Rizai and Jeremy Rutter. But similarly, I think these cars are going to be quickest on laps maybe 3 and 4.
Got it. Do all of the Hoosier tires of this ilk kind of respond the same, even without each class being a little different?
They seem to. I think they tend to have a very similar feel in my experience driving across the A7, the R7. I have not been on the newest Spec Miata or SMX tire. Of course, that's brand new. So there may be some nuance there that I'm not firsthand experience with, but they tend to have a really nice, sharp feel. They have a really, really high limit, and they have a fairly wide range for when the car starts to let go. They don't tend to snap too bad. But just with relatively stiff construction, they will drive a little bit more precise, I think, than the old Toyos, which are notoriously a little bit softer in the sidewall and move around a little bit more.
Nick Leveroni out here from Massachusetts again this year, and he is already at the top of the leaderboard here in Spec Miata with a fast lap of 202.611. Tyler Vance in second right now in Spec Miata, with Wyatt Couch and Sam Rizai in third and fourth. So that's how our Spec Miata looks like. Oh, there's a little lock up there. Well, checking out the... yeah, that is a hello goodbye situation going into turn 2. Wonder where you return to the racetrack when you go off there.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that before.
Hopefully it's not a lake out there over turn 2's crest. That's almost like when the circle track cars escape the top of the oval at your local circle track. But that was one of our SMX cars. They're supposed to have ABS. That was a big lockup. I think probably a brake failure, not a brake failure, but an electronics failure in that car, because that looked like a driver that was expecting ABS and didn't get it.
Yeah, that's if you get a little airborne, you go cowabunga when you go off the end there.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, Jared Koth still at the top here. William Wallace in second. Joey Andrews third. Christian Hoagland's now down to fourth. That's our early leaderboard here for Spec MX5. Coming up on 7 minutes to go in this session. Let's take our break, and then when we come back, we'll get you all the time as they really start to set those fast laps here in Spec Miata and Spec MX5. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Here here live at Buttonwillow. 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Our top three in SMX, Jared Korth, William Wallace, and Joey Andrews. In Spec Miata, our top five are Nick Leveroni, Tyler Vance, and Jeremy Rudder. So that's how they stand right now, Tom.
Cool story. In Spec MX5, we have Preston Lewis and Lauren Lewis, a couple fans in the YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube. We are live out there. Asking, are they related? And Bradshaw Motorsports shared, yes, they're Michael Lewis's kids. So the family continues racing on, both of them in Spec MX5. Car numbers, 10 and 45, respectively. Those are both in Spec Miata, not SMX.
Of course, Michael Lewis, a multiple national champion and a West Coast SCCA legend. So continuing the family tradition here.
So Jared Korth with a 2/10 advantage over William Wallace, and we were noting the speed traps. I think the speed trap is set at turn 1, which is clipping these cars at 140 kilometers per hour. That's just over 100 miles an hour, I think. Okay. So we're just guessing there, but that's how quickly the cars are headed into turn 1, with Jared Korth having that small advantage. Then Joey Andrews and Ryan Gutierrez are essentially tied. They're going to be on the second row provisionally in front of Christian Hoagland. And both classes, of course, spec racing always super tight. Nick Leveroni has a 10th or so advantage, call it actually 300ths to Tyler Vance. I saw Leveroni had gone through the pit lane and rejoined in the middle of a pack of these cars, which may be coming right at us now into turn 1. So that car probably going through. There he is with the orange headlights, blue and black otherwise. Maybe getting a little service, check the tire pressures, etc.
Yeah,
Brian, go ahead, excuse me.
I'd say just a lot to learn with these new tires. So coming in to do a tire pressure check makes sense. And depending on when they ran, if they ran the test day yesterday, obviously it warmed up later in the afternoon. So if they didn't run early morning on the test yesterday, running these tires at these track temperatures will be a new experience for these drivers.
Yeah, the colder it starts, the more tire pressure they build as they build heat. So, I mean, I've run them as low as 18 and 19 pounds before you go out on a really cold morning. If you're trying to hit under 30, this car is dipping their tires into the dirt coming out of turn 4. That's a really quick corner, and it's going to drop off to the left side and let the rest of the cars come through on their qualifying runs. Very courteous driving. There's 2 minutes left in qualifying here.
No changes atop. Well, actually, the fourth place car, Joey Andrews, now he was in third. Lincoln Larson has popped up to the third place spot right now in Spec MX5. So, but Jared Korth and William Wallace still your top 2 cars right now in Spec MX5. Rolling down to take a look at Spec Miata and see if there's been any changes there, and there have not. It's still Leveroni, Vance, and Rudder your top 3 at the moment.
Jeremy Rudder setting a personal best sector 1 last time through. The track split into 3 sectors here. So that driver only needs to find a couple of tenths to put himself on the front row, and picked up, again, a personal best sector 1. That's car number 37. Going to be studying the liveries from my studio here in Ohio, learning who's where on the track as we go. But we've officially hit the overlap between SMX and SM. You see the NC MX5 coming through. Going to be a little bit tougher to get a lap in as they overlap, because the cars are spread out by about 6 seconds of raw pace from the top of each class. Leveroni exactly 5.8 seconds off Jared Korth as each respectively on pole.
We don't know exactly where it returned, but the car that went off at turn 2 during that little dramatic moment earlier did return to the racing surface at some point in time. So I'll have to find him and figure out what the route back to the racetrack is from over there.
This is where it happened. Coming into turn 2, you look at the camber as the car dives into the corner. You can really use it to your advantage, but right here, the crest can bite you. You want to stay driver's left into the braking zone, probably just a tap of the brakes there, a little float of the car, and then picking the throttle right back up in the upper right driver's foot. Hard on the throttle, and probably just a little bit of a lift as he brake for turn 3. Just a tiny adjustment on the throttle as he comes on to this second straightaway. These cars are really carrying a lot of momentum down towards turn 4 now. 5.
Yep. No issues there for Ryan. He's probably one of the drivers out here who has the most laps on this circuit. He's been out here a lot since it opened up last year, so to see him running well is not a surprise. come up. We should be getting our checkered flag here any moment here as time has run out on this session, and there it is in the air. We'll give the cars 30 seconds to circulate and hit their last laps here. Emmy Kissick right now in 7th place. She and Joey Andrews were teammates last year, I believe.
The driver that actually only turned 3 laps in qualifying here, not choosing to complete many more. Jared Korth, interestingly, also running the same strategy. They have 3 laps on the board. Everybody else working at least lap 5, if not 6.
Yeah.
Gavin Wardle also taking to the track, I think, a little bit later from Utah, just jumped into the 11th position. Only completed 2 laps in this session and has just turned in personal best sectors 1 and 2, so that sounds like a late starter. Gutierrez to the pit lane.
I wonder if that's due to the new tire strategy, Tom, where they just don't know how they're going to last for the entire weekend. So they're being really conservative on these on the qualifying sessions to take as few laps as possible. So when they get to the end of tomorrow's 35-minute race, they feel like they'll have the best shot at having some tire left on the car at that point.
I, like most of us, have been watching a lot of F1 testing, and we'll call it the program. If they got the program under control, then yeah, I totally agree with that strategy. Keep the wear off of them. Unfortunately, I think the Hoosiers are pretty susceptible to heat cycling no matter what. So even if you only heat them up for 1 or 2 laps, I think that still sort of counts towards the heat cycle counter, which once you start to get towards double digits, they're almost useless as far as being competitive goes.
Sure. Yeah, and they won't know until the end of at least this first race weekend, or maybe the first couple of weekends, what the real overall meaning of having the single tire per weekend is going to do to them. So that's all part of this learning process. All right, let's go through our order now at this point. Right now, your front row in SMX is going to be Jared Korth and William Wallace, followed by Lincoln Larson in row 2 with Joey Andrews. Ryan Gutile will be in row 3 with Christian Hoagland, followed by Emmy Kissick and Aiden Shimbashi in row number 4. Bryce Johnson and Wesley Molnar will make up row number 10. And then let's go down to the rest of the SMX field, or the Spec Miata field. Your pole sitter there is going to be Nick Leveroni with Tyler Vance on the outside of row 1 in Spec Miata, followed by Jeremy Rutter, Wyatt Couch in row 2. Sam Razai and Alex Pollard will be in row number 3, followed by Jake Johnson, Cooper Hicks, Hendrick Webster, Nicholas Stewart, Alan Lukart III, William Rasmussen, and William Surgeon. That's how most of our cars have qualified here for our second race of the day. That race will roll off at about 1:50 Pacific time this afternoon. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have group number 3 qualifying, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. They're next. Stay with us, everybody.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, moving it right along this morning, trying to get a little ahead of the game. Got our third qualifying underway already. Formula V, Formula F, Formula 600. And we've got 7 cars in this group. I believe just Formula V's here this weekend. I don't think any Formula F's signed up. Is that possible?
There are 2 on the entry list, Johnny Crean and Edward Erlandson, but I haven't seen either on track. All the cars are definitely Formula V's that I've caught.
Okay. Yeah.
2, 3,
Oh,
4,
I
5,
see.
6.
There's a couple more popping in now. Johnny Crean and Ed Erlandson. What's happened is until they crossed the first loop, they didn't populate my timing screen. That's what was going on. That makes me feel better.
There you go.
This is by far, Tom, the largest field of Formula V's I've ever seen at Buttonwillow, which is cool as heck, by the way. We usually get 2 or 3. Oh, there's a car that's gone off there. Interesting. That's going into turn 7. You can see, Tom, right there, there's a lot of gravel-ish area, which is, I think that's helping with the water. This is also, when you go off at the outside of turn 7, it is downhill, which helps the water run off as well. So as long as you don't go too far off. Oh, there was a collision there going into turn 3 at the back of the field. That car, it looks like it's going to have maybe some front left corner damage there. Wow. That's a lockup on cold tires is kind of the result of that.
Yeah, on the warm-up lap, no less. That looks like, I think the 51 of Ronnie Chuck.
Okay.
Getting late on the brakes, a big lockup, and got into the back of another car. I missed the number on that one, but these cars they're pretty sturdy with wheel-to-wheel contact as far as a Formula car goes, but that's not necessarily a huge endorsement for whether they can take a huge wheel-to-wheel contact like that.
Yeah, that was a pretty big hit there too, it looked like. So, yeah, Johnny Crean will be in 2 different classes this weekend. He also has one of the prototype cars. So he'll be here in Formula F, and I'm pretty certain his prototype will be here as well. He is a big supporter of this racetrack out here as well. His region of record is out of Hawaii, but he lives here. I think he splits time between Hawaii and California. Can we do that, Tom? I think you and I should find a way to split time between Hawaii and California.
I was just thinking, what a flex to have the Hawaii region SCCA. No matter what you're doing with that, that I always think that's so cool when someone has a Hawaiian region. I just caught in the replay. I think it was the number 40 at the back of the shot here that ended up being the car that got touched by Ronnie Chuck. So Donald Manthe has continued to go. This is the first flying lap. The car seems okay. He's probably a little further back from the pack than he'd like to be. Imagine the percentage spent at full throttle in a Formula V at this track, with as wide and sweepy as it is probably pretty high.
Well, and for those of us who've driven Formula Vs, the whole plan is just don't touch the brakes at all, ever, if you can, and don't lift ever, if you can. Momentum cars, once they get to speed, they stay there. They don't want, but it's definitely momentum. So, yeah, and so much that they adjust the brakes between every session if they still have the old drum brakes to get as little friction as possible when they're off the brakes. That's just how important it is. Car number 74 coming through right there. That is Mark Edwards. He is a Southern California institution out here. Been doing this for decades upon decades. Cal Club Lifetime Achievement Award winner. Ronnie Chuck and Gavin Sweeney. I think those are the 2 cars that went off at turn 7 on that first lap, have not completed a race lap yet. So they may still be out there. Ed Erlandson pops to the top of our leaderboard at this point in time with a 157.449 going purple there.
Fun fact from the YouTube chat, Ed Erlandson is driving Chuck Horn's old Formula F. Saying, we miss Chuck. We hope his spirit is riding with Ed this weekend. He's off to a good start on the overall group poll by 1.4 seconds in his Swift, car number 54. And also, I got a fun note from Kathy Barnes. You're mentioning institutions, etc. We had one of the stewards, actually, I think the chief steward of the event, maybe Joe Stadelman, got a award earlier today, or will be getting an award earlier today. For his divisional championship and being recognized for the leadership of the Stewards program.
Nice.
So that would be cool for that.
Yep, one of the nice guys, too.
Lots of green and purple on the timing screen. Ed Erlinson continues to set the fastest sectors of the entire session, but Johnny Crean just nearly matched him. We have a near tie for Formula F after 2 laps. Johnny Crean was so close, he nearly led for a moment, but Ed Erlinson just picked up almost 4 seconds, now down to the 154s. That's a commanding pole for the number 54. Mace German on the pole for the Formula V category is another issue at the end of the lap, turn 9.
Yep, I believe that's Marjorie Lundberg in the 70 car that's gone off there at the exit of turn 9. And looks like she's been able to get that car back on the racetrack there. That is an area that I know for a fact tends to be really muddy because I've got a pair of shoes I donated to the cause last year, putting out cameras there. But yeah, I'm glad that she was able to get through. Yep, just lost it under braking going in.
Yeah, really fast entry at turn 9 here for these cars, and then flat out through turn 10, I'm going to guess.
Yeah.
I haven't driven a V, but I imagine it's flat out in a Spec Miata. It's probably flat out in a V. And if you're carrying that much entry speed through 9 to get through 10, looks like it kind of got away on the entry. Didn't have enough time to save it. No harm, no foul. Marjorie sitting 3rd in class right now after 1 lap of qualifying, technically 2.
Yeah. Now, there are some Formula V series in the U.S. and in other parts of the world that use a treaded tire. These are the full-on Hoosier racing slicks on the Formula Vs here, as well as the Formula Fs. So, getting those tires up to temperature here, a little bit harder when it's cold.
Lots of front brake lockup across all of the Formula Vs. Every time I look up, I feel like I'm watching one of them have a little puff of smoke. Normally that would come out of the tailpipe with these cars, but they're all just having a little bit of front grip issues. I have to imagine with the engine in the back, these tiny little tires, as quickly as you can heat up a narrow tire, the front of these cars, I imagine, can be a little bit difficult to heat as it's just over 50 degrees local.
Right. All right, we're under 7 to go here in this session, so let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have all of the final laps here in this qualifying session, and we'll get it all to you. It is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Live at Buttonwillow. Tomo, Brian Bielanski here, having a good time early on a Saturday morning, first round of the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. And got a lot of fun stuff coming at you this year. new announcer, play-by-play feature. I mean, it's going to be a fun year here on DriversEye Live and the SCCA Super Tour. So happy to have you with me, Tom. And we are here with Formula V's and Formula F.
Going to be exciting to watch this whole season. Kicking it off here at Buttonwillow. Ed Erlinson continues to be the quickest Formula F and the quickest car on course by about 2.6 seconds over Johnny Crean. And then at the top of Formula V, Gavin Sweeney in the 107 holds about a 0.2 advantage over Mace German. Marjorie Lundberg continues to sit third in class, 5th overall. Then Mark Edwards and Blake Tatum round out the top 5. I just took a peek at the track records, which were all set on this brand new circuit last year over the period of the year, most of them at this Super Tour last January. But both of these categories are about 3.5 seconds off their track records. In fact, Gavin Sweeney holds the track record in Formula V and is about 3 seconds off of his track record. So maybe the track doesn't quite have that pace in it this morning, which is going to present some issues with drivability. It's going to be a new challenge if the grip is low. Maybe it's green from all the rain. But interesting that number holds up for both classes on track right here.
Yeah, I'm guessing green track, cold temps is that slippery slope, no pun intended, for some of these cars out here this morning. Now, they may start knocking off some of those track records later this afternoon once it warms up a little bit. But even at its hottest today, I don't think it's going to get above 60. So,
Steve Whitston in YouTube chat with us live. Hi, Steve. Thanks for joining us for Formula V, cheering on the biggest field that we've seen. He's happy about that.
High temperature forecasted for 66 degrees today. So we're going to get, that'll be a beautiful 66 degrees, but it won't be great for track temps.
Well, that's the thing with California, right? That's the coldest 30 degrees you'll ever feel, and it's the hottest 66 you'll ever feel as the sun's out.
What is it that Mark Twain said? The coldest summer I ever spent, or coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco. Yeah. 2 minutes, 12 seconds to go. Erlinson, Crean, and your top two, or your only two, but that's the running order in Formula F. Then you've got Sweeney, German, and Lundberg, second. Your top 3 in Formula V. Got a Protoform, a Dart, a Caracal, and a Glamdring. Your top 4 cars in Formula F, or Formula V, I should say. Love some of the car names.
I loved, when I was a kid going to the runoffs at Mid-Ohio in the 90s into the 2000s, I loved hearing the grids of any of the formula classes or prototype classes, because it's not Hondas and Mazdas and Chevys. Right. It's a Caracal and a Crusader and a Mysterian, the best names.
Well, it's funny. We have got 7 Formula Vs, and every one is a different chassis. Protoform, Dart, Caracal, Glamdring, Crusader, a Lynx, and a Mysterian. How about that for car parity?
Pretty cool, and all only separated by about, quick Tom math says about 5.5 seconds. Ronnie Chuck did get a couple laps in. He had the contact in the very first warm-up lap, but continued to circulate, sits at the back of this Formula V field, but still, again, only, as I mentioned, 3 seconds off of second, and then about 5.5 off of the pole sitter. Gavin Sweeney has a huge advantage, I would say, by Formula V standards there at the top, as he has 2.4 seconds over Mace German and Marjorie Lundberg.
Yep. Steve talking about the large Formula V field. As I said earlier, I don't believe I've ever seen 7 Formula Vs at any race at Buttonwillow, and I've been out here since 2014, maybe? 2015 is when I started coming out here when we moved out to California, so I love seeing this big field. Formula Vs have a special place in my heart. I drove them for a couple of seasons. The only problem, and probably the only reason I'm still not driving them, Thomas, because they're made for smaller people. So, coming up on the end of this session here, got our other big class of the weekend coming up next in Spec Racer Ford 3, so a huge number of cars there as well. Checkered flag in the air. We'll take a beat and let some cars come across the line for their final laps.
Not a lot of improvements here on these final laps. Donald Manthe had his personal best set, but it was 3 laps ago, actually choosing to retire to the pit lane, only completing 3 of those laps. But the only car, actually, I don't see a single car that went quickest on this final lap. So that's a little bit of an interesting data point when we come race time. 25-minute races later today. And this is only a 15-minute session, so they peaked early.
Yeah. Yeah, Manthe and Ronnie Chuck were the ones who got off the track early in that race. I'm guessing they maybe Don Manthe went out for a couple of laps just to see what was up with the car after going off, and then went in to maybe effect some repairs. So, all right, here's our starting order for our provisional starting order for today's races. Your front row will be the two Formula Fs of Ed Erlinson and Johnny Crean. Then you've got your entire Formula V field with Gavin Sweeney, your pole sitter, followed by Mace German, followed by Marjorie Lundberg and Mark Edwards in row 2 on the FVs. And then we've got Blake Tatum, Don Manthe, and Ronnie Chuck. So that's how they're going to line up here for our third race of the day. That race set to start this afternoon at about 2:25 Pacific time if you want to specifically come back for this particular race. But what we really want you to do is stay with us for the entire race weekend here and enjoy it with us. And it'll be fun to have you here with us through the whole weekend. Say hi to big hi from me to the associate producers in the chat. I refer to the chatters, Tom, as our associate producers.
Love it.
Because they tend to have all of the insider BTS information that we need. And we've had some great APs over the years here come back race weekend after race weekend. So really an important part of our broadcast to have those folks there feeding us the info, the 411. So. All right, let's take a break. Race for Ford 3. That's next. Stay with us, everybody.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
Back live here at the circuit at Buttonwillow for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we have our one of our bigger classes of the weekend out here. Spec Racer Ford 3 qualifying here. This is their 15-minute shot to get to the front row for the first Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour of 2026. Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman here on the race call. Tom, you spend any time in a Spec Racer Ford?
I have never driven a Spec Racer Ford, which I think
Really?
is really sad. Not even the older generations, and
Yeah.
they look like a blast. And I feel a little bad that I haven't driven one because they also look a little bit difficult to read on the body language. I can't tell if they're super planted, if they're super floaty. It's somewhere in the middle. They don't seem to have a huge amount of I don't know, drama or whatever what it is necessarily the word I'm looking for, but they look like a blast to drive, and I feel bad that I haven't gotten to experience that. Kind of seeing the cars warming tires on this cool morning out at Buttonwillow's the circuit, and I agree this is high pressure because track position I think is going to be key in these short races, short qualifying sessions, yet even shorter. And I think that kind of finding your partner to work with or not trip over is also pretty key here in SRF.
Yeah, I ran the Sports Renault, so this is a long time ago. I know a lot of things have changed, but my experience in them is that they're a really great first car to have. They're really easy to learn to drive to be in the top 20. But once you want to get to the top 10 in these fields, that's when you really have to know the nuance of how these cars drive. So they're stable, they're fun to drive, they're I want to say almost easy to drive. They're easy to drive well. They're not easy to drive great. And that's what makes this a fun class. It's a good class for pretty much all skill levels.
Mid-engine, lower horsepower. They have a sequential transmission now, so the shifting techniques is a little bit less important than it was a couple of years ago. But it's made the drivers all even tighter when it comes to the races. We're jumping on board with John McClintock here, riding through turn number 4, which I have to imagine is nearly flat out as it was in half the other cars we've watched today.
And don't let that large mirror fool you. That mirror is pretty useless.
Really? Okay.
It looks like, wow, everybody see everything. No, there's not. They're not very good.
Now, Brian, I have driven a Formula Enterprises 2, and that was the exact same thing. I was on track, of course, in a Wings and Things group, and I mean, those are just useless. Anybody that you're racing on Spidey senses, I was so much more impressed than I had ever been before with Formula car drivers, open top drivers, because you really can't rely on them the way you do in a closed cockpit car.
Right. Yeah, and there's no peripheral vision. Not a whole lot of peripheral vision in these cars either. So, but they're fun to drive. Tons of fun to drive, and that's why you go out and you look what we've got here. We have, as I scroll down, 27 cars entered here for this race weekend, and that's, even on a non-Super Tour weekend, we're getting 20 entries, so it's pretty awesome for this class. Also, Buttonwillow is home to MBI, which is one of the prep shops here in Southern California, so they have a rental program for lots of drivers as well, so you can just show up here. Oh, got a replay here.
Ooh, big lazy spin for the yellow car coming through turn 2.
Pretty certain that's Mark Bielanski.
Relying on the camber on the entry to the corner and just lost the back end about halfway through. No harm, no foul. Gets to resume. Yep. And as we come across the line, completing the first flying lap for Spec Racer Ford 3 qualifying, Assad Nikan Dembev has a fast sector in this session. Caleb Schrader has a fastest sector 1. Michael Neumeier has a fastest sector 3. These drivers are duking it out. Absolutely everybody trying to get these tires up to temp, find their track position. Michael Neumeier is the quickest across the line as about half the field clicks through.
Assad is a new name to me also, so I'll be walking down to their trailer during lunch and we'll find out exactly how to say it.
I'm going to go with Nikon. Oh, no, I had it. No, I lost it when I went to say it out loud. Nika Dambev, Mike Miserandino to 3rd, Rob Edmondson to 4th, Steve Fogg 5th. But I imagine the cars will get quicker and quicker, if not for the entire session, at least for the first half here. Only 9 minutes to go, or 10 minutes almost.
Definitely. Mike Miserandino, multiple national champion, track manager here at Buttonwillow. You'd think he'd have a lot of laps around there. And he swears he doesn't get to get on the racetrack very often anymore. But not as much of a home field advantage as you might think for Mike.
I can attest from working at a go-kart track that is true. You drive less than you'd like to.
Yes.
But that's the deal with working in motorsports. If you want to participate, you gotta You got to pick and choose. Caleb Schrader goes to the top of Spec Racer in a big way, 0.8 of an advantage now for the number 99.
Kenny Burnham in the chat. Let's go, Dad. Let's find Dad in the rundown here. I don't see a Burnham. Maybe Kenny can let me know who Dad is so we can update. And we've got Assad's got some fans in the chat. Awesome. So Caleb Schrader, one of our fast youngsters out here. And he won the runoffs this year, if I remember correctly. I have to go back at my brain, make sure my brain is working properly.
That sounds right to me too, but now we've got a race. Mike Miserandino goes to the top by 0.2 of a second. Nick Adambev also goes to third, now only 0.3 of a second off the provisional pole. Things very tight as we'd expect. Top time is a 152.0. If you get a 151, you're on the pole. Driver starting lap number 3. John Black, another familiar name, another stalwart of this class, jumps to 4th in the number 17. Now 0.3 and some change back, nearly tied with Assad there for the second row.
Yeah, John Black was Caleb Schrader's, may still be Caleb Schrader's coach and mentor. So the coach and student here really showing people how to get it done.
Miserandino with another fastest Sector 1. The number 11 is flying. Schrader with a personal best Sector 1, but got nipped by 0.2 of a second, which is a pretty significant amount of time in one single sector. Miserandino had the advantage there working lap number 3. Schrader, Nikomendev, Black, Edmondson, Fogg, Newmeyer, the top 7.
Time's changing so fast, it's almost hard to keep up with them. Yep, I was right. Caleb Schrader, our defending SCCA national champion. Sometimes you say it, you know it's right, but then you question your brain.
Yep, absolutely. I kept quiet. I was going to say it, and I go, I'm glad you beat me to it, because I would have sounded exactly the same. Assad Nikodembev jumps to second now in class. He was only 71 thousandths of a second behind Mike Miserandino until Miserandino just comes through and jumps into the 51, so 151.7, catching a replay of a car off down at turn 8. Just got in a little bit hot in this decreasing radius entry. He looks like you kind of dive into diamond it off and get it just a little bit wrong. It's a high consequence of going wide. You're going to lose a lot of time out there.
6 minutes to go in this session, so let's take our break. When we come back, we'll get the last couple of laps. Right now, it's Miserandino, Nikodembev, and Schrader, your top 3. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision on the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Back live at the circuit at Buttonwillow for our qualifying sessions for our first round of the Super Tour this year. Our top three right now is Mizrandino, Schrader, and Nikadambayev, I believe. Is that what we came up with, you think?
I believe so.
All right. Again, I will go at lunch and ask. John Black, Michael Newmeyer in fifth, Robert Edmondson in sixth, followed by Steve Fogg, John McClintock, Rob Peelsticker, and AJ Abed. Your top 10 right now, followed by my favorite name, Umberto Milete.
Great race car driver name.
Yes, that is about as good. Yeah.
We also caught in the break there, I think it was the number 71 of Doug Stewart, stopped drivers left between turns 5 and 6, which is also the car that we saw off at turn 8 the prior lap there.
Okay.
That car is, I'm just going off of the livery, I think it's that 71 car, but don't take my word for it. As commentators, we are unofficial, as best doing the best that we can. Luckily, that car just covered by a local yellow and really not in a section of track where you have to give up much time to be respectful of the yellow, but continue to lap your qualifying with only 2 minutes to go. Not a lot of improvements in the second half of this section after a session. First half was so spicy, but things have settled out nicely with Mizrandino at the top, just a little bit under 3/10 ahead of Caleb Schrader. Nikadambayev into the third position. Black and Newmeyer rounding out the top 5. Excuse me, Brian, go ahead.
No, that's fine. The race log tells us that's the 16 car between 5 and 6, Mike Moshe. So, yeah. Sometimes I forget to consult the race log. So, a minute and a half coming up here to go here. We'll have 3 qualifying sessions to go before we take a lunch break, and then we'll have all of our races this afternoon. So,
improvement for the 99 Caleb Schrader. Not enough for the pole, but it's into the 51s. That 151.8, and now starts another personal best Sector 1. The car is still quick. Nikadambayev also really quick, has a personal best Sectors 1 and 2 going, sitting in the third position. Needs to find 4/10 to get it onto the front row. Excuse me, actually 2/10 will do it.
Yeah, this last lap's going to be pretty... I started talking right when the ice started going in the cooler.
I wondered what that was. You're okay over there, right?
Thank you to our worker services folks here at Butler for filling up my cooler with ice. Timing is impeccable. I love it.
There you go.
What I was going to say is we're going to get a lot of hot laps here in this final lap here. This could be a pretty interesting last minute of this session. Can't make that up.
Nikadambayev misses out on improving on the board, but he does get to the 51s, a 151.9. Now we're just waiting for the 99 of Schrader to see if he can nip Mike Mizrandino. A couple other cars that improved last time through. AJ Abed down into the 152s. Sean O'Boyle improved to 12th position with a personal best. McGuire Dickerhorf in the 15th position. Moved up that last time through in the 153 range. Schrader, I haven't seen that car come through, and we're due there just now. Misses out a 152.8, lost it in the final sector. So I think Mike Mizrandino is essentially locked in now for rolling through Tech, at least, as the provisional pole sitter.
Checkered flag in the air. Give these cars just a few more seconds to go. A few more to cross line. Any lap that starts before the checkered flag falls counts. So all these guys coming across the line at this moment have a chance to throw that lap down and move themselves up on the leaderboard here.
Got fans on YouTube of EJ Abed out of Palo Alto, California, sitting in the 8th position, car number 27. So in the top 10 in this largest single class that we have for the weekend, Spec Racer Ford 3.
Kenny Birnbaumer said, "Let's go, Dad." Dad's number 70, Clayton Powers. He's going to start at this moment. He'll start 19th in the race. So lots of fans in the chat. Thank you for being here. Part of what makes this fun, we don't. If you watch a race on a broadcast network, Tom, they don't do this. They don't interact with the fans, and that's what I love. One of the things I love about doing this. So let's run through our top 10 here in the qualifying order for our Spec Racer Ford race. That race will start this afternoon, right around 3:10 this afternoon. Mike Miserandino is your provisional pole sitter. Next to him, the defending national champion Caleb Schrader, followed by Asad Nikitabayev, followed by John Black. That'll be row 2. Michael Newmeyer and Robert Edmondson should make up row 3. Rob Peelsticker and AJ Abad will be in row 4. Steve Fogg and John McClintock in row 5. Umberto Milete and Sean O'Boyle in row 6, followed by Eric Hand and Tom Miserandino in row 7. That should be our top 7 rows, our top 14 cars here. We'll take a short break. When we come back, Group 5 qualifying, STL, STU, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Stay with us, everyone.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We are back live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour round number 1 qualifying. STL, STU, T3, T4. Tom, in the chat, Eagle Sky Fly EVO said, I live in SoCal, I've never heard of this track, and I am now a fan. Eagle Sky, come out here. Check us out. We'd love to have you. STU, STL, classes that people may not have heard of, Tom. These are classes you're intimately familiar with.
Yeah, these are cool. I mean, we have T3, T4 haven't changed that much over the last handful of, almost decades, but we have a handful of each. 4 cars in T3 entered, 5 in T4, and these are going to be very lightly modified. You can only do what the rulebook says to them, and the rulebook will include things for each car like obviously brakes, suspension, parts like the shocks, the springs, the sway bars, etc. But no 2 cars get the exact same prep. Each one has a specific line that they can do. Unlike STU and STL, they get the exact same sort of prep to different power to weight levels, essentially. So we have a lot of Mazdas, including some Spec MX-5s and Spec Miatas double dipping in STL. And then STU recently went through that transformation to include the former GT3 class. Tony Rivera's car is maybe the best representation of that on track in the Mazda RX-3 versus the much more modern and home-built out of a chassis that started as a street car, very awkward up the front straightaway for the car I was looking for. Rylan Hazelton was far right, and they ended up 4 wide starting this qualifying session.
Yeah, it's a little racy early on. I don't know that solves anybody's problems.
This, I believe, Ryan Gutiel we're riding on board with. It's a Spec MX-5, but getting twice the amount of driving entering the event here in 2 different classes. The car basically the same, probably maybe a different set of tires is the biggest change. Look at it float through turn 3, as he's got a lot of pressure from a couple other cars behind. It's basically the rest of the pack running them down.
Yeah, this class, touring class and STL class, super touring classes, are the ones, the cars that would be most familiar to people who might race in other grassroots organizations. These are the kind of the crossover type classes, tuner classes, if you will. And that's why there's a lot of popularity amongst a lot of different manufacturers here, which is why I like these classes.
Right, engine swaps, you see bolt-on aerodynamic parts. They're pretty cool cars. These 2 in the Spec MX-5s, there's at least 3 of them there getting really racy on Tony Rivera, trying to find their track position in this short 15-minute qualifying session. It's a beautiful look at the Nissan 300ZX, not a club racing car that we see very often, but we've seen this one a lot. James Schlechter coming to the runoffs a lot out of the Utah area in that 93 Nissan.
And one of the coolest not new tuner cars in this class is that Mazda RX-3 by Tony Rivera. It is an awesome race car. If you get a chance to see it up close, stick your head inside of it if you can. And it is really an awesome piece of machinery.
Sean Lovett, actually, this is the first flying lap, and the most purple sectors goes to are likely to be pole sitter on this lap through in T3. Scotty B. White was fastest in sectors 1 and 2 in his Mustang. I think that car, is that the bright blue one or the silver one? Looking for that car on track somewhere.
It's the silver one.
Thank you.
He's got a couple of Mustangs, and it's always, I never remember which one is in which class. Yeah, that Nissan 300 you were talking, I love the livery on that car, the old school Bob Sharp racing that you would have seen Paul Newman drive those cars back in the day. Scott Sharp, Bob Sharp, Paul Newman all drove that Nissan red, white, and blue livery, which is just amazing.
And it is actually the blue one right there on camera coming into turn 1. Scotty B. White goes to the top of the session at a 156.6. That's your T3 leader, pole sitter provisionally, and fastest car on track over Ryan Gutiel, who's already warmed up this morning. He uses that experience in the light blue MX-5 to go second quickest, first in STL over Wes Molino and Adrian Comstock, Adrian. That's going to be your top 3 in STL. The top STU car is Schlechter, coming through a bit off pace for what that class will end up, but getting things warmed up in the 300ZX. The top car in T4, the Scion FRS of Tony Kiratzos, Tony.
You're lower down. The second place car in T3 is well off Scotty B. White's pace, right now anyway. Obviously, we're still early on here, but it's a 6-second gap between the first place car in T3 and the second place car.
New top time in STL. Gavin Wardle goes to the top of the class in the number 169 car out of Utah. Trying to locate that car visually on our camera shots here, find out if that's a Spec MX-5 or maybe one of the more properly modified STL cars. Spec MX-5s in the T4 class, I think, are probably going to end up very similarly paced, just kind of bench race guessing.
With the MX-5s, they fall into so many different classes. Sometimes they'll double dip and not have the proper setup for one of the classes that they're in, but they're out there getting their track time, learning from that class. So that's one of the things that you kind of look out for. Also with the Spec Miatas, sometimes they fall into other classes as well. Then you got to really think about what classes it's set up perfectly for, and then where are the classes where it's taking some sort of a compromise to be part of that class.
Right. The good look at the red FRS of Izzy Sanchez coming through turn 3, giving a point by down into turn 1 for Ryan Gutiel. Looks like the Spec MX-5s have quite a bit of pace on the T4 cars, so my bench racing guess might have been a little off there, but that will be your current provisional pole sitter, Izzy Sanchez in the number 78.
And keep an eye on the STU car of Ryan Hazelton, that Honda S2000, also a very awesome race car that we see out here a lot. He's out of Sequel, California, in the 49 car. He's your fast car in STU right now with a 2-minute 2:44 fast time with 7 minutes to go in this session. So let's do this. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of this qualifying session. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit. We'll be back in a minute.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Live at Buttonwillow. We've got 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Scotty B. White set this first lap, best lap, basically, and no one's been able to catch him, Tom.
I'm not even sure that he continued lapping, only completing 3 laps. So I haven't seen the car on camera yet, as most of the field is still working their 3rd lap, in fact. Gavin Wardle is your current pole sitter in STL and is just ever so slightly faster than your pole sitter in STU, who is now Sean Lovett in the BMW 330. I'm going to guess that car relatively close to Spec E46 spec, although running in the STU category. Amy Mills has now jumped up into the 2nd position in STL, a great run there, until, as I say that, Ryan Gutiel comes across the line. We jump on board his car, and he goes back to 2nd in class by 0.3 over Amy Mills. They're going to have a great race.
Yeah, no question. No question with that. White, Wardle, Lovett, Gutiel, Mills, Bryce Johnson, Molno, Tanimura, Hazelton, and Chittum. That's your top 10 right now. spread out across 3 classes, T3, STU, and STL.
Looking down. Down in T4, Izzy Sanchez continues to lead, but has a challenge now. Christina Etherington in the Miata up to second place in T4 and only back by about 0.6 of a second. Oh, no, excuse me. I read the numbers wrong. It's 1.6 seconds, not 0.6 between those two. So Sanchez has quite a comfortable pole over the rest of the other 6 T4 cars. Lynn Griffiths, Tony Karatzis, and Kayla Etherington also in class there.
Let's give a big shout out to the car in 18th place, Whitfield Gregg. Whit had an enormous shunt at the runoffs, and his road to recovery obviously gone very well because he is here racing. I am really happily surprised. I knew he was trying to come back, but to be back this quickly, just a few months after that big shunt at the runoffs, see him back in a race car, that really makes me smile.
Yeah, it's awesome. Just caught that car with Greg diving to the pit lane to call this session good. 3 minutes to go. As you mentioned, if you start a lap before the checkered comes out, you get to complete it.
Yep.
P4, Tony Karatzis moves up to 3rd position, just behind Christina Etherington. 3 of the 5 drivers in T4 are women this weekend. It's a majority female class there in T4.
Awesome.
Fun little fact. And then in T3, we haven't mentioned him yet, but he's continuing to run in the 2nd position provisionally, Ron Tenamura in his BMW 330 out of Seattle. He will start 2nd in class, but 8th overall right now.
Yep. Christina and Kayla Etherington, mother-daughter, we did a show on Inside the SCCA. Our Mother's Day show was 2 years ago, was with the Etheringtons. Great Southern California racing family. Basically out of Las Vegas now, actually.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Sean Lovett just jumped up into 2nd overall for the session with a 156.7. That was the white BMW that just flashed into turn 1 a few moments ago. Izzy Sanchez in the red FRS, pushing all the track limits, even down the straightaway, dirt dipping. That's some iRacing moves, trying to cool the tire off, is what you'd be doing in the sim. But here in real life, maybe looking down at your optimal, whatever else is coming at you. And Lovett running him down.
Francesco Sendra in the chat, sending regards from Castellón, Spain. I hope I got that right. That's awesome. Castellón, Spain. Thank you. Very cool. National flair in our associate producers today. Not a lot of changes up at top. Scotty B. White, Sean Lovett, Gavin Wardle, and Ryan Gutile and Amy Mills, your top 5, with 1 minute to go in this qualifying session. After this session, we've got our wings and things, our winged Formula cars and prototypes, another one of my favorite classes in the SCCA, class groupings.
The new contender for T3, Gama Aguilar Gomez, who we see at the runoffs pretty regularly in the number 109 370Z, just got a first lap time in, a 1 minute 59.9, just barely under that 2 minute mark. It's good for 3rd in class, but it's starting to challenge, in fact, within 1/10 or so of Ron Tenamura. So that car, I have to imagine this track with its long radius corners, the kind of longer duration, kind of middle speed corners, I'm not sure the 370Z is going to be as happy here as some other tracks, but as I say that out loud, I'm realizing it's a Mustang on pole, so T3 has a really cool mix of cars. BMW 330 in there as well. I think we also have a Porsche Boxster in that's in T4.
Right. Yeah, these are fun. That's why I love when we do true multi-classers and you get not only multi-classes but multi-marks. It's really kind of the whole spirit of what the SCCA is all about. So, checkered flag is in the air. These laps will count as the folks come across the line here for the final time. Setting our qualifying order for our STL-STU race, Touring 2, 3, and 4. That's Group 5, and that race will start this afternoon around 3:45 this afternoon. So stay with the coverage here. We'll bring all that action to you this afternoon. Let's run through the top few in each class. We'll go top 3 in each class right now as I pull it up. In STL, your fast car is Gavin Wardle. Next to him is Ryan Gutile and Amy Mills. That's your top 3 in STL. Oh, did someone go off there?
Yeah, big tank slap onto the front straight for one of the T4 FRSs. Sorry to interrupt you there, Brian.
That's no, all good, all good. STU, your top 3, Sean Lovett, Ryan Hazelton, and James Schlechter. Moving now down to Touring 3, your pole sitter overall and your top driver is Scotty B. White, followed by Ron Tanamura and Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez. And then finally in T4, your top 3, Izzy Sanchez, Christina Etherington, and Tony Karatsus. He will be your top 3 there. That's your top 3 in Touring 4. We'll take ourselves a short break. When we come back, Formula Atlantics, Formula Continentals, prototypes, all of those cars next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Buttonwillow.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
My name's Pat Prevenus.
Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
So my name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years.
I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing.
Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot.
There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since.
This is the best seat in the house.
Maggie got me this for Christmas. This is thing. I mean, my key. I put in there at 5:30. It's still hot.
Yeah, that's perfect.
It's good. It's good thermos. We have cars on course.
Back live at Buttonwillow, Group 6 qualifying Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2 Prototype, and Prototype 2. 15 minutes of fast and furious coming at you here to set the pole and the starting order for our 6th race of the day later on this afternoon. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman is here with me. Tom, welcome to the broadcast crew this year, full-time mostly. It's great to have you on the show.
Glad to be here. We got 5 classes on course. The biggest one's Formula Continental. This will be fun to watch. 6 cars there. There's a lone Formula Atlantic and a lone Prototype 2. And we also have Formula Enterprises 2 and Prototypes out. So it's essentially single-seat cars with downforce in this group. They're going to be some of the fastest, if not the fastest laps we see for the weekend. Especially, I have to imagine, Greg Labate has an opportunity in the Formula Atlantic car, as well as maybe Jim Davenport might be the favorite in Prototypes in his Elan DPO2. Kevin Mitz, John Manfroy, and Joseph Moran also there in Prototypes.
Yeah, Jim Davenport's typically one of our faster guys out here in the Prototypes. One of my favorite names of all time, Bill Walshalager, is here with his Formula Continental. I love that car. 97 Van Diemen. A couple of FE2s, so yeah, nice little smattering of Formula cars here.
One of the Formula Enterprise 2s coming around. I think it was a Formula Continental in the final 2 corners. It's going to be really, really quick with the downforce that these cars have through those final 2 as we watch now into turn 1. Deep braking zone, and these cars can get on the throttle, squeeze the throttle really early and use all the pit out on driver's left, right across the white lines and out to the dirt. We also have a constant contender, I think, in the prototype category. Tim Day Jr. is in the Prototype 2 class. He's by himself as far as entries go, but that car will probably be one of the quicker ones in this session as well.
Yeah, no doubt with that. I know from talking to some of the Formula car drivers, the key to this track that they love so much is it is just dastardly wide. So there's a lot of speed that they get to carry through a lot of these corners, and specifically I hear they enjoy the 5-6 combination going up the hill and then through that hairpin is a ton of fun in these faster Formula cars. That's this section right here. Don't get to see much of it at this particular camera angle, but it's a bit of a banked right-hander, and they pull a lot of speed through there and then get on the gas hard coming down this hill towards turn 7. And with a Formula car, turn 7 is typically a passing zone for the sedans, but they actually carry the speed all the way through 7, and then 8 becomes the passing zone here on these faster Formula cars. So it's really pretty interesting.
As one pops to the left to get to the preferred braking line for turn 8.
Yep, and there
Lake
it is
Ocho
right there.
still sparkling
Lake
in the sun.
I love that. Very good. Very good. All right, our early top of the leaderboard, Greg Labate in the Swift 016. That's a Formula Atlantic car with a 140.776. That is hauling the mail, folks. That is really fast around here. I had my list of track records here, and I don't know where it went. I'll pick up another one at lunch, but that's got to be, with these colder temperatures, pretty close to the fast time. I just got it in front of me. Yeah, actually, Greg has the track record here with a 138, so he's still a second, almost 2 full seconds off the track record, but that's the first lap, so get a little heat in those tires, and we'll see where he lands.
We're looking for low 38s for a track record there for Labate.
Yep.
Nice. John McClintock, we already saw in Spec Racer Ford a little bit earlier, not maybe more than an hour ago tops, but goes to second in the session, top of FE2. Only 1.7 seconds back from Labate, so the Formula Enterprises 2 getting around here really quick as well. Tim Day Jr. goes to third as your top and only Prototype 2. Joseph Moran is your top prototype right now, trying to make a liar out of me. I mentioned Jim Davenport possibly being the favorite, but we don't in fact have a time from Davenport. The transponder has tripped, but we'll keep an eye out for the number 28. Who would we miss? Formula Continental, Robert Armington is your top car there in Continental.
What's been interesting, Tom, is with trying to get parity in that Formula Atlantic class, because now there's a bunch of other classes in Formula Atlantic. they've slowed down the Formula Atlantic so much that now the FE2s are a lot closer in competition with them, and which makes for some interesting racing.
Yeah, that Formula Atlantic class,
Now
as you
they've got
mentioned,
F1000 in it.
exactly, but a bit of a catch-all as well as the fastest Formula category in the Formula category. Excuse me. So, with that said, Labate track record. Look at that, 137.2. Now he's gonna have to do it in the race to make it official, but wow, that's 1 point some seconds quicker than the track record he set last year.
Yep.
1.2.
In the SCCA, only track records count during races. So, but yeah, that's a little more experience on this track, a little more, well, I don't know how much rubber's left on the track after all the rain we've had, but now they're trying to build the rubber up from the test day yesterday, plus the classes that have already been out here this morning.
Watching the white prototype of Kevin Mitz drive at us in the shimmering sun. That car sits second in prototype. Joseph Moran still the top car in the Norma M20 FC out of Laguna Hills, California. That's third in the session. Tim Day Jr. second quickest in the session. Only 2.7 seconds off Greg Labate's time. Labate, excuse me.
Joe Moran, then John McClintock, the fast car in FE2. Paul Marino's right behind him. You'll also see Paul Marino driving the Spec Racer Ford as well most weekends out here. Tom Burt coming out of California. Last year, Tom Burt did every Super Tour. That was his retirement gift to himself.
What an adventure. That's cool.
Yeah. Not quite sure if he's going to do the whole series this year. I'll try to catch up with him today and find out.
A couple more cars under the 1:40 mark. Joseph Moran takes it to a 1:39.6 in the prototype class. Prototype 2, Tim Day Jr. goes to a 39.996, just barely under the 1:40 mark, but that's well under the previously set prototype 2 track record, so we will likely see that fall today. Previous record was down in the 2-minute range. The prototype record actually is in the 1:33s for Devonport, so if that car comes out and he can get anywhere close to that, he's going to blow everyone else out of the water.
Yeah, he could end up being the pole sitter here if he can get the car back on the racetrack. So,
Tim Day just jumps up onto the front row, a 1:39.4, a little bit quicker, just fast enough to go in front of Joseph Moran. John McClintock continuing to lead Formula Enterprises 2 and set personal best sectors as he does so in the 4th position in the run group. Paul Marino, Tom Burt in that order round out the FE2 field.
just under 7 minutes to go. That's the halfway point. We'll take our break, and then we come back. We'll get you all the final qualifying numbers here for this race group number 6. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit, brand new racetrack. This is our second season out here racing on the circuit, and it's quickly become a driver favorite out here. And now there's 2 track options, and this track, unlike the original Buttonwillow, Tom, only one way to race this track, one direction, one configuration, and it's been fun so far. It's nice to have the 2 options to go back and forth from the tracks out here.
Agreed. It's not like they're hurting for options, right? 26 layouts total on the other side of the split, so it's nice they have both facilities there.
Definitely. Tim Day Jr. has popped to second place now on the leaderboard in his P2 car with a fast lap of a 1:37.278. Greg Labate still your pole sitter at the moment with a 1:35.792. Joe Moran and Joe McClintock would be on the outside of would have row number 2 if things ended right now. We still got 3 minutes to go before this thing gets wrapped up. Time for people to set some good laps.
And they still are. There's something about these formula cars. It's really difficult to jump in cold and go quick right away. Obviously the car builds up some temperature, but just the human brain, the way it perceives speed in cars like this with this much downforce and opportunity to make pace, we see these drivers usually get faster and faster and faster, especially over a short 15-minute session. And one of them was Labate, who's at the top of the board right now, dropped 1.5 seconds last time through for a 1:35.7. That's well under the track record that he holds. So that's kind of proof that when you have all this space and you have all this downforce and get the car in the rhythm, the time just starts to shed off the lap time.
And I know when you're on sticker tires on these cars, it's really important is how you bring them up to temperature the first time on the first heat cycle to make sure that you get them cycled in properly. So that may also lead it to why the later laps are important here time-wise for some of these cars. These are all on slick tires as well. So that may play into it, especially in the first session of the first race of the year. I'm going to guess a lot of these cars going out on sticker tires as they get their seasons underway.
Certainly. A little shout out or catch up with Formula Continental. They are the slowest class on the track, so by merit of that, we haven't given them much mention down towards the bottom of the timing screen, but Robert Armington is the fastest car still by about almost 3 seconds over Sean Starbacker. So a big spread between those two, and then Bill Schlager, rounds out that 3-car field in Formula Continental. But at the top, 4 different classes in the top 4 spots. These cars are very much more on pace with each other than I had expected, Brian.
Absolutely. Minute and a half to go. Shout out to the racer Bill in the chat. Hi, Bill. Appreciate you being here and saying hi. Just a little over a minute to go. We'll see if anybody gets it done here in these final laps. Then we'll have one more qualifying session. Our big board, GT1, GT2, GTX, our A sedan, Touring 1 and 2. That's coming up next. That'll be our final qualifying session before lunch. We'll take a lunch break and then back. Go racing.
Can't wait for that. Yeah. Don Manfroy came through last time on a personal best out of the prototype category of car number 08. Just knocking on the door of the 140s at a 141.8 now. Like a cool down lap for one of our Formula Continentals. The track getting a bit thinned out at this point. The sector is turning less and less green as we watch timing and scoring. Go ahead, Brian. Excuse me.
No, I was just going to agree with you. No issues for most of these cars.
I love when people agree with me.
Well, you know what? when you're always right, Tom, it's hard not to agree. Yeah, no changes up front. Checkered flag is in the air, I'm being told. Gonna have a little bit of a break between. It probably won't be long. They've got a hardship lap, which is a car that needs to go out and do a little test to make sure it's good before it heads out for its race. And then there's a little bit of course cleanup to be done. So we're going to have speaking of course cleanup, there's one of our FE2 cars. That may be Tom Burt. Let me see what it says here. Don't have that in the race log just yet. We'll wait for them to make the call, and as soon as I get the number on that, I'll let you know.
What we do know is it's at the exit of turn 1, which is also the exit of pit lane, so it should be a quick drag back, either push it out of the dirt or back into the pit lane, one or the other. But from here, difficult to tell. There's some movement in the cockpit. It's hard to see if the driver might be preparing to get out, but nodding the head around, looking around.
Yeah.
Good timing as the session has wrapped up.
Yeah. Let's go through our car starting orders, the top 3 for each class. Trying to get my mouse to go where it's supposed to go here so I can call them up. In Formula Atlantic, your 1 car at our pole sitter is going to be Greg Labate with a 1:35.792. Moving on to Formula Continental, Robert Ermington's your fast car there with Sean Sarbacher and Bill Walshalager in 2nd and 3rd. FE2, John McClintock's your fast car there. Paul Marino in 2nd, Tom Burton 3rd. And in Prototype, we've got Joe Moran, Kevin Mitz, and John Manfroy, your top 3 there. And if Jim Davenport gets out, look out. He'll be quick. Don't count him out at all. And then in P2, our 1 car there was Tim Day Jr. in the store WF1. He's out of Scottsdale. His fast lap of 1:37.278. So those are our fast cars here after our 6th qualifying of the day. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our final qualifying session, our big board GT cars, and our A sedans and T1 and T2 cars. Stay with us, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow, our first round of the 2026 SCCA Hoosier Tire SCCA Super Tour. I flip-flopped the vernacular, Tom.
I missed it. You did it so smooth.
There's nothing smooth about that. Anyway, GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2 the cars on our racetrack. And we've got a nice field here of the big bore cars this weekend. 18 at the moment who have tripped the line. There might be a few more before we get done with this session. But this is, and when they come, we're right on the other side of pit lane in our broadcast center here. And the whole booth rumbles when they come back past here at speed, Tom.
Yeah, this is a lot of car for this race group, and it's really propped up by GT2 and Touring 2. In GT2, we have a big field of just proper GT2 cars. It's always a fun mix. We've got some street-built cars, a Corvette for a couple Corvettes for sure. We have some tube frame cars in the Trans Am 2 style, as well as some older GT2 style tube frame cars like that blue RX-7 you see sweeping through the camera frame now. But Touring 2, looking on that direction, we have a huge contingent of spec Corvettes that are really ballooned the entry for Touring 2. It's actually not 9 of the 11 cars entered are spec Corvettes. Then we have the lone Ford Mustang of Scotty B. White. And then a new car for Touring 2, Rylan Hazelton is entered in a Civic Type R TCR, which was formerly an STU, got moved to T2 this year. And that'll be kind of interesting. But those two are going to have their hands full with a field full of C5 Corvettes.
Yeah, if you love sim racing, we've got a Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car out here, and it is a cool piece to take a peek at. It is the green and black car right there, Michael McAleen, that just come through our screen here. And it has been on a Super Tour for the last several years, Tom, and at every racetrack it comes to, it seems to be right up towards the front of the field here.
Yeah, it's obviously a much more modern car. I don't know that they get to change much from GT3 spec to run it in GT1. I think they have to basically meet the difference being the global homologated GT3 cars that you might see in IMSA or other global series. That has nothing to do with SCCA GT3, but they are here in GT1. Be holding Michael Lewis accountable for his performance this weekend. Those two are the only two in T1, but both of those cars are going to be very quick. Lewis in the Jaguar-bodied two-frame Trans Am car.
Yeah, as we've learned, the more traditional GT1 cars have an advantage at places like Road America, where there's just these huge horsepower tracks. But any of the twisty tracks like this, there's so much downforce on that Lamborghini that it really performs well at a track like this.
Absolutely, and weather. I don't think we have any forecast changes this weekend, but back in the 2021 runoffs, it was a surprise rainstorm at the very, very start of the race. Scotty B. White going 2 off, coming out of turn 4, pushing that Mustang. He said in the pre-race interviews on SCCA.com, it's going to be a lot of work to keep this Mustang in front of the Corvettes, and he is doing everything he can in the blue Mustang. But back to my thought, the pop-up rain at the beginning of the race ended up with a Mercedes AMG GT3 car with all those driver aids, etc., with the victory and with the national championship, just because it had the tires and the driver aids for it.
So if you can see on this camera right here, it says spec Corvette. There's a huge contingent of spec Corvettes out here in California, and they've basically taken them and branded them this weekend as the Touring 2 cars. And so these are the spec Corvette, and I'm sure they've probably made a little modification where they could to get it closer to the T2 spec. But yeah, that's where a lot of these cars got their start out here and race on a regular basis.
C5 Corvettes are just such fun on a racetrack. These cars are, they get the Z06 motor, but they can put it in any of the C5 chassis, COC coupes, fixed roof coupes, and Z06s, but essentially a fixed horsepower output, a little spoiler on the back, some spec suspension, and I mean, you're ripping. Those cars are so much fun to drive in stock form. This is a little bit of stock plus.
Yeah.
You see them all kind of sweeping through the final 2 corners. I don't know specifically where a T2 spec Corvette, they actually have a spec line for spec Corvette in the class. I don't know where where it lands in the class as far as pace goes. I don't know if it's really fully competitive or if Scotty B. White's Mustang and Rylan Hazelton's also, we're going to have to keep an eye on that Civic because that's a new car to the class. It could be that they're all the same. It could be that they're all a little bit different here overall pace-wise. Josh Carroll, though, is the top car in T2 in a spec Corvette, the number 35. just ahead of Scotty B. White. And when I say just, it's one position, but it's 1.3 seconds. It's actually quite a bit.
Yeah, Josh Carroll, your top car in T2, and until just in your top car in GT2 is Tim Carroll. So that is, I'm guessing they're related. But Tim Carroll's in a GT3 Camaro. Michael Lewis has jumped back up to second place overall. Still not at the same pace as that Lamborghini. Difference in pace, almost 2 seconds between first and second in GT1. Bacalina with a 140.878 here early on.
JC
Manette.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'd say Jean Manette has moved into second place in GT2 in his Camaro.
I know that driver from some time attacking, maybe close to a decade ago now, out on the West Coast. I know he goes by JC, and I think it's Manet, but that's just from memory a couple years ago. He was on pole for a split second, but Tim Carroll came back and stole it from him. And now in a big way, it's 42.6 to a 144.4. So that's closing in on 2 seconds between the top two in GT2. And then in American Sedan, we've seen the blue Mustang of Scotty B. White. Any other Mustangs are going to be an American Sedan. That's Ross Murray currently at the top in his Mustang, number 74, 15th overall in the group.
Scotty B. White, and that blue Mustang with a Corvette breathing down his neck right behind him. Looks like Scotty's entering pit lane here. There is Michael Lewis in his Jaguar XKR. That's more of your traditional GT1 Trans Am styled GT1 car.
Bacalina in heavy traffic, but just got a lap in under a 1:40, and it's not good enough for pole anymore. Michael Lewis goes to the pole in his Jaguar. You were mentioning a 39.90 to a 39.96. That is so close in GT1.
There was smoke coming out of the back of that. I think it was coming out of the Lamborghini. I don't know if that was tire lockup or it was from the motor. Although it looks like he's still on pace.
Yeah, you're right. Pretty heavily. I think it was from the back of the car. It was getting spit up by the wing.
Yeah.
Under right-hand load, turning left there through turn 2. I'll tell you, Brian, T2 is going to be a lot of fun. Josh Carroll's on pole right now in a fairly large margin, still 1.5 seconds up on the rest. But Rylan Hazelton takes the TCR Civic to second. Patrick Howe, Evan Gold, Greg Nestor, David Holmes have all bumped Scotty B. White, who we saw come to the pit lane, either dissatisfied with the car getting a change or knows that one lap is all he gets in that car. But either way, he predicted the future a little bit. It's going to be a big battle in T2, and they're all right on top of each other in the 154 to 155 second range.
Yep. There's a car slowing there going into turn 8. I think there was a little smoke come out of the back of that car also. Oh, there's a car with a little bit of a slide there as they come through 8. Caught it nicely. You see the Flagtronics unit right there on the dashboard showing green there. That is our electronic flagging system here, which we use on the Super Tours. Let's do this. A little under 6 to go here. Let's take our break. We'll come back and we'll get to the end of our qualifying for the day. We'll do that. It's time for that break on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, and we've got something at the top of the leaderboard that does not happen very often. Tom O, tell us about it.
It's a tie down to the thousandths of a second for the pole in GT1. Michael McAleenan just came through on the previous lap and tied Michael Lewis to the thousandths, 139.901. They're the only two GT1 cars, and the fact that they're tied on the leaderboard is wild to me. We also have a new leader in Touring 2. Rylan Hazelton takes the TCR Civic Type R up to the pole, but in a big way, 1.8 seconds up over the rest of the field, which is primarily made up by spec Corvettes. Josh Carroll leads the way in those Corvettes. David Holmes, Greg Nestor, Patrick Howe, Evan Gold, Scotty B. White, Luis Martinez, all on the same couple of seconds there, rounding out the rest of the competitive T2 field, highly competitive T2 field, excuse me.
We saw Ben Valentine going through there in the Dodge Challenger with a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of it there. So that's a really pretty cool race car also. What we do know will happen is they will, McAleenan just went a little bit faster. The tie's been broken. Yeah. He's now at a 139.857. So he is now your provisional pole sitter with 2.5 minutes to go. It's like a title fight. It's like, Muhammad Ali and Joe Louis out there in GT1 duking it out for the pole in this race.
The chasm is extended up to 0.044 between those two. It's so tight in GT1. Pretty cool in to see the TCR car at the top of T2. Not sure how they're going to continue to balance that car, but just a quick scan of the rule books. They pulled the throttle position back to about 90% in that car. They gave it a minimum weight they felt was competitive. And it does have some ride height rules, which I imagine are probably a little higher than you'd want to run the car. But either way, that looks like a really potent T2 car right now. And then how about this in Touring 1? It's the only Touring 1 car out there, but it's a Pontiac GTO, Ed Gless in that black GTO. You don't see that on a road course very often, especially in club racing.
Yeah, definitely. So a couple of minutes left here. I'm guessing that those two GT1 cars will get at least one more lap in each. And we will wait to sit at the edge of our seats to find out who's going to be on the pole for this first Super Tour race of the year.
Interesting watching these spec Corvettes come through turns 2 and 3. They're actually driving more to a cut distance type line than what we've seen for most of the other categories, where they've been swinging out wide, carrying as much radius as possible. And I have to wonder, with no aero, big power, and I mean, honestly, relatively light, do you cut some distance around this circuit at Buttonwillow in a spec Corvette rather than try to carry as much radius as possible? That said, they're coming way out to the track limit at turn 5, but then look at them dive straight in. That's the earliest turn in we've seen basically of any category, any car, and multiple drivers choosing to do that. It's pretty interesting.
This is almost like a boomer versus Gen X technology situation. You've got the old school Jaguar GT1 tech versus the new school of that Lamborghini as we get to this final few minutes of this race. That's why SCCA is so cool. It really kind of works out sometimes.
We have 6. Go ahead.
As I say, time's running out on this session, so these are going to be our last laps.
Tim Carroll continue to be the top GT2 cars, the spec Corvettes and T2 navigating the Touring 1 car of Ed Gless. That's GTO onto the front straight for the final time in this qualifying session. But Tim Carroll is still at the top in a Trans Am 2 style car in GT2. JC Monet is second, Ben Valentine third. Then we have our first Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, so a very different style of car, but same class. Rocky Crocker, and then Igor Leuston and Guy Ladig rounding out the top 6 in GT2. They're all going to start together on the grid as well, but it's nearly a 10-second spread between them in GT2. Is very different cars. They all make the same potential theoretical pace anyway, but different ways to realize it.
Yeah, potential theoretical pace is great till you put a human behind the wheel,
Yeah.
and then it all
Then it's just a bunch of syllables.
Exactly. All right, it looks like I think probably everybody has wrapped up most of what they're going to be doing here. If it continues to hold, your pole sitter is going to be Michael McEleenan in this Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo with a fast lap of 139.853. And then you're going to have Michael Lewis on the outside of the pole in his Jaguar XKR with a 139.901. There's a little mathing going on that I'm not going to do. 44 thousandths of a second separating first and second place in GT1. Moving on to GT2, your fast car there is going to be Tim Carroll, followed by, how do we say this, Tom? Jean Minette?
JC Monet is how I know
JC
him.
Monet, okay. We've got him out of Woodland Hills in second place, and then Ben Valentine in the Dodge Challenger in third in GT2. We had one GTX car, Mose Koper in the Porsche Cayman. Our T1 class, one car there, Ed Gless. Now to that fantastic T2 field. Right now, your pole sitter is the TCR Honda Civic with John Carroll on the outside of pole for that class. And then David Holmes will be your third place car in T2. Whole lot of Corvettes chasing after that Honda here in T2, Tom. All right, that is going to do it here. We're going to take a lunch break, and if all goes well, we'll be back to racing at 1:15 Pacific time this afternoon. It'll be Group 1 in that race, our production cars, E, F, and H production, B-Spec, and that'll be a 25-minute race. We'll be back with all of that action starting around 1:15 this afternoon. Stay with us, everybody.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. That gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. It's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
it's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
And welcome to the first race of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit. Group 1 qualifying is done. Group 1 racing is about to happen. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O is with us this weekend. And Tom, any thoughts before we get to our qualifying order here?
It's our first green flag of the 2026 season for the Hoosier Super Tour. This is exciting. The H production race, I think, in particular, is the one I'm excited for. They were nearly tied on the grid, but this is a good group.
All right, let's get to our qualifying order. Starting on the front row, it's going to be Kurt Fritchie in row 1 with Stephen Powers in the outside of row 1, both in Mazdas. Then you've got Joe Carr on the inside of row 2 in his Mazda Miata next to the BMW E30 of Sean Lovett. Row number 3, William Robinson in his Porsche Boxster with the MG Midget of Brian Lynn. Row number 4, you've got Lee Fleming with the MG Midget H production car. Next to him is the H production MG Midget of Bill O'Kell. Now moving on to row number 5, Joe Gersh in the Toyota Yaris B-Spec car. With him, the B-Spec car of Ali Naimi. Row number 6, Tim Lundred in his B-Spec Mazda 2 with Daniel Snow, who did not turn a qualifying time in that Fiat X19, so I'm not sure if he'll be out there, but we'll find out. Then on to row 7, Trenton Kramer, our final row, B-Spec in a Mini Cooper. He did not turn a qualifying time either. And then Thomas Lepper in a B-Spec Mini Cooper. So that's how they're going to start here in our B-Spec F production race. Let's take a look at our track map here. And Tom, give us a little insights about how this track races.
We're going to be learning together because I have not seen a race from this track yet, but it's wide and it's sweepy. We come into a fairly heavy braking zone in most cars, but not really in these down in turn 1. Then the banked turn 2 and 3 section, I could see making a move start after exiting turn 1 and make it happen exiting turn 3, essentially. So race for a couple corners there might be a great passing opportunity. Then getting a run and a draft out of turn 4 down into turn 5. Not a huge braking zone either, but you could start to show the nose a little bit in the next set of switchbacks. A bank turn 5 into the hairpin at turn 6. The best braking zone, I think, for a pass might be turn 7, but that's not a slow corner, that 90-degree, before we get into turn 8, the decreasing radius, and finally down into nearly a hairpin as well before we get into the fast S's, turns 9 and 10. I could also see creating a passing opportunity coming out of turn 8 and working turns 9 and 10 to get a pass done in turn 1. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the radius on turn 8 is deceptively tight. It doesn't look, it's not a 180, but it's also more than a 90. So it's very interesting, a very interesting corner. So, all right, here they come through turn 9 for the final time on the pace lap. There's your all Mazda front row, the RX-7 of Fritchie on the outside, the pole sitter. Next to him, the Mazda Miata of Stephen Powers. That is the blue car with the yellow numbers as they come through turn 10 onto the main straight, looking for a potential green flag. And let's see if it goes in the air. And it does. We are racing at Buttonwillow.
Relatively early green flag coming out of the final corner. Now just finally into the braking zone, a fairly long front straightaway. Kurt Fritchie has a great breakaway over Joe Carr, jumps up into the second position overall. Stephen Powers, our only F production car in the dark blue with yellow highlights, falls to third with a little less power available to him. B-Spec, look at this pack of 5. There are nearly 4 wide coming out of turn 1.
Yeah, Joe Carr moving into second base. Always has good pace with that car. Sometimes reliability is a problem. We'll see how that works out for him. Stephen Powers right on his rear bumper as we go through turns 2 and 3.
Tim Linnerud working the outside of turn 2, and the black Mazda 2 is going to have to slot back in line between the the minis. Trenton Kramer moves up a position. Tom Lepper drops back into the 5th of that pack in B-Spec cars. Kurt Fritchie has Joe Carr adding a ton of pressure at the front. And look at the start for the Fiat X19. It's an F production car. And he moved way up from back in the B-Spec grid into now working the top 5.
Yeah,
blind.
Fritchie, Carr, and Powers, about a car length between each of those positions as they come through the hairpin at turn 6. A little bit of dust. One car puts a wheel off there coming out of turn 5. Was able to collect and stay on the racetrack. And here they come down towards turn 7.
Seems like things have sorted themselves out here. That was single file order here with the 3 Mazdas up front. The old school RX-7, the original RX-7 in first place with Fritchie, and then you've got the 2 Miatas of Carr and Powers. There is that that Fiat X19 of Daniel Snow. He was able to get it together and be out here for the race. Good to see him out there as he tries to make his way up through the field, starting more towards the back because he didn't put in a qualifying time.
Oh, big off for the number 95 in B-Spec. It's going to make it all the way to the wall. Gets the left rear of the car into the tires as just completely misses the exit of turn 8. The car doesn't appear to be very damaged at all, and we've actually seen that car make it out of that gravel trap once today already. I was going to point out as well, the H production leaders, Brian Lynn and Lee Fleming, they are working their way towards the camera shot here. There's your leader in H production, the red MG Midget, and then the black just behind. They are absolutely glued together for the lead in H production.
There are those 2 midgets there. This is the throwback SCCA here where we give homage to some of these older production cars. Found a way to make these classes work and bring the new cars and the older cars together and make them competitive together. So very cool to see that, these 2 H production cars as they run through turn 3.
Brian Lynn in the red, leading Lee Fleming in the black. Slightly different bodywork on those 2 cars, one running the bug eye, the other not, but essentially similar. I think there's a couple different engine packages, transmission packages, etc., that they can choose to use, a bigger or smaller engine in H production, but the details don't matter too much. They are absolutely glued together on pace. At the lead, Kurt Fritchie continues to lead and build a little bit of a gap over Joe Carr, who now has Stephen Powers, has the proverbial rock spun up on the string, and the momentum of that F production car is bringing it back to Joe Carr. And Stephen Powers needs to be a little bit careful. He's in the black car with the yellow the dark blue with the yellow highlights. The next car on track, that Fiat X19, is for position. Daniel Snow in the Fiat, car number 1, has made his way again from the back of the grid into basically a class position battle.
25-minute race. Oh, there's a car slowing there. That is the Porsche.
No, it's the commentator's curse.
Right.
The Fiat put his hand up coming out of turn 7.
Well, cars clearly had problems where it didn't come out to qualify, so still problems. I don't know if that car is going to be able to limp itself around and get all the way back to pit lane. Let's hope he can do that so we don't have to go full course yellow here, or maybe he can find a nice safe place to tuck it away so we can get to the end of this race.
Really cool shot of the last 2 corners is Brian Lynn sweeping that MG Midget through. It absolutely loaded up on the left rear tire, just carving, probably flat out for both corners nearly, if not absolutely pinned to the floor. Just maybe a little lift into turn 9. Down into turn 1 now, starting their 3rd lap of this 25-minute race. And I'll tell you, Lee Fleming is not going anywhere.
Your top 3 in E-Production, Kurt Fritchie, Joe Carr, Sean Lovett. Stephen Powers, your fastest car. I believe it's the only car in F-Prod. He is in 3rd place. Then we're talking about those 3 cars in HP that Tom's been talking about, Brian Lynn, Lee Fleming, and Bill O'Cal. And then we've got our battle for the top spots in B-Spec is Joe Gersh, Ali Naimi, and Trenton Kramer, your top 3.
Looking back at the battle for B-Spec, this is the top 3. Joe Gersh continues to lead in the sedan, but Ali Naimi and Trenton Kramer have both caught up. Trenton did not get a smooth qualifying session. We barely saw that car out, if at all, but starting the race off cleanly, and then a little bit of body damage maybe to the left front of, I see something maybe flicking out from underneath the front of Tom Lepper's car. Draft certainly important here as they come flat out through turn 4 down into the braking zone for turn 5. I don't even know if these cars would breathe on the brakes and grab much more than one downshift. Trenton Kramer in the back of this battle, the Mini Cooper, is looking really racy.
Yeah, Gersh pulling out a little bit of a lead, as much as you can have in a front B-Spec battle like this. It looked like it opened it up to about 2 car lengths, but then right away, Naimi and Kramer were able to come right back up there, and it's still a 3-car battle for the lead in B-Spec. I tell you, Tom, I was going to say, in any class where B-Spec is one of the cars in that class, oftentimes the B-Spec is the best show of the day here. They're always really tightly battled, and there you see that X19 has found a relatively safe spot there, well off the racetrack, and I'm sure they'll leave it there now till the end of the race.
Like the driver out of the car as well in the yellow there on the left, grabbing a water from the corner workers. Now gets to watch this B-Spec race. Look at how tight they are coming out of turn 8. The Mazda tends to be really good off slow corners. It has a tall second gear, digs up to the back bumper of Joe Gersh. But that sedan looking stable coming into turn number 9. Just an ease of the wheel to the left and powered through. Trenton Kramer takes a look up the inside at turn 10 in the Mini. That's not going to work there.
Yeah, Tom Lepper's kind of lost the draft, but he's just close enough for if these 3 cars decide to get a little into each other's faces, he's there to get back into the podium session. There's a pass for the lead there in B-Spec. Naim going around Joe Gersh, so he'll take the point here. Gersh in second place now. Now look, Trenton Kramer is trying to take advantage of that situation as well.
Drag race between 1 and 2. Gersh is going to get the inside line for turn number 2, and Naimi gets moved out to the outside. There almost looked like there was a little bit of tire-to-tire contact on the entry to turn 2. That's going to promote Trenton Kramer up the inside. He looks to the inside now at turn 3. Going to lose a ton of momentum on the exit. Gersh does not fall for it, and now motors off 3 car lengths up the road.
What a great battle here early on in B-Spec, and the best seat in the house to watch this is Thomas Lepper, who's just sitting there behind waiting for something to happen and hopefully for him be able to catch back up.
See some cars on the old circuit in the background just jumping over the old Phil Hill. But the battle in B-Spec on the circuit, the new circuit now, Trenton Kramer has pace in the Mini Cooper. I think it's the fastest car on the track, but he's got a bigger challenge of getting by Joe Gersh, who so far has been pretty bulletproof. Look at the big late turn in, going for a run down the back straightaway out of turn 5. And that Toyota Yaris seems to be the slipperiest once they get going in a straight line. Just pulls out, eases out just a little bit, but also doing a really nice job prioritizing those exits so that he can build up a little bit of defense before the brakes come back on for turn 7.
Yep. Great action here. Looking up front, there's a 2-second lead between first and second in E-Production, not missing anything there by keeping on this B-Spec battle. H-Production also about a half a second between Brian Lynn and, well, as I say that, Lee Fleming just takes the lead in E-Production, or H-Production, over Brian Lynn. That happened as they crossed the line.
So those two undoubtedly duking it out as they work the first half of the next lap. They're about a third of the lap up from this battle on the track. But Trenton Kramer continues to mount his charge. He was willing to throw it down the inside of turn 3 this last lap, excuse me, but this time down into turn 1. Does he have a think about it? We already saw that turn 1 attempt not really pan out. I don't know if you want to end up on the inside of turn 1.
Yeah, they're all just trying to figure out, probably set themselves up to determine where the best place is going to be at the end of this race. But right now, they're doing a little bit of testing the waters as they go through each lap. Right now, the third place car of Naimi's needs to keep an eye on what's going on here, because he could lose the draft here pretty quickly.
Could. Especially if these two kind of co-opetition is the word I like to use. If they cooperate, but kind of push themselves away, that absolutely works best at the front of B-Spec. It tends to be the way the runoffs are won. That said, the Mazda with a really big dig out of turn 4 that time closes up just a little bit. Kramer looks to the inside for turn 4, excuse me.
Kramer still trying to make that move stick, pulled back in behind him. Now he's going to try to set himself up for a better run through the hairpin here, and it has not made much of a move. But while that's been happening, Naimi's been able to close up just a little bit as well. That's good news for the third place car. Let's see if Kramer tries to stick the nose out one more time here going into 7. Looks like he's found a reason to stay there and just let this play out a little while longer.
You're right, though. Not a lot of pressure to make the move happen right now. With 15 minutes left in the race, the drivers are going to know roughly how many laps it is at least, if not have a crew telling them how much time is left. Wow, Trenton Kramer looks to the outside, nearly drops a tire at the exit of turn 8A, essentially, and doesn't quite get to realize a run off the corner, but he made the move to the outside there. An interesting choice, trying to keep the momentum up, and now he's as close as he's ever been through the final sequence.
Yeah, if he can do 9-10 here pretty well, and with the draft, he can, is he putting his nose in now to go around at 10? It's not a place you see a lot of passes coming through 10. Now the drag race down to the start-finish line. Let's see who is going to catch this time leading as they cross the line. And it looks like Joe Gersh is going to keep it there, but
but Kramer is still right there. And now he's leading going into turn 1, but on the outside.
And that was the question mark. Do you want the inside for turn 1? Trenton Kramer found a way to not have to deal with that. He made his way around the outside, which ends up being the better run for these momentum-driven cars. Now he gets to set his sights on some clear track. Gersh, a little bit of a pinched entry there as a result of the races into turn 2, and now he's got Naomi all over the back bumper again. Trenton Kramer, if he can keep that pace up, though, he may drive away from these two.
Well, but the one thing Kramer's got to remember is that you don't need to be in the lead going into turn 1. You need to be at the lead in the start-finish line, and that time he did not get that done.
Fast lap of the race for these 3 cars is only separated by a 10th each. They've all run very, very similar lap times. So Kramer, we saw, appeared to have a little bit more pace in the Mini, really pushing the exit of turn 5 there. But now he's got the draft pouring off the back of his car for Joe Gersh to slot into.
Yep, 13 minutes, less than 13 to go here. Let's take our break, and then when we come back, we'll pick up our H production battle, because that's the other close battle on the racetrack. We'll catch that as we come out of the break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Back live at Buttonwillow, and we've got some great racing going on here. There is our lead of the race, the gunmetal gray Mazda of Kurt Fritchie. Right behind him, Joe Carr. That is your E-Production battle. Joe Carr hanging in there. Less than a second, it looks like this time by. Last time by, it was 1.2 seconds. Looks like Joe Carr's a little closer now. That does not look like 1.2 seconds to me, but sometimes, Tom, my eyes deceive me when I'm looking at that.
Always a little tough to tell around the lap visually.
Yeah.
See our B-Spec battle in the background of that shot. That was cool. 2 of the 3 hot battles we have on track. But Joe Carr, you're right, has been easing towards Kurt Fritchie over the last 2.5, 3 laps. And Fritchie's been in control of this race ever since the start pretty comfortably, but now the gap has come down. It looks like that car really strong in the 3rd sector. He's pulled out. Carr had eased up quite a bit through the middle sector, but now in that final sector, the lead is back up to about what we've been seeing lap after lap. We also have that great battle between Lee Fleming and Brian Lynn on track for H production, with Fleming now leading Brian Lynn by 1.3 seconds, so the 00 has eased away ever so slightly from the 48 of Lynn.
We've got 3 class battles in this race, all less than 2 seconds separating first and second place for those. Here is our 3rd class battle. This is the B-Spec class battle. That is Trenton Kramer in the front there in the red Mini, followed by Joe Gersh and Ali Naimi. And those 3 cars have basically been that way in one of 3 different orders since the fall of the green flag here in this race.
Yeah, this is a club race for the books for these 3. It's a lot of fun to watch. And I also just caught Michael Lewis did make the track. He didn't necessarily make the grid with the field for the green flag, but that F production light blue RX-7 is on track, working its way forward. This is the H production battle. Brian Lynn in the red, following Lee Fleming in the black, leading. A little bit of smoke out of the back of the red car, not uncommon in H production. And these 2 have been basically just taking little swipes at each other, tenths and thousandths here and there.
There is your H production. Yep, right there.
Notice Lee Fleming not nearly having to challenge the track as much as Brian Lynn has had to. He's not using the full width of the track. Maybe the car not powerful enough to need to do that, just keeping the momentum up. But Lynn got a run that time through turn number 4, is going to get a little bit of a look to the inside down into turn 5. Doesn't make the overlap happen, but now is just able to kind of fill the mirrors back and forth, back and forth. Both car working the hairpin at turn 6.
Then it's a downhill, and that downhill is every bit as downhill as it seems from this camera angle. This actually one of the few camera angles that actually shows pretty accurately how big of a hill that is coming down from 6.
Lynn had a great run coming off of turn number 6, but lost it down the straightaway. I think the motor in Lee Fleming's car a little bit stronger as we have a lead change for the overall and for E-Production. Joe Carr, that time through, leads by 0.3 of a second. Just caught that on timing and scoring. There they are. I'm not sure if that was that might have been a timing and scoring issue. And B-Spec, though, Trenton Kramer looking up the inside on Joe Gersh. Those 2 have been duking it out. Gersh around the outside in the Yaris, sweeps with the momentum, and will pick the lead back up in B-Spec.
And there's your overall leaders right behind him. They're going to try to find a way to pick their way past these 3 cars without messing up their race, but they also don't want to give up any track position for themselves. So this is look at that. Coming up the middle between the B-Spec cars, you've got your E-Production leaders in that little straightaway there between 4 and 5.
They didn't get there, though.
Oh, wow.
Having to navigate turn 5 side by side, a lockup for Kurt Fritchie as he tries to keep the car rolling. Little bit of a mistake into turn 6. Luckily, Joe Carr had Joe Gersh in the middle of those 2. So now the E-Production leaders finally work their way through B-Spec after nearly a quarter of a lap.
Now they're coming up on the back of Michael Lewis as well. So now the leaders have made it through the B-Spec. A little bit of gap. I don't think any of this is insurmountable with either of these cars, either of these classes here with 5.5 minutes to go, but that's not the most ideal situation, or at least result, when the leaders came through the lead pack for B-Spec. But now B-Spec's already pulled back together, Tom.
Yeah, it looks like Kramer and Naimi both had a really, really good run through turn 8. Gersh, a little bit less track used, and you see it just evaporates the gap between the 2. Michael Lewis retiring the car early after joining the race a little bit late as well, working through with that car. But this battle for B-Spec, Kramer made it happen here a couple of minutes ago in the final corner. We weren't expecting that to be a passing opportunity at all. Maybe Joe Gersh learned what cards Trenton Kramer has and won't create that opportunity again.
We'll see if he kind of tries to take away that outside line, even though he doesn't need to be there. It takes a pretty normal turn into turn 1. He also probably may have enough of a lead now, Tom, where he doesn't have to. Well, now, just as I say that, Trenton Kramer looks like he's about to fight back a little bit.
Big time. The question is now, he's only made the pass happen once.
It clearly looks like, Tom, that a couple of these cars make their power and are taking different parts of the track better, and that's what's keeping this class pretty close together up front.
Certainly, and another thing that becomes a big factor in B-Spec that we talk about is gear ratios. Certain cars have long gears, like the Mazda 2. Some have shorter gears. So while they are all slightly different even though they have the same size engines and effectively the same lap time, it can be as specific as what gear ratios work best for what track. And you don't get to change them. It just happens to be if your car's good for that track because of a specific corner in second gear, can be the make or break. Trenton Kramer, huge momentum through the middle of turn 5, trying to do anything he can with it on the exit at turn 6. Not willing to lob the grenade in there yet as they come into turn 6, but Joe Gersh really opens the door there to get a good run off. I have to wonder if that becomes a passing opportunity. Ooh, big moment for Joe Carr.
Oh, Joe Carr off in turn 7, it looks like, and that's going to allow Kurt Fritchie to drive away. And as long as he doesn't have any mechanical problems, he's going to have an easy run to the finish line here.
Here's how it happened. Down into the braking zone, and looks like the car just did not have the brakes that he expected to have. It didn't lock up, so he knew he was going to be headed off the track, but it wasn't a panic stop situation. The car just didn't slow down enough for him on the way in.
Yeah, just a weird situation there. So going back to what you were saying about gearing and the B-Spec cars, did a show with Eric Yeagle on Inside the SCCA this past week. That was one thing he was talking about. He has a Honda Fit. He's the current B-Spec national champion. And he says his car works really well at Road America. And now that we're going to go to Road Atlanta, not this year, but next year, he will find out this coming couple of weeks from now whether his car will run as well at Road Atlanta as it did at Road America. And you just don't know until you get there.
By the way, how exciting the runoffs back to Road Atlanta in 2027. That is, and 2028, 2-year run back to essentially the home of the runoffs as far as most of us know it. Trenton Kramer still hunting on the back of Joe Gersh. The lead for B-Spec is now being run down by, that's Joe Carr on a little bit of his recovery.
Yep.
They don't look particularly fast coming out of turn 2 into turn 3 in this camera shot, but they are absolutely pinned to the floor mid-third gear, and before slowing the car down for turn 3, one of the slowest corners on the track.
Yeah, looks like they'll probably get the white flag this time by, and it's going to be a one quick 2.56 mile shootout for the win in B-Spec. No real changes. They come through 5 for what I think is going to be the second to last time here. Joe Carr is going to try to catch back up. Hopefully he won't get too involved in this B-Spec battle as he tries to make his way around. He's not going to catch either Stephen Powers or Kurt Fritchie, so there's no real reason for him to push the point here. Let's hope he can get through without causing any issues with this lead battle.
Does a nice job to only split them for the apex of the corner. I just caught out of the corner of my eye in timing and scoring. Maybe some heartbreak for Lee Fleming as he was leading H Production. Has now dropped to 3rd and last in class. Has not tripped the lights on this lap. Previous lap, excuse me. So Brian Lynn is your leader now. Once again, great battle in H Production, ending with a little bit of a fizzle, but he will probably at this point come home pretty uncontested with the win. Bill O'Kell now promoted to 2nd.
Timothy Conroe reminded us in the chat, Brian Lynn, 2-time national champion. He certainly knows how to wheel a race car. Here comes our B-Spec cars out of turn 10 onto the main straight. White flag is in the air. 2.56 miles, 10 turns to find out who's going to win this race in B-Spec.
Just saw Lee Fleming pop back up into timing and scoring. I'll try not to do that too many more times this afternoon, but the battle in B-Spec gets a interruption coming into turn 1. It's Sean Lovett in the number 37. That E30 came through in the braking zone and opened up the corner just a little bit for Joe Gersh, which has now given Trenton Kramer the line into the inside. Gersh not having it, shuts the door, slams it coming into turn 2.
There you go. Gersh in the Yaris in front. Kramer in the Mini Cooper in 2nd. And then Naimi is the 3rd place car in that group, trying to stay with the leaders as we come into the last few corners of this race. The battle for the first Super Tour win of the year. It is going to be Yaris versus Mini Cooper versus Mazda 2. Who is going to take the win here in B-Spec as they go through the last 4 or 5 corners?
All of a sudden, Naimi is looking really racy coming into the braking zone at turn 5, but Kramer is so strong. The Mini has so much momentum through turn 5. Now he's just got to be careful not to get passed into turn 6. Gersh has the biggest gap that he's had basically since the beginning of the race to look forward for the second half of this final lap.
All right, coming out of 6, down towards 7. Nobody going to get into the middle of this battle now for the last 4 corners of this race. Gersh is your leader right now. Side by side, though, for second. Well, it looks side by side going in, but that's the little way of the weird camera just by seeing it from that angle. But here they go. Look at Gersh pulling away now. He may walk away with this win here at Buttonwillow.
Naimi has Kramer shaken up just a little bit, but couldn't do anything with it. He got the run and started an over-under thought into turn 8. But Kramer nailed it. He's so fast on entries in the Mini Cooper. 2 turns left to go before Gersh can pick up his first Super Tour win. Does the Mazda have a run? Look up the inside at turn 9. No, just showing the nose.
All right, here they come through 10. The front car is Gersh. The second car, Kramer. The third car, Naimi. As they come out of turn 10, down towards the checkered flag, your race winner in B-Spec, Joseph Gersh, followed by Trenton Kramer and Ali Naimi. That's how they're going to end here in our first race of the weekend. Whew. There was not a moment to breathe in B-Spec over 12 laps, Tom.
No, that's good stuff. And congratulations to Kurt Fritchie picking up the win in E-Production, holding off Joe Carr, who did charge back to second in class over Sean Lovett. Stephen Powers finished first in F-Production, second overall. And there was the battle at the very end. Lee Fleming, apologize for my false alarm, does take the win in H-Production over Brian Lynn. It was only a couple car lengths at the start-finish line. A great battle in H-Production. And then Bill O'Kell coming home in third.
Here we go. And again, one more time, your B-Spec winner is Joseph Gersh, followed by Trenton Kramer. Ala Naimi, Thomas Lepper never able to get back into the mix there. He finished about 6 seconds back in 4th place. So that's going to do it for our first race of the day. Don't go anywhere. Spec MX-5, Spec Miata up next. That's always a barn burner. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Yeah. Well, yeah, last year I'd get there early and save a bunk in the back bedroom for 2 bunks, one for Chuck and one for...
Yeah. Bob, should I start? Yes.
Welcome back here to Buttonwillow. Big race coming up. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Lots of cars. Let's get right to the grid here. Got a split start. Our first group is going to be the Spec MX-5 cars. Your pole sitter, Jared Korth, in a, gosh darn it, a Spec MX-5. Shocking there. Next to him is going to be William Wallace in, you heard it, yep, you guessed it, the Spec MX-5. All right, I'm going to stop. Moving on to row number 2, Lincoln Larson and Joey Andrews. Row number 3, Ryan Gutile and Christian Hoagland. Row number 4, we have Emmy Kissick and Aiden Shimbashi in row number 4. Now to row number 5, Bryce Johnson and Wesley Molno in row number 5. Now 6 is Gavin Wardle and Andy Chittum. And we move on to row number 7, Adrian Comstock and Richard James. And row number 8 is Amy Mills. Now moving on to our Spec Miata group, our pole sitter is Nick Leveroni. Next to him, Tyler Vance. In row number 2 of your Spec Miatas is going to be Jeremy Rudder and Wyatt Couch. Now row number 3, Sam Razai and Alex Pollard. Moving on to the next row is Jake Johnson and Cooper Hicks. Then we have Hendrick Webster and Nicholas Stewart. Followed by Alan Lukart III, William Rasmussen. William Sturgeon and Preston Lewis will round out the next row. We've got David Mitchell and Lauren Lewis. John Rice and Ryan Husk. And that may be our final row. That is our final row. So give us a quick rundown of the difference between SMX and Spec Miata.
Well, it's 6 seconds. We'll start there.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's the NC MX-5, essentially 2006 to 2013, I believe, all prepped exactly the same. And then in Spec Miata, that's the NA and NB variants. There's about 4 different spec lines, depending on if you have a 1.6, 1.8 engine, etc., etc. But both of these classes effectively spec and stock. Now, this was supposed to be a, not stock, but lightly modified. There was supposed to be a split start here, but per race control, Nick Leveroni in the number 94, the pole sitter for Spec Miata, is effectively the pace car for wave number 2. And look how close he's sticking to Spec MX-5. Not to say that they're going to catch Spec MX-5, they're 6 seconds slower, but he's keeping that start very, very close.
Yeah, typically I always complain or get frustrated because they're too far apart. And because the whole point of the split start is for each group to get as much solo racing before they get caught by the front group. This is closer than we used to see, though. So it'll give them as many laps as possible before they get caught by the Spec MX-5 cars. And I would be venturing to guess a guy as fast as Nick Leveroni might be faster than some of the slower Spec MX-5 drivers in this race. So we'll have to see what happens here. So green flag is in the air. Here comes a whole bunch of Spec MX-5 cars going into what is a seemingly wide turn 1 here. Let's see how this pans out, Tom.
Jared Korth in the white up the inside. We didn't see that work very well for B-Spec, but he's holding on to the point over William Wallace in the black and red. Sweeps the outside. They're basically still in their grid order. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 coming out of turn number 1. And here comes the green flag for Spec Miata. Our second wave is underway.
Second wave of cars coming through turn 1, side by side up front. Leveroni in that blue and orangish car on the inside now. And then you've got Frankie Barroso on the outside. Leveroni drops back a spot, it looks like.
Yeah, he ended up on the outside lane for turn 1. I think it's Tyler Vance and maybe Jeremy Rudder also went with him. He's back to third is Leveroni in the blue with orange highlights. The black car goes to the lead. I believe that is Vance.
Yep.
A little bit of lockup coming into turn 2, but everyone pretty much single file as the track limits are challenged big time by a couple cars coming off of turn 3.
Unlike Spec MX-5, the Spec Miata cars got single file really fast. Now Spec MX-5, as they come up through the hairpin, they're starting to file into single file. I think most of them have now gotten into that single file mode here as they come now down through turn 2, turn 6. That's how we typically see them at this point.
And we have a new leader in SMX. William Wallace is at the point. Joey Andrews, I think, in the white and red, running third with a lot of pressure on the back of Jared Korth, your pole sitter. in the white with blue stripes. So he's back one spot. I also noticed on the warm-up lap tons of tire weaving and warming in the Spec MX-5 field. I think these drivers have learned quickly that the new Spec Hoosier in this class wants a lot of tire heat for the green flag.
No issues for these cars as they come through 9 and 10 on the front straight to complete their first race lap. As they come across the line the first time here, we've got our race leader, William Wallace, followed by Jared Korth, Lincoln Larson in third. That doesn't seem right, does it? My timing screen is not working.
Gotcha. Back in Spec Miata, it's Nick Leveroni's picked up one of the two positions he lost. So at the front, it's Tyler Vance, then Leveroni, then Jeremy Rutter in the white, who now has the dark blue or that kind of mid blue of Wyatt Couch, number 66. I think I used one of Wyatt Couch's videos to study this track a little bit before commentating here. And then there's a great battle for about 7th. Things at the front have strung out for the top 5, but at 6th, one of the cars diving up the inside at turn 2. We haven't seen that work very well, though. This track looks to be one of those tracks where you just kind of have to take little chips out of people and maybe get them off their line a bit. I don't see a huge opportunity to just make a pass down the inside as we see at many other tracks. Got fans in the YouTube chat for Sam Rizai in the number 177, running 5th in class in Spec Miata. That's, I think, the highest running NA. That's the silver and red.
Here comes the Miatas now. They'll be coming through turn 5 and up through 6. A little puff of dust there, side by side now, as they come through the hairpin here. And then back downhill towards 6 here. A little racy here in the first few laps here. Those front 3 cars starting to pull away, though, from the cars. Front 4 cars starting to pull away.
Ooh, Rizai with an attack from Alex Pollard in the orange NB comes up the inside at turn 7, and I think is going to easily complete the pass. It's going to take one more car with, potentially, as Rizai really gets thrown off his rhythm. Devils back into 7th now.
Ooh, a little bit of tire smoke there as it go through turn 8 and get itself and recollected. Here we come, Tyler Vance, then Leveroni, followed by Wyatt Couch. 4 cars trying to break away a little bit here. They're almost far enough where they've broken that draft back to the 5th, 6th, 7th place cars.
How often do we see in Spec Miata you end up, as long as you keep yourself in the conversation for the last lap or two, anybody could win. So that top 4 breaking away is keeping all 4 of them in the battle, in the fight for still 20 minutes of racing. A little bit less of a drafty track than what we may see at other locations, but still keeping yourself close and just kind of keeping the car underneath you is most of the battle for most of the race here in Spec Miata.
Now we check back in with our Spec MX-5 class here. Up front, William Wallace. Then we've got Jared Korth and Lincoln Larson. Oh, dust off of the exit of 6. That's not a common place to see a little bit of dust.
In the background there, the car with the yellow stripes hunting left, right, and center almost got dumped off the track to driver's left for a moment, but thought better of it, cut back to the other side. I missed the number, but that battle for just outside of the top 5.
Oh!
Ooh, one car flies off.
That may have been Joey Andrews going off there. Did he get all the way to the wall? I'm not sure. Oh, he did stop short of the wall. Very good for him, but all of the Spec MX-5 cars are going to get past him. And it looked like he did that all by himself. It looks like he just did get the car slowed. Oh, and he went through a huge pond.
Driver of that car absolutely soaked. Now, no doubt, Lincoln Larson, car number 12, gets it just a little bit wrong coming in. That's a high consequence and huge detriment to your progress. You go off left. I mean, there are certain corners you can go off and you lose maybe a couple seconds, but going off at turn 8 here at the circuit at Buttonwillow, just a huge consequence. Now this battle at the front of Spec MX-5 down to 3 cars, as that car was in 4th, kind of splits it up just a little bit. William Wallace continues to lead the way over Jared Korth. And now this is going to promote Christian Hoagland, who has some fans in the YouTube chat cheering him on, up to third.
Yep. Then Joey Andrews a little further back and forth. He's going to have to do a little bit of work to try to get caught back up here.
No, Brian, it's interesting. We're going to have to pay attention over this whole Super Tour, but I remember last year when we watched Spec MX-5 as William Wallace really big slide through the exit of turn 5. It seemed that these drivers in Spec MX-5 on the old tires, the Toyo, really had to pick and choose when they pushed the car. They would kind of be able to push the car for maybe a lap or two, but they'd seem to get consequences pretty big if they did that in the next couple laps or corners, meaning they would just overheat the tires. These new tires don't seem to be nearly as susceptible. Maybe you can push them harder for longer. We have to see how that plays out over the season, as Spec Miata has not gone anywhere. Look at this top 3 battle.
Yeah, it is a learning curve, definitely, for the first few races till they figure out how these cars drive on these new tires. But there you go. Leveroni is going to be your leader going through the hairpin this time. Tyler Vance in second. Wyatt Couch right there. You could throw a blanket over first, second, and third there as they come down the hill now towards turn 7.
Absolutely heads-up braking duel, and now it's going to be another new lead change. Tyler Vance goes back to the front. DeLeveroni shuffled back at the start, made his way back to the lead, but wasn't able to stay there. Slots into second, and we still have Wyatt Couch running third. Jeremy Rudder getting actually, I think Jeremy Rudder might have been passed by Wyatt Couch. Excuse me, other way around. Jeremy Rudder worked his way back past Wyatt Couch this lap through. So Rudder in the white, Couch in the blue. There they sweep through turn 9. And now the number 7, Ryan Busk, having a good race, is pulled away from the battle he was having in the number 7. That's the car with the flames on the headlights just coming into the front straightaway now, runs 5th.
Yeah, and what's happened here with these 3 cars up front doing a little bit of racy stuff, that's given Jeremy Rudder a chance to catch up a little bit. So this 3-car battle is going to be a 4-car battle before you know it here. And then you've got the 5th place car right behind him, Busk, also hoping that they continue to be racy, because the more side-by-side they do and the less staying in line with the draft, the easier it is for those 4th and 5th place cars to try to catch back up and stay in the discussion.
And that's going to be a 5-car battle pretty quickly here, as Ryan Busk was really quick. His fastest car on the track in Spec Miata last time through by a half a second. So that car, white with the blue stripes and the flames just now leaving your frame, is flying right now with 15 minutes about halfway through this race coming up soon.
Yeah, it's definitely the flames. You know, any car with flames is
right,
definitely faster than all the rest of them. So Vance, Leveroni, Couch, Rudder, Busk, those are the 5 cars you just saw on your lane. The 6th car, Cooper Hicks, that is the orange 86 next in line. But he is far enough back where I don't think he's going to be able to make his way back into this lead pack unless there's a problem with these cars up front. Then you've got behind them Rizai, Pollard, and Johnson. There they are coming through your screen right there. Oh, that might have been a little side-by-side action.
Yeah, leaning on each other just a little bit. Johnson and Pollard going to let Rizai get away just a little bit. 2 NAs in that battle, the older generation.
There you go.
I think it's going to be Johnson who gets through on the position for 8th.
And just as we figured might happen, Ryan Busk now joining this to become a 5-car battle for the lead with 14 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. So now, Tom, do they stay and play like good boys here for a few laps and then go after it in the final 5, or do you think they're just going to try to keep swapping positions?
As I've watched so far, I think that the passing in this track seems to be fairly difficult. So I think you take what comes to you when it comes to you. If you have the opportunity, I don't know that there's a whole lot of timing involved in this unless someone has something held to their chest that they haven't shown us or the other drivers yet. This is now properly a 5-car battle. Here comes Brian Busk up the inside, now becomes the outside on Jeremy Rudder in the blue. I misidentified that as Couch a little bit earlier, my mistake. But now the problem shifts. You don't have to catch him, you have to pass him now.
Right. Always the age-old saying, it's easy to catch him. Passing is a whole different deal.
This battle much tighter than SMX at the front. Wallace still leads Korth, Hoagland, Andrews, and Shimbashi, but they're spread out to nearly 7 seconds across the top 5. This is the top 5 in the same camera shot in Spec Miata.
This is our Spec MX5 field now coming at us. Switch my timing screen over to Spec MX5. That's William Wallace up front, Jared Korth and Christian Hoagland right there. They're far enough ahead of Joey Andrews where, unless they have problems up front, Andrews is going to be nicely ensconced in 4th position. He's going to have to keep an eye on his rearview mirror, though, to make sure that the 5th, 6th, and 7th place cars who aren't that far back, they're kind of working together, trying to catch up to that 4th place car.
Jared Korth with a big look up the inside of turn 1. Was really late on the brakes. He couldn't make it work. He still runs in 2nd, but he threw a big warning there at William Wallace. I'm willing to take this battle if you let me have it. Wallace still leads in the black and red, and Christian Hoagland just gets to sit back and have the best seat in the house for the battle for now. But if any door opens, that dark blue car could easily find itself in the lead or 2nd position, dropping a tire coming off turn 3.
Those 3 cars up front, they've traded a little bit of positions, but they've essentially been the 3 leaders in this race right from the start. Andrews kind of in racing purgatory there, not close enough to the lead pack to catch them, but too close to the 2nd pack to not think about not being caught by them. So it's just a tough place to be when you're by yourself in between those 2 packs.
Wallace running defensive on the entry for turn number 5 into that turn number 6 into the hairpin. Now runs really defensive down the straight to turn 7. They almost go 3 wide. I think you want the inside for turn 7, but Korth is going to try something else. Oh no, Sam Razai with issues at the beginning of this lap is off at the pit exit. This is turn 1.
Great new graphic we're seeing here with the time differential between the 3rd and the 4th place car as that lead pack slowly pulling away from the 4th place car. So nice new feature here for DriversEye Live. And here we go.
As we looked away, Christian Hoagland took the lead in turn 7 as these two continue to duke it out. Now Jared Korth runs 2nd. Your leader from the entire race, William Wallace, now runs in 3rd as Hoagland is checking out.
Just like that. I wonder if Wallace made a little mistake there and that allowed the other 2 cars to get by, but you're right. It's going to be Hoagland, Korth, and Wallace. And then if you look back, that's allowed Joey Andrews to catch a little bit closer to that 3rd place car. But now look at the gaps, Tom, between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Those are big enough where they're going to be hard to catch each other.
I agree. They're well spread out, and based on how heavy they were battling down into the braking zone for turn 7, they must have just tripped each other up big time at the apex, which gave Hoagland the run through the corner probably fairly normally and just picked up the position what appears to be relatively easily. He's pulled out at least 1.2, 1.3 seconds, and oh no, William Wallace having issues. He slows in front of this battle for 5th.
Wow. All right, let's do this, Tom. We're got almost 10 minutes to go in this race. Let's take our break, and then we will come back. We'll get green flag action, hopefully all the way to the finish. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Buttonwillow. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Buttonwillow, Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman here on the call. 8 minutes to go in our Spec Miata Spec MX-5 race. Quick one to say hi to Carl T in the chat. Legendary Racing in the chat. Ryder Vance, I bet you I know who they're rooting for. Tyler Vance in the chat. Michael Shields, Leviathan in the chat. So Chase Fleming. Good and hello to all of you. Thank you for being with us today as we get to the final laps of this Spec Miata Spec MX-5. And it's been pretty fun to watch, Tom.
It's been great. We're watching on the camera now. This is the lead battle for Spec Miata, specifically second, third, and fourth. Tyler Vance has started to check out just a little bit, but Wyatt Couch has picked up the second spot over Nick Leveroni. Leveroni absolutely all over the back of the 66. Ryan Busk is in there too, but we have a dead car on driver's right exiting turn 4. Unfortunately, that was your leader for most of the race up until the mechanical issue reared its head for William Wallace. Covered with local yellow, drivers will be able to continue to race, except you can't set up a pass out of turn 4 while the safety vehicle is there. Here are your leaders in Spec Miata working turn 6.
Trying to take care of that car at the exit of 4, and sounds like we may be going to a full course yellow here, but we'll keep an eye on the action here as we make our way through the final few laps here. Unfortunately, at this point, if we go full course time, that'll probably be the end of this race.
Yeah, it would be tough to complete, but Ryan Busk is trying to make it happen before the yellow flag might come out. That was the battle for third in Spec Miata, which actually spreads things out. The number 7, take a look up the inside at turn the number 7 took a look at the inside at turn 7. Yeah, that's right. Nick Leveroni was able to fend him off around the outside.
And we can't see it, but behind our marker there is the full course yellow is out here with about 6 minutes to go. And Tom, you and I have been doing this long enough to know that 6 minutes, that's not a real good chance that we're going to get this thing restarted.
Keep our fingers crossed, but either way, I tend to agree. That's especially for, I mean, that's essentially as far away from the pit lane as that car could be. So whatever the mechanical issue that reared its head, maybe a transmission issue for that Spec MX-5. Christian Hoagland, the valiant effort, raced his way to the front, was the smartest driver in SMX if he wasn't the fastest, but he looks like he's poised to take the win for the first Super Tour race here of 2026.
All right, well, that car is moving. Pace car is going to come, and by the time the pace car collects the field, gets them all started, it's not going to probably be able to get everything back together here. So right now, our top 5 in each class: Tyler Vance, Wyatt Couch, Nick Leveroni, and Ryan Busk. Jeremy Rudder, that's your top 5 in Spec Miata. Then you've got in Spec MX-5, let me click my button over here. Christian Hoagland was the leader when the yellow flags came out, followed by Jared Korth, Joey Andrews, Aiden Simbazi, and Emmy Kissick made her way up to the top 5. Great for her. Ryan Gutile is in 6th right now, so a great drive for Emmy Kissick.
Yeah, Brian, that battle, the Shimbasi, Kissick, Gutile, Johnson train of cars, that they were running basically 5th to 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Just check there. But I mean, this will be a fun race to go back and rewatch and just pay attention to that battle, because they were absolutely all over each other. Now promoted to 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
I'm hearing that the field will take the checkered flag behind the pace car this time by. So they will complete one more lap of the pace lap, but it will be the cool down lap officially here. So that is going to be the way this wraps up here. So we will give everybody a chance to cross the line one more time, and then we will
So looking forward to the rest of the weekend with the format. They have another qualifying session tomorrow. You have to use the same tires all weekend in both of these classes, unless otherwise approved by the stewards. And then we have one more longer race, a 35-minute race, or I believe 19 laps, whichever comes first. I have to double check that lap counter. But either way, your fastest lap from this race or either qualifying session sets the grid for that other session, that final race. I don't know that there's much strategy you can do to manipulate your weekend necessarily, but there is a reality that somebody didn't get a fast lap in yet and could still jump up the grid for qualifying tomorrow. Right. Christian Hoagland, we'll have to go kind of do a meld of the spreadsheets and see who is the fastest for pole tomorrow after qualifying and see if anybody is standing on today's times.
Yeah, and spreadsheet melding is not my best skill.
So me neither.
So we're going to have to do a little bit of back of the napkin calculations here, and hopefully no one will get mad at us if we're off by 1 or 2.
We'll get our people on it, Brian. We'll get our people will get on it.
I'll have my people talk to your people, Tom.
Perfect.
All right, sounds good. And we're going to come across, this is the whole field now is caught up behind our pace car. So we'll let everybody cross the line, then I'll give you the, let's go to the top 10 in each group. As we wrap this thing up here. Don't want anybody to forget that right after this race here, we'll be having the Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600 race. Although I don't think we have any F6s, so it's just Formula F, Formula V. That's up next. We've got 3 races and then a short worker break. And depending on how long it takes to get things wrapped up here, that worker break may happen right now. But we'll get you all caught up on the schedule once we figure out all of what's going on. So here's our field, Tom, through turn 9 here for the last time. Well, second to last time. They'll come through behind the pace car one more time. But the last time in the race, because we're going to get our checkered flag here. Good news for the podium finishers in both races. Already locked that in. So now we've got three podium finishers in our first races here on each of these classes. Here they come across the line. So your top 10 in Spec MX5 is going to be Christian Hoagland, Jared Korth, Joey Andrews. They're going to stand on the podium. Aiden Shimbasi, Emmett Kissick, Ryan Gutiel. That's 4 through 6. And we've got Bryce Johnson, Wesley Molno, Gavin Wardle, and Andy Chittum is your top 10. Flipping my scoring panel here to Spec Miata. Tyler Vance, Wyatt Couch, Nick Leveroni, that's your podium. Followed by Ryan Busk, Jeremy Rudder, Cooper Hicks is 4 through 6. And then the top 10, Alex Pollard, Jake Johnson, Nicholas Stewart, and Hendrick Webster. We're going to take ourselves a break, and when we're ready to come back, it'll be Formula F, Formula V. That's next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, You take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a time attack challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
But I went up, they had, Friday and Saturday was the majors, Well, they had to have 3 days. Two days was a major, SCCA major.
All right, back out here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow. Group 3 up next. Another one of these great little SCCA gems of classes. Formula F's up front, Formula V's in the second group here. Let's do our starting lineups. On your front row is going to be Ed Erlinson in the number 54 Swift. Next to him, Johnny Crean, also in a Swift, car number 35. Row number 2 is the start of our Formula V's. Gavin Sweeney in the Protoform on the inside of row number 2. Next to him, Mace German in the number 89 Dart 2. Now moving on to row number 3, Marjorie Lundberg in the Caracol, car number 70. Next to her, Mark Edwards, car number 74 in the Glamdring. Row number 4, Blake Tatum driving the number 3 Crusader, and next to him, Don Manthe in the car number 40 Lynx. And then our last car starting in this group, Ronnie Chuck. He was in a Mysterian number 51. He had an issue in qualifying. I don't know if the car got put back together, but there's a lot of camaraderie in the Formula V class. I bet you they all got together and put that car back together, Tom.
And indeed, I see it at the back of the grid, so that's good news.
Yeah, so.
Biggest grid of Formula Vs we think we've ever seen at Buttonwillow for maybe any club race, at least for an SCCA race. In recent years, for sure.
Definitely, yeah.
It'll be fun to watch.
Should be a good time. Very interesting discussion here up at the front of the pack with Ed Erlinson. He is driving that car number 54, and we'd gotten some news earlier on here. That's Chuck Horn's old car. We lost Chuck earlier this year. He passed away, and Ed Erlinson's driving his car in his honor this weekend. Chuck Horn was a multiple regional Formula Ford Series champion here in 2019 and 2020. He had 23 race wins, 27 pole positions. Really a stalwart in Formula F out here on the West Coast. He is sadly missed, but this race being run in his honor in his car in that number 54 Swift. So I want to just take a second and let everyone know we're thinking about Chuck Horn and his family here as we're getting our races underway here at Buttonwillow. All right, we're about 3 corners away from getting this thing underway here. Formula Fs used to be known as Formula Fords, but now there is an opportunity to put a Honda in these cars, so they changed it from Formula Ford to Formula F. Sometimes hard to find some of the parts on those Fords, so the option is to put essentially, Tom, it's a Honda Fit motor that goes into the back of these cars. They found a way to make it fit and work and balance out the performance between the two.
See what you did there? They made it fit?
Yeah, they made it fit. Yeah, see what I did? I didn't even realize I was doing it. All right, here they come. First 2 cars are the Formula Fs, then a gaggle of Formula Vs behind them. And the green flag is in the air. It looks like an early green, but start-finish is much closer to turn 10 than it is to turn 1. So here they come down towards us. And that should be Ed Erlinson, yep, taking the early lead here as we get into turn 1. And then all of our Formula Vs cycle through to try to figure out who wants to lead here early on. They can't go side by side through most of this racetrack because it is so wide. They probably won't. You can see the top outside there going through turn. Oh, yeah, it looks like it might have a car.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, 2 cars sideways together. And it looked like there was contact on the way in at the back. That probably was Ronnie Chuck and Don Manthe. They were the 2 cars that got together, I believe, in qualifying also, right? Tom?
It is, if it's those 2. It's so many different line options with this big wide corner, and they touch just in trying to basically all converge in the middle of the corner. 3 different line options became 1, and those 2 cars ended up coming together for it. I think it might have been Mark Edwards that was the 3rd car, not involved in this incident, but was the 3rd car that essentially was involved with causing these 2 to maybe lose track of each other just a little bit.
Yeah. We'll see how long they end up sitting there and if they're going to have to get another chance. Oh, and then it looks like there's some more things going on there in turn 4.
That a car spun maybe in turn 6 coming out drivers. Is that drivers right?
Yeah, that is turn 6. So that's right up by the wall there on the exit of turn 6. It looks like I see a car there.
See if we can catch the spin on exit. Oh, it was our Formula V leader. He just drops the left rear tire coming off of turn number 6 and goes around. I think that's Gavin Sweeney.
I believe you're right.
Didn't look like he made contact with the wall, but the loose dirt there, indeed, he was able to continue under his own power. That's good news, but still the two cars stranded and stuck together at turn 2.
And we have gone full course yellow here as early in this race. I'm guessing that's so they can go get the cars that are up there in turn 2. And that is going to be the purpose of our full course yellow here. That would be a tough place to get cars if they were coming through even under a single yellow flag situation. So let's do this, Tom. Since we're taking the early full course yellow, let's take this opportunity to take our break. And then hopefully when we get back, we'll go green flag all the way to the finish and give you all of that action. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We'll take our break and we'll be back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Now at Buttonwillow, we're under full course yellow conditions. We had a couple of cars go off here at the start of the race. There they are, and they've got a couple of tow vehicles. They're going to try to probably lift them up by the roll bar and get them out of there, but that's a spot where you don't want to do it even under a local yellow. It is not a really good spot to be trying to operate as an emergency services group. So they're going to get them pulled out of there pretty quick here. You got a lot of great racing ahead here in the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. 9 events this year, down 1 from last year. We've added one, though, that a lot of people are hugely excited about. Tom, we'll get to that here at the end. But first off, we've got Road Atlanta up next. That's going to be a big Super Tour this year because, Tom, we talked about it earlier. It is the site of not this year's runoffs, but the runoffs in 2027 and 2028. Going back to Road Atlanta, that should be a good time, Tom.
Never too early to start planning for your runoffs run, so we're anticipating that to be a pretty huge event. And basically every race at Road Atlanta just became pretty prime for everyone's calendars. And then, as you said, we kind of travel the rest of the country. The way it works, you have to do a handful of races, a specific number of starts, and a specific number of weekends to qualify into the runoffs. But either way, this is essentially the top level of road racing in the SCCA. You're going to see nationwide. They're technically national events for what end up becoming the most competitive fields, no matter what track you go to.
Absolutely. So after VIR, or after Road Atlanta, we head back to VIR April 4th and 5th. Then we go to one of my favorite places on earth, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, April 25th and 26th. Follow that up with a trip to Portland International Raceway and Mid-Ohio in May. Then the June sprints, early in June, the 5th and 6th and 7th at Road America. Then our traditional stop at Watkins Glen, and then the new one on the list, Tom. And I have not been there. I am hoping you have. Barber Motorsports Park.
I have, and it is a special place. It's honestly, I think it's quite slept on for a club racing track. I don't know many regions that hold big races there. I don't know many organizations that hold big races there. So to see it on the SCCA calendar finally is so exciting. Obviously, an IndyCar race there. We've had lots of high-profile professional sports car races there over the years, but it's so much fun. Obviously, it has the reputation of being like a golf course. It's just a beautiful place. But so much fun to drive, and honestly, it's one of the best, I think, multi-class tracks out there just for staying engaged and having fun. So a lot of these races at the Super Tour are going to be blended classes, as we're watching here. That's going to be fun for drivers to pick up on, too.
Yeah, referred to by many as the Augusta National of Motorsports.
That's a golf joke, right?
It is a golf joke.
Okay, thanks.
A golf joke.
I'm going to learn a lot from you this year about sports, Brian. I feel it.
Well, as I have learned about Barber, there's only one SCCA race there every year. It's
right.
A motorcycle track mostly. It's also the Porsche driving experience track, so they got a lot of dates locked up for the Porsche guys, and it doesn't leave for a lot of issues. It looks like now we're going to bring the cars onto pit lane and stop them so they can get these cars wrapped up. We're going to black flag all. They're going to bring everybody in and get this mess cleaned up out at turn 2, and then we'll get back to race action.
So while we're here at Buttonwillow, we also have a handful of other SCCA events happening this weekend. There's a majors race at Eagles Canyon, another event that you can use to qualify for the runoffs. That's down in essentially the outskirts of Dallas-Fort Worth. So I've been seeing some friends racing there this weekend. We also have the SCCA Time Trials program. The new Time Attack Challenge, which is the national level Time Attack series, is at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway this weekend. Have friends out there turning in hot laps. This year is going to be the first year ever that the SCCA Time Trials program has a national championship. So that is actually at Eagles Canyon, down at the same track I just mentioned in Texas, in October. And that's another track that if it's not on your list and you do track driving or you're looking into it, that's a beautiful facility, an absolutely spectacular place. And it will be the first place in October where we have Time Attack National Champions crowned.
Now, did you do Eagles Canyon as part of the one lap?
Yeah, I've been there for endurance races and one lap of America. Correct.
So it's a great, everyone I've ever talked to has ever been to Eagle Canyon has just raved about it. It's a wonderful little club track, and I look forward to trying to get there at some point in time as much as we possibly can, because everybody seems to love that track, which is pretty darn cool. Also, just want to remind everybody, if you're an SCCA member and you haven't checked it out, all of these national convention sessions are available for you to watch. There's some really great content that came out of the National Convention every year, but this year in particular, there were several sessions that I saw that are worth going back and looking at. So if you're a member, you can log on to the SCCA.com website, and all of that content is there for you to click into and take advantage of if you weren't able to do it last month during the actual time of the National Convention. So another pretty cool option for you to go there. Also want to take this time, Tom, to thank the people dressed in white. If you see out there on the right, Tom, there's a bunch of people there dressed in white. They're the ones that wave the flags. If there's anybody at home who thinks that'd be a fun job to do, to come out to racetrack and do that, go to SCCA.com and look up your local region and get in touch, because we would love to have you come out and play with us. It is a ton of fun. It's as close as you're ever going to get to the racing action.
This is one of the last places I've seen where road racing is operated exclusively almost by volunteers. And it's not just the people waving those flags out on the track, but there's specialties that are taken nearly as seriously as the racers, if not more. If you work in tech, you have a lot of pride in teching the car, reviewing the car. If you work in stewarding, you have a lot of pride in holding the drivers accountable and enforcing the rules. So there's it's kind of a twofold thing here with road racing, where you have, of course, the drivers, and that tends to be the most glamorous, the thing that people aspire to first. But when you really get in the ecosystem, if you want to call it, in the sphere of road racing, you realize there's all these different specialties. Look at me here. I'm a driver and I'm commentating because I figured out I loved it. So there's so many different ways to be in racing without, if you can't figure out a way to get in the car.
Yeah. No question. So lots of opportunities here as our clock continues to roll down here during the black flag situation. Hopefully we'll be able to get everybody going here. We saw one of the two cars has been able to move on. They're going to go back to the pit lane now. And I know that there's one more car that we want to see get picked up and moving, so that's good. The clock does not stop here in the SCCA during a black flag situation, so there is the option for the stewards to add a couple of minutes at the end if they choose to do so, if there's time on the schedule. Haven't heard yet whether or not they're going to do that, but that is a potential option here. So
Couple of drivers that are, well, at least there's one or two drivers that are going to be content with the opportunity to reset, assuming we get to go back to green. Gavin Sweeney is the pole sitter from Formula V who ended up spinning at turn 6 on the exit of the corner and lost a bunch of positions. He ended up coming down the pit lane to this black flag in 5th as everything settled out, which as far as cars on the track goes is now last place in Formula V. So they'll maybe get an opportunity to charge back forward. And unfortunately, Marjorie Lundberg also got held up by that incident, or that small spin. I think she was running in the 2nd position and maybe had to bail. So that promotes Mace German up to the current lead in Formula V. Blake Tatum in 2nd and Mark Edwards in 3rd. Those cars were 3rd, 4th, and 5th when they came to the green flag. So I'm not sure that they love the opportunity for the other cars to come back as much as the other cars will. But, and then that said, Ed Erlinson and Johnny Crean, the top 2 and only 2 there in FF.
Yeah, the clock continues to roll. The cars do get to bunch back up. Now, one thing they cannot do is work on these cars during the black flag. So basically all wrenches are down. So even though they're on pit lane, their crews can look around the cars. They can observe the cars. They can decide if there's something that needs to be fixed once they go back to once the black gets pulled, but they cannot touch the cars under the black flag situation. I'm hearing we're under 1 minute to get back to cars on the racetrack, Tom.
If my eyes don't deceive me, I think one of the 2 cars, maybe Ronnie Chuck, no, Donald Manthe, I think, was able to resume once those 2 cars were pulled apart. If I didn't identify that correctly, forgive me, but we'll double check on that. I think one car drove away. The issue with
It did.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive to have gone either wheel-to-wheel contact either way. But I think the issue is that they ended up tangled together and also high-sided on the edge of the track, so they had to take a little bit of extra time for that to get them apart.
Yeah, and as I understand it, they had to do a full track blockage to be able to pull them out.
Right.
And that was what caused the black flag. So all cars have restarted. Pace car is been given the direction to continue down pit lane. We are going to get back to action. By the time they get to the green, that's going to have about 8 minutes left in this race. Up next for us is going to be Spec Racer Ford 3. We got about 25 or so Spec Racer Fords coming up next, so don't go away. We got plenty of racing action left for you this afternoon. So 9:50 left on the clock. We're going to see them come right at us. The yellow flags will stay up until the pace car comes onto pit lane, and then we will get back to racing action here. Oh, we've got car alarms going off. The reverberations from our cars have... Have you seen a space shuttle launch, Tom?
Of course, yeah. Well, not in person, but on TV.
In person, all the cars in the parking lot, the car alarms go off.
Oh, wow.
And it's funny because you don't hear the space shuttle until like 10-15 seconds after it goes off because you're so far away. And then right after you hear it, then all the car alarms start going off. It's crazy.
That sounds pretty incredible. I have to I don't know how I don't know how to make it happen, but I would love to see that in person one day.
Yeah. All right, 8:55 on the clock as I come through turn 3 now.
Just taking visual stock of who's left right now. We're missing a Formula Ford as well, or Formula F. I only see one at the front. It's the black one, but I don't know if that's Erlinson or Crean. And then we're down to what looks like 5 Formula Vs. Mace German did not pop up as back on track in timing and scoring, but we've had timing throw me off a little earlier before too, so we don't check on that.
I'm hearing that there's a crew member trotting down pit lane with a battery, trying to get to one of the cars. I'm going to guess maybe the Formula Ford car, because those are typically battery. You can plug in a battery to get them started. So I'm going to guess one of our Formula Fs was not able to get started after our black flag. Usually, Tom, as you know, I'm sure they put these really tiny batteries on, basically just enough to keep the car going while it's racing, but not really enough to get it restarted at the end of the race. So they usually use an off-board or a remote battery to help get the thing started.
Yeah, I just caught the Formula F left over on the track is Ed Erlinson. So Johnny Crean maybe with that issue getting the car started as Mace German pops back up on my timing and storing screen. So we're down to German, Tatum, Edwards, Lundberg, and Sweeney are the 5 Vs left over.
Yep. Lights are out on the pace car. They've got a couple corners left to go before they'll get back to racing action here with, I'm going to guess here, about 7 minutes left or so. Maybe 6.5.
Plenty of time for a race.
Yeah, no question. They're going to get probably 3 laps in here before we wrap this thing up. So nothing has been decided yet, and especially with them all bunched up, pretty much it's any driver's race at this point, at least any of the drivers who are still on the racetrack.
Especially with the 2 fastest Formula Vs left over at the back. So this will be a lot of fun, especially at the green flag for V.
So Ed Erlinson should pretty much just drive away here. The Formula F quite a bit faster than the Formula Vs by 11 seconds a lap on average. So he'll just drive away, and then we'll have a great Formula V race to talk about here for about 3 more laps. Here they come to the green flag, hopefully. Green flag is in the air. Let's go racing. And here they all come down towards us for the second time at speed. There's Erlinson coming through, and a bunch of Formula Vs.
Yeah, the Vs fanned out quickly. Oh, no, it's another lockup for the number 70. I think that's Marjorie Lundberg, goes for a spin at the entry of turn 1. As now Gavin Sweeney, who's in the yellow, the solid yellow, are in third. Already picked up 2 positions, looking to the outside. Knifes across the nose of Mark Edwards in the second of the 2 yellow Formula Vs. And we're side by side for the lead between German and Tatum.
As they come through turn 3 and up the hill, the tiny little hill to turn 4 here. Those front 3 Vs trying to find a way to sort themselves out here. No issues coming out of 4. Now down the hill towards turn 5. Sweeney makes the move into second place before turn 5. He may be in the lead by the time they exit turn 6 here, Tom.
Making quick work of it, and he had a huge amount of pace over the rest of the field. Another spin in V. These cold tires catching everybody out as Mace German goes for a spin at the entry of turn 6.
Wow, and the big benefactor here of this yellow flag is Gavin Sweeney. If you remember, he spun on the opening lap right there at turn 6. He would have been out of contention without that yellow flag to catch everybody back up. And now he's going to come out of turn 7 in the lead of this race with probably 2 laps to go.
But he's got company. I think that's Blake Tatum in the silver car. I have to double check when they get a little closer for my cameras here. But as I was mentioning, Gavin Sweeney was up by a couple seconds in qualifying over the rest of the V field, who were all very close together. So it's not a huge surprise to see that car charge forward. But the bigger surprise is just how many cars have lost control on this first lap on their own in Formula V. I think that's 4 separate spins across 7 different entries. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, you have to come back with 3 or 4 laps to go, and you realize that all your time to race has been compressed. You maybe take some chances early on that first lap back to green that you might not take if you had more time. But in the end, it is Sweeney across the line in first place in Formula V, followed by Blake Tatum, then Mark Edwards in the Glamdring in third place right now, as Mace German comes and starts to fall back a little bit. Marjorie Lundberg is in 6th place. 3 minutes 45. I think we're going to get 2 more laps in here, Tom.
That sounds about right to me. And Marjorie Lundberg does have enough time, I think, if she can get the temps up and get back to her pace in the number 70 car to potentially catch up to Mace German. But German was one of the quicker Formula Vs as well. Bigger question is whether Blake Tatum and Mark Edwards have enough pace as those two cars start to charge back. I think Tatum has plenty of pace. He's still racy with Gavin Sweeney down the straightaway between turns 4 and 5.
They'll come out of turn 5 up the hill towards the hairpin here. Sweeney with about a 1 car length lead. Tatum hanging in there, trying to be there here for the finish of this race. Then there's Mark Edwards hanging in there as well. None of these cars are terribly new, but that Mark Edwards car is probably 40 years old, and it is right there with these lead cars and hanging pretty close to the back of those front two.
Love to see all the different shapes of Formula Vs. We already talked about the names during qualifying. This battle for the first spot, though, Gavin Sweeney has not pulled away at all. Blake Tatum doing a great job in the silver car. Knifes up underneath the back end just ever so slightly. He's going to get drugged just a little on this exit, I think, though. Gavin Sweeney feeling the pressure, goes protective into turn 9.
Looking at the track record in Formula F, we can talk about that for half a second here. It is a 149.937, and Ed Erlinson pretty a good bit off that pace of the 153.1 right now, so that probably isn't going to get challenged here today.
Gavin Sweeney once again going protective into turn 1. I think this is going to open an opportunity for Blake Tatum to do the over-under. Gets a little bit of a run on the shallower line at the exit, but Sweeney does a good job with the exit of the corner as well. They still run 1-2 in Formula V. Big wiggle for Blake Tatum on the brakes coming into turn 2. Just a slight drag of the brakes to pull the car into that corner, and the back end dances underneath him.
Yeah, Sweeney's been putting his car in a really good spot to defend going into some of these longer, some of the corners after the longer straights. And if you take a look, he just takes a little look to the inside and kind of cuts off what might be an attempt to go and make that pass. We'll see if he does it again here coming into turn 5 and 6. And I saw it mostly going into turn 7. Tatum, though, right there as they come past us here out of 4 and down towards 5. Here they come up the hill now to turn 6. Tatum not trying to do anything there. But let's see, Tom, when they come down to 7 here, let's see if Sweeney takes a little bit inside line to cut off a little bit the nice easy turn into 7. He's going to make me look really silly, isn't he, Tom? Yeah, no, just kept his line.
Yeah, he got a really good exit out of turn 6 last time through. On the previous shot, he opened up the entry so much. One of the latest turn-ins we've seen of anybody for that corner, which inherently straightens out the exit, gets you on throttle nice and early, and he's pulled out now about a 3 car length lead over Blake Tatum.
Your top 3 in Formula V right now, Sweeney, Tatum, and Edwards. Ed Erlinson all by himself out front in the Formula F car after Johnny Crean had problems leaving pit lane after the black flag. Looks like Sweeney has opened up another car length here as they come through turn 10. White flag is in the air, Tom. Final lap here at Buttonwillow for this race today.
And if Ed Erlinson wasn't on track, that would have been the checkered, but because he is, the faster class car means the Formula Vs get one more lap as well. And that time through, Gavin Sweeney finally realized some of that extra pace we thought he might have, pulls it out to maybe 6 or 7 car lengths now. Question is also remaining whether there's any shift at the back. I think Marjorie Lundberg may have picked up a spot. Do you see that as well? Over Mace German.
I do. It looks like she's moved herself up into 5th overall, 4th in class. I don't think she's got enough to catch Mark Edwards. Mark Edwards has just quietly kept it together and is going to end up on the podium. There is Marjorie Lundberg right there, but I don't think she's got enough time to catch Mark Edwards. Although her lap times are about 0.8 of a second faster than Edwards.
Yeah, and I see Mace German still in the running as well. I'm not sure which red car is which, excuse me, but German is still running. All 5 Formula Vs sweeping through turn 5 now.
Yep. All with nice gaps between them, so there is your Formula V race leader, Sweeney, coming down the hill.
Got into turn 7 for the final time today. They'll all be back out tomorrow racing again. So first of 2, it's a doubleheader weekend here at Buttonwillow. Rounds 1 and 2 of the Super Tour. Checkered flag in the air for Ed Erlinson. He's going to take the overall lead here in that Swift, the 54 car, honoring Chuck Horn this weekend. Here's your Formula V field through 8 for the final time today.
You can almost see the urgency from the 4th and 5th place Vs. They're not going to get there, I don't think, unless there's a big mistake from Mark Edwards. I'll knock on wood so I don't jinx him. But Mace German and Marjorie Lundberg both driving with their hair on fire, trying to run down that final podium position. There they come into turn 9, but the checkered flag is out. Gavin Sweeney, heart in his throat probably at the beginning of the race, but he comes home with the win.
There you go. Second place, Blake Tatum. Third place, Mark Edwards. Not always the fastest driver, but one thing Mark Edwards doesn't do, and that is make mistakes. So he'll come home third here. Mace German back into 4th place in Formula V, followed by Marjorie Lundberg. Johnny Crane, I don't think he'll be considered a finisher here because he only got 3 laps in. So he will end up in 7th, but I don't think that's enough laps to be considered a finisher. You have to finish half of the laps of the race leader. So that's how they're going to roll out here for our 3rd race of the day. We've got Spec Race for Ford 3 up next. We have a short worker break, so it's probably going to be about 10 minutes before we get back to action here. We'll take a break. When we come back, Spec Race for Ford. Stay with us, everyone.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
said that Tom's just running around all over the country.
He's in Texas.
Yeah.
He went to Daytona.
Yeah.
Then he's gonna do St. Pete.
Then he was going. Well, he did Daytona, then he did Sebring, and he's going to St. Pete.
Yep. So he just stays there and Texarkana. He's got a house there.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman here, and we got a big field, so let's get right to our starting lineups here. Also, Director Jordan Worth. Thank you, Jordan, for pressing all the buttons, making us look good. Appreciate that. On the front row, multiple national champion Mike Miserandino is your pole sitter. Reigning, defending national champion Caleb Schrader in second place. This is going to be good, folks. In row number 2, Assad Nikadamabiav, which I completely butchered, and I apologize. John Black is outside of row number 2. I'll get that right before the race is over. Michael Newmeyer is in 6th place, row 3, with Robert Edmondson. In row 4, we've got Rob Peelsticker and AJ Abed in row number 4. Moving on now to row number 5, we have Steve Fogg and John McClintock. And we have in row number 6, Umberto Malete. In row number 6 was Sean O'Boyle. Eric Hand will be in row 7 with Tom Miserandino. Now on to row number 8, and one of the family members came over to correct us, and we appreciate that. McGuire Dickerhoof is in row number 8 with Paul Marino. Tom Burt in row number 9 with Jay Rosenthal on the outside. Moving on now to row number 10, Clayton Powers and Paul Gowdy. Row 11, Mark Ballingy and Denny Fostick. Row 12 is Vince Balch and Doug Stewart. Mike Moshe is in the 13th row with David Roth. And Don Paller rounds out our field in row 14. So there is our starting lineup, Tom, as they come down towards the entrance to turn 7. Just a couple of corners to go, and with 2 national champions in the front row, I think John Black's also a former national champion as well. This is a pretty stacked field.
It's a really stout field all the way through, but especially that front couple of rows. We also have a bunch of fans for Assad Nikadambayev starting in the 3rd spot with the gray, black, and green. 15-year-old driver, car number 14. Well, 144 this weekend, but very young. Seen a lot of sim racing. Have some fans who broadcast his sim races in our live stream chat, so there's a lot to watch for.
Nice. Here they come here now towards turn 9, or they're starting to form up in those normal 2x2 rows that we get here in the SCCA. On board here with John McClintock. Great to have those onboard cameras. We appreciate that.
The view from 10th. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah. That's one of those, you're looking out your front window, you're looking out your rear window, because at 10th it gets really busy back there at the start of these races. All right, here they come onto the front straight. The Lerdo Highway out there in the background, cars going in the wrong direction. And here they come, green flag in the air, 25 cars heading down towards turn 1, 4 wide, maybe even 5 wide as they head to turn 1 for the first time. And it's Mike Miserandino on the inside with Caleb Schrader on the outside, coming through 1, down towards 2. It looks like Miserandino's got the best of him, but there is Schrader there in a good spot going into 2 now side by side.
John Black also with a great start. That's the dark blue and slightly red accents. I think Nikadambayev got shuffled to the outside, salvages it for 5th. I think it's Michael Newmeyer who might have slotted up one more position. A little lockup in the background, but we're single file for the top 10 or so coming out of turn 3.
Schrader, Miserandino, Black, 1, 2, and 3. Here's the in-car from McClintock as they come up the hill towards 4. It's a right-hander, then they go down the hill, longer straight towards turn 5. Look at that field strung out now, mostly single file back through the field. There is Schrader on point. Miserandino's the white car. John Black is the number 57 in 3rd place, 17 in 3rd place.
Lots of moves up the inside for turn 6. It's tempting. It's so wide, but that's a slow corner. You're going to ruin your exit if you're not careful. In the background is the field finally stringing out mostly. Schrader leading the way over Miserandino. John Black in 3rd. Those have pulled out just a little bit over the rest. I think I saw Nicker Dumbev coming in the inside of turn 6. Going to be stuck there in the 5th position with the black car, I believe, of Michael Newmeyer in between.
Those top 3 cars now are going to try, I'm guessing, to work together and try to pull away a little bit from the rest of this field. They've got about a 4-car length lead between 3rd and 4th. Those are the guys that are going to try to work together. 4th place on back, they're going to have to work together to stay in touch with the leaders. If they don't, it'll be 3 cars lights out. Caleb Schrader across the line first. A big wheel off there. Causing some dust, which is, quintessential Buttonwillow as they come now down towards turn 1.
No matter how often it happens, it's always terrifying to go flat out through a cloud of dust like that. You just cannot see anything at all. Get used to it a little bit, but it never is. It's never not unnerving. Excuse me. John Black looking really racy on the back of Mike Miserandino. These two are going to be absolutely intimately aware of each other's plans, potentially even working together. And that's one of the byproducts of Spec Racer Ford is you don't spend a lot of time driving by yourself, no matter what region or track you go to. There's always people to race with. Unlike, not all classes are like that. You might find yourself kind of by yourself in other categories, but this class, as a byproduct, you end up as a very good racer because you're always racing in Spec Racer Ford, even in the practice and qualifying sessions, it seems.
Yeah, no question. Racing all the way throughout the field. Shouldn't be too big of an issue today, but the nose-to-tail action can cause some overheating in these cars. With the temperatures today, shouldn't be an issue. But if you see John Black pulling out just a tiny bit a little bit later in this race, you might think he's maybe thinking to pass. More likely, he's trying to get a little air into that radiator, that little tiny 3-inch slit there in the front. That's the only air intake for these cars.
Somebody with a slow exit out of turn 6. The field ended up splitting him 3 wide for a little bit in the second half of the field. Missed exactly which car that was, but I think it may have been the 15 of Tom Miserandino, recovering potentially from that issue. But the field, for the most part, stringing out single file. It may have been the 45 of Tom Bird. I just caught the 5, the second part of the nose, the number on the nose.
Caleb Schrader already pulling out now with a little bit of a lead over those 2nd place and 3rd place cars. It is going to be at the line a lead of 0.853 seconds. So that is what you see there between that black and red car up front of Schrader and then the white car of Miserandino. So Schrader is showing why he is the defending national champion, with 2 national championships trying to hunt him down here at Buttonwillow as we get through the first part of our first race of the weekend in Spec Racer Ford 3. Now it's just a little sneaky snake action through turns 2 and 3 as they head on this little short chute up to turn 4. Turn 4 is one of those corners, Tommy. If you take it right, it gives you a great run down towards that straightaway to turn 5.
Yeah, it's better to think about it as part of the straightaway down to turn 5 rather than a corner itself. These cars likely just about flat out, depending on the setup. I think the mid-engine might get a little pushy through that fast corner. John Black around the outside. Did he just pull off an outside pass at turn 5?
Yes,
on
he
Mike
did.
Miserandino. He's into 2nd position. Assad Nikardumbev is also up a position into 4th.
Got a debris flag out there at turn 6. Oh, there's a car putting a wheel off there, been able to collect it and get back on the racetrack. Debris flags at Buttonwillow are not uncommon. Dust in the air makes for a slippery surface in a lot of situations, both here and at the old track. or the original track. I should call it the old track. But yeah, that's not uncommon here. In car now with John McClintock. What are you seeing here, Tom?
I just see, I mean, you're settled into the pace at this point. I try to watch for a couple of details. Are riding along board at 11th position, and you can see the leaders just sweeping into turn 9 there. He's really not that far back. Just so many cars between him and the leaders, though. Little bit of a breather of the throttle, and now do we watch the throttle trace in the lower right? Half position on entry, and then back to full throttle at the apex. So not quite flat out for the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s in the final corner. And I don't think this track has quite high enough top speeds for the draft to be a huge deal here either. You saw he was tucked into the draft of Umberto Miletti just in front. Umberto, a big slide trying to pick up the power early, uses all the track at the pit exit. But either way, not a lot of draft on the front straightaway for John McClintock. It doesn't seem to be playing out for anybody really working together like that.
Interesting to see how loose that Umberto car was right there. Miletti's car going into turn 9. I was really surprised to see under braking how much that car was loose. But He was able to collect it, and here we go now up through turn 4 and then down towards turn 5. There is your race leader, Caleb Schrader. And look at the gap he has opened up now back to John Black. At least a second and a half, maybe even more by the time they get to the line this time. Schrader's putting on a show here. Oh, little puff of dust there coming out of 5.
Trying to use all of the track, all of the banking to your advantage into turn 5 before what ends up being a very late turn in, late apex, turn 6. Handful of cars, you're tempted to take a peek there, but again, it can really shoot you in the foot, for lack of a better term, because you just lose the run down this long straightaway that we're looking at now.
It'll be very interesting to see this 14-year-old Nikita Dambayev as he comes up on the back of many national champions, to see how he treats this next few laps here once he gets into that position. Is he going to try to vie for that third place spot with Miserandino, or is he going to be happy to sit back there and learn a little bit and figure out when the best time is to come by?
You mentioned Miserandino, very intimately aware or familiar with this track, spends probably most of his time here, more than anywhere else, I'd bet, but he doesn't seem to have the pace in that third place car. John Black picked up the second position a couple laps ago, and Miserandino has, if anything, slipped a little further back in the clutches of Nikita Dambayev. He has all but closed up. There's just a couple car lengths between those two, but does Miserandino have something in the car that he's not using yet? I doubt it. That's not really how Spec Racer Ford works.
No, it's not. And John Black just went purple. Fast lap of the day, a 152.172. He's closed the gap to Caleb Schrader, 1.388. John Black is Caleb Schrader's mentor. He doesn't want the student to drive away from him, so he's going to keep on it and try to keep going here as we get to the about 16 minutes to go here in our race here in Spec Racer Ford 3. Here they come now down through turn 5 is where we'll pick them up next, and then up the hill towards 6. There they are. Schrader, no pressure from John Black at the moment, but look at that 14 car really starting to get big in the mirrors of Miserandino. Miserandino's gonna have to work hard to keep him behind. Gotta wonder if Nikita Dambayev can get around the 11 car. Will he have anything to go and try to vie for second place? But that's a podium battle right there. The green and black car is the 14-year-old Asad Nikita Dambayev, and then right in front of him, multiple national champion Mike Miserandino here. Here is the way that they're looking on the racetrack as far as the times go, and you can see that the 144 car slowly chipping away at the 11 car, a little bit faster every lap.
And these can be some of the most intense races. You may not have a lot of side-by-side, but it's qualifying level laps being put in lap after lap here. Nikita Dambayev definitely the faster of the two cars as it lays right now. I think John Black is also just easing ever so slightly towards Caleb Schrader, who's just been so impressive. Won last year's national championship race. One car off wide at turn 10. Holds onto it. But Schrader won by just a nose over Brian Schofield at last year's runoffs. This race, though, just put a stamp on it and driven away quite a bit.
This time by, it was a 2-second lead between, so Schrader was able to open it up a little bit more over Black. So Black put in that one amazing lap, but not quite as good the next lap. And Schrader able to pick up another 0.7 of a second over that second place car. So right now your top 10, Caleb Schrader, John Black, Mike Miserandino, Asad Nikita Dambayev in 4th, followed by Robert Edmondson, Michael Newmeyer, Rob Peelsticker, Stephen Fogg, Umberto Mulete in 9th, and John McClintock is holding on to that 10th place spot.
Just in front of EJ Abed, who has slipped down ever so slightly in this race. There is 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and the rest coming through turn 6 in front of our cameras now. The 67 car, Sean O'Boyle, just there is 12th. So that's a pretty big pack of cars, all within striking distance of one another.
Now the question is, does the youngster have the discipline to realize that he's probably not going to catch the leader in this race, but he's got a really good shot at 3rd? And if he takes and makes the decision to do it at the right time, he's got a podium position in the offing here. As I say that, he looks like he puts his nose out here to try to get around, and he's going to make the pass on Mike Miserandino going into 9. Now sets his sights on second place with 13 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Very savvy work from Mike Miserandino, I must say. Made that pass happen with pretty low friction. That's not a big braking zone, so I don't think that was as much a hero move from Nicker Dumbev as it was Mike Miserandino kind of opening the door and realizing he can now tuck in, maybe pick up something that he's missing because the pace isn't there for the 11 car. But regardless, he will now have a bit of a draft, and if anything, might be able to work with Assad. They're now running in third.
Yeah,
that time. Go ahead.
I'd say if you can let Assad pull him back up to the front of the field, in the end, even if you don't have the best pace, if you're there on the final lap in that lead pack, anybody can win.
Number 22, Robert Edmondson, starting to pull away from the rest of that pack. That's fifth place. Michael Newmeyer has a absolute mirror full of Rob Peelsticker and Steve Fogg. Those three cars completely nose astern. You don't see Spec Racer Ford spread out like this very often. Caleb Schrader, his absolutely swinging for the fences.
Yeah, it's something we've watched Caleb Schrader basically grow up in this class out here on the West Coast, and it's not as common in the Spec Racer Ford overall, but we've seen him do this a lot out here, just slowly inching away, a half a second here, a half a second there, and by the time you get to the end of the race, it becomes a 4 or 5 second win for him. So this is kind of what we have learned to expect out of Caleb Schrader here when we see him out here. But when you've got a field as tight as this on a Super Tour, it's really impressive. So 12 minutes to go here, halfway in our race. So let's take our break. When we come back, hopefully green flag action all the way to the finish. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here live from Buttonwillow Raceway Park.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Back live at what has become a beautiful afternoon here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Sunny skies, very little wind today. At the moment, our weather temperature here, 66 degrees, Chamber of Commerce weather in Kern County, California, Tom. And a great race up front.
Definitely a great race. We saw on the commercial break a little slip for the 127. Paul Gowdy slid off the track at turn 8, but rejoined. The story right now, though, Assad Nicker-Dumbev has absolutely run down John Black for second place. The black and green car with the 15-year-old at the wheel, chasing down one of the most experienced spec racer drivers ever. battling for second, but they're well behind Caleb Schrader, who has dominated this race so far, 3.3 seconds to the good in front of the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's unlikely they'll catch Schrader on just raw pace, but there's certainly a battle for second place here. Miser and Dino's dropped back a little over the last few laps, so he probably won't be able to catch this battle at the moment, but we'll see what happens here. Where does he play and make the move here? We've seen lots of times, Tom, where if you make the move too early in Spec Racer Ford, you can end up getting that bitten back at you on the last lap, so we'll see what he does.
Exactly. Now, that tends to be on tracks with more draft involved.
Sure.
That's exactly how Schrader won his championship last year. After, all is said and done, there's a lot more to the race than that, of course. But this track without the draft, I'm not sure you have to be as calculated. It's curious to hear from these drivers maybe after today's racing and see how tomorrow's racing unfolds. Nicker Dumbev still on the back bumper, or on the back whatever is right there from John Black.
It's a tailpipe.
Tailpipe, sure.
Yeah.
Interesting to watch these drivers also with their slightly different preferences. There's a little bit of setup involved, of course, if you want to prioritize exits, if you want to prioritize rolling speed in the middle of the corner. But either way, John Black, I think, prioritizing the exits just a little bit more. Nicker Dumbev carving the entries ever so slightly more. To the same effect, though.
Yeah, that 14 car, running essentially the perfect race so far. And lap times pretty much right next to each other there. And Nicker Dumbev has made the move going into turn 5, it looks like. So he has now taken over that second place position. Now John Black's going to try to stick with him. With 8 minutes to go, though, and 3.5 seconds to make up, Tom, do you think there's any time to catch the leader here?
It would be really impressive if he did. They have very similar lap times as far as their best lap times go, but that was a decisive move up the inside of turn 6 for Nicker Dumbev. He picks up the second position, but John Black is all over the back of him, and I have to say, Black didn't fight him much either, so Nicker Dumbev willing to make the moves, but neither driver that he's had to pass in this race has put up a huge fight, as Black really opened up the entry of turn 5 once Nicker Dumbev went for the gap.
And since Black and Schrader are very much so teammates, I'm not quite sure how much help he's going to want to give to help the 14 car get to the leader. Yes, the 144 car, correct.
Last time by, the fastest lap for Caleb Schrader, or sorry, that last time by's lap for Caleb Schrader, a 152.57. Nicker Dumbev a 52.58. So he was 0.01 slower, but that's effectively a tie. That doesn't bode well for running the leader down necessarily, but I think he's solidly in second. Puts him in personal best. Sector 1, though, the 144 has more pace in it. Look at the gap he's pulled.
Well, and that was a lap where he had to contend with the pass on John Black. So now that he's out front by himself, this will be a really good lap to compare to Schrader, because each one of them basically now running on their own. And now we'll get a real good idea of what the pace is between these two cars as we end up with this last lap with 5 minutes to go. But with 5 minutes to go here, minute 52 laps, that's probably 3 laps to go once we get to the checkered the start-finish line here. And I don't know that 3 laps is enough at this pace.
In the second half of the top 10, we've had some shuffling. Unfortunately, Michael Newmeyer, who had been running in the 5th position, or 6th, excuse me, has slipped all the way down to 9th. It's promoted Rob Peelsticker just behind this number 22. There's Peelsticker now coming through in 6th. Steve Fogg, John McClintock, our camera car, up from 11th last time we jumped on board to 8th now. Still buried underneath the back of a Spec Racer Ford going into turn 8, though. Some things don't change.
Of course. McClintock's in car here. So in front of him, that should be Steve Fogg that we're looking at, as they now come down towards turn 9. Little right-left combination to get you onto the front stretch here. When you come out of 9, you exit real close to the edge of the track, and if you put it off just a little bit, you get into that dirt there and put up a nice big cloud of dust for us. Here they come across the line here with what is, I think, going to be their 2 more laps to go for those folks. So now we look at the lap time between Nicker Dumbev and Schrader, and That was a 0.2 of a second faster lap for the second place car. So 0.2 of a second, you got to be making up a lot more to make up that gap in the little bit of time that we have left.
Impressive nonetheless. It's also
Yes,
fun
no
to
question.
watch on board there with McClintock. Watch the cars when they're loaded in the corner kind of rocking. They're trying to rotate and keep cornering, but the driver holding onto the wheel just preventing it from rotating it too much as the car is fully loaded in the corner. A lot of fun to watch how much these cars rely on mechanical grip. They're sporty looking, but they don't have any real effective aero when you think of wings or underbody tunnels, anything like that. These are not necessarily quote-unquote prototypes in that way. Just a single-seat sports racer. John Black has not let Nicker Dumbev get very far this lap. Nicker Dumbev quicker last time by, but this time it's stabilized at about that maybe 4 car lengths or so.
Yeah, not letting him away, but also not getting up underneath his rear tailpipe there to help push him towards the front either. So not really working together, but this time by should be 2 to go. All goes as planned with 2:32 left on the clock. Yep, no white flag. So next time by, we should get the white flag here as we wrap this one up. Don't forget, we've got our STL, STU, T3, and T4 class race up next. I'll be right after this one. There's Schrader in the red car up front, followed by Nikodambev in second in the 144 car. John Black right behind him in that blue and red and white car. That's the 17 car. I wonder, Tom, do you think John Black's really just sitting there waiting for the last lap and he's got something he's holding back?
Half the other tracks we go to, I'd agree with you, Brian, but this track I don't think rewards that sort of mindset. There's no opportunity to make the move on the last lap and swap the positions like you would see at Road Atlanta, Road America, even Mid-Ohio, halfway down the back straightaway. It's halfway through the lap, excuse me, but that back straightaway is long enough. This track doesn't seem to really have that, especially because the corners are all more of that mid-speed corner. So I don't think the top speeds are particularly high here, even though the straightaways may feel somewhat long.
Yeah, the longer straightaways don't end in a tight corner, which would be a heavy braking zone like you're talking about. So that makes a lot of sense.
Lap traffic going to become a factor on the final lap here. Caleb Schrader is the first to encounter. I missed the car number, but I saw it just ahead there as they flashed out a screen. John Black slipping back ever so slightly further, 2 or 3 car lengths again this lap from Nicker Dumbayev.
And as I'm sure you know, Tom, the leader getting by the lap traffic is usually fairly easy, but they don't always realize second and third and fourth might be coming through also. So ooh, big wiggle for John Black coming through 9. That's going to end his chances to catch the second place car with the white flag in the air for the final time here. The final lap in this race for this weekend, or for this day. We'll do it again tomorrow.
You know, the other question I have maybe, Brian, is we've seen the track temperature change massively, or just the temperature in general, but certainly the track temperature changed massively today. They qualified in maybe 50 degree, 52 degree weather, and the track was pretty cold and still fairly green. In this race, the air temp is way warmer, the track temp is way warmer, the track is cleaner. So there are setup decisions that go into that. There may be situation potentially for someone like Mike Miserandino. They're sitting in 4th in the white car. He was on the front row, but just doesn't have pace in this race. They can probably reverse engineer why that is and get the car set up a little bit better for tomorrow based on the track conditions they're actually racing in versus qualifying.
Yep, definitely. Every opportunity on the racetrack is an opportunity to learn what you need. Oh, big spin right in front of our race leader. No problems for them, but that's going to pull out a yellow there. We'll see if that car can get back into the action. I don't think it hit anything.
No, and maybe just a little bit preoccupied with the lap traffic, as it's the number 30 of Don Paula. Excuse me, Don, if I mispronounced one way or the other, but just got a little bit in the dirt coming off of turn 5, and the back end went around on him in front of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. A heart-stopping moment, no doubt.
Schrader slid by without any issues. Also, your second place car and third place cars, no problems as they come to the line now after the final lap here. There is your race leader. That's the next car coming through our screen right there. There is Caleb Schrader as he comes through 9 for the final time. Then we've got second and third place. Your race leaders on the front straight. The win is going to go to Caleb Schrader here as the checkered flag comes in the air. Second place, the 14-year-old Asad Nikodembev is going to be in second, and then John Black going to come across the line and take the third spot on the podium. A lot of action there in that race.
Love a green flag race, 25 minutes straight through as well. Well done, Spec Racer Ford. Here's John McClintock. He's still holding on to the 8th position just behind Steve Fogg. He'll bring it home there. So it's Schrader, Nikodembev, Black, Mizarandino, Edmondson, and then the cars you can see in front of Mr. McClintock here. Rob Peelsticker, excuse me, Steve Fogg, John McClintock just behind Michael Newmeyer. And Umberto Miletti, the car we saw tank slap in a little bit earlier, almost lost it, but he hang on for a top 10.
Let's not forget that these cars all race again tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, they will be racing. This is group number 4. Tomorrow afternoon, they will be racing around 1:50 Pacific time. So we've got some qualifying in the morning, then some races in the afternoon. Up next for us, STL, STU, Touring 3 and Touring 4. That'll be after a short little break. Not very long on this one. I don't think there's any cars to clean up, so we should be able to get going pretty quickly here. So stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow Raceway Park.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
My name's Pat Prevenus.
Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years.
I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing.
Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot.
There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since.
This is the best seat in the house.
No, that's all right. You don't need to rock it. Only when it's something out of the usual.
Back live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park here for the Group 5 race, STL, STU, Touring 3, and Touring 4. 25 cars in the field. Let's get right to our starting lineups. On your front row, Scotty B. White in his Ford Mustang T3 car, followed by Sean Lovett in the number 37 BMW 330. Row number 2, we've got Jared Korth in a Mazda MX-5 STL car and Ryan Gutile in his MX-5 car. Row number 3, Amy Mills and Bryce Johnson, both in STL cars. Row number 4, the Mazda Miata of Wesley Molno. Next to him is the T3 car of Ron Tanamura. That's a BMW 330 Ci. Row number 5, the Nissan 370Z of Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez and Ryan Hazelton in his Honda S2000. Row number 6, Andy Chittum in a Mazda MX-5, and next to him, Adrian Comstock in a Mazda MX-5. Moving on to row 7, James Schlechter in his Nissan 300 ZX, and Richard James in a Mazda as well. Row number 8, the Toyota FRS of Izzy Sanchez. Next to him, Christina Etherington in the number 96 T4 car. Row number 9, Dale Shoemaker in a Mazda MX-5, and Tony Karatsus in his Scion FRS car. Row 10, Lyle Luckett in a Ford Mustang T3 car, and great to see him on the grid, Whitfield Gregg in the Mazda Miata STU car number 17. Row 11, we move on to Lynn Griffiths in a Porsche Boxster. David Lecren in his Mazda RX-8 is the outside of row 11. Row 12, Kayla Etherington in the number 16 car, and Tony Rivera, who had problems in qualifying in the STU car. If that car's working, he's going to move up through the field pretty quickly here, I'm pretty sure. That's row number 12. And then Gavin Wardle brings up the last row here in a Mazda MX-5, car number 169. And that is how they are going to come to the green flag. Got a couple corners to go. Pace car, lights are out. They will work to get to a 2x2. I'm guessing coming out of turn 8 is where they will form up here. And get ready for another 25 lap extravaganza here. Tom, this is the type of class. I'm more of an open wheel guy, but we got all these different classes, all these different car makers all together on the track at the same time. That is fun to talk about.
It is a lot of fun. So front row, Scotty White in the blue Mustang is the T3 car on pole. STU, Sean Lovett, the white BMW to his outside. And then the next 6 cars are all out of STL, or 5, excuse me. Jared Korth, Ryan Gutile, Amy Mills, Bryce Johnson, and Wes Molino. That STL battle is going to be a lot of fun. I also just caught, I don't think Gama Gomez is on track, and I also am not confident that just missed it. Christina Etherington may be out of position potentially.
I'm thinking Gomez may be all the way at the back. But we'll find out when they cross the line here.
There
you come to the line for the first time. Green flag is in the air. 25 cars barreling down towards turn 1 here on lap number 1 at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Early leader, Scotty B. White. Following him through is going to be the BMW of Sean Lovett as they come through turn 1 for the first time, and everybody tries to get through there without having too close of battles here. Side by side, coming out of 2, or going into 2. Let's see how that shakes out. Still, Scotty B. White up front, Lovett in second.
Comes our first major pinch point is Tony Rivera going 3 wide around the outside of some other slower class cars in that STU RX-3. Now he gets the inside at turn number 3, gets parked ever so slightly by maybe Whit Gregg in his STL car. Those cars very different pace by design. Now Rivera gets clear. At the front, it's fairly single file already. Sean Lovett, though, keeping Scotty B. White honest. These cars not racing in class. And they're both being hounded by Jared Korth, who had a great run in Spec MX-5, that white MX-5, running in 3rd overall.
Yeah, you can see that RX-3 moving through a lot of cars here on this first lap. It's a fast car, so not quite sure what the problem in qualifying was, but when it's working, it should drive through a lot of these cars and have a pretty good chance to make up a lot of spots here in the opening laps. Now down towards turn 7 for the first time. Scotty B. White opening up a 3-car length lead over Sean Lovett. Jared Koth right there behind Ryan Gutiel. He's got the blue Mazda.
Amy Mills looking really racy as well.
Yeah.
She's in the black with pink headlights, and she's racing the MX-5 with the headlights on. I think it's Wes Molno in the orange and black, but Mills looked up the inside for turn 7, couldn't quite complete the thought. Tony Rivera already halfway through the field, working his way towards, I think Rylan Hazelton is probably the next STU car on his checklist in the S2000.
Look at that. He pulled off another 3 or 4 cars just in that straightaway alone. That is a man on a mission there, trying to get to what he probably feels is more of his rightful place on the grid. Lots of dust there at the exit of turn 10. Here they come across the line now at the end of lap 1. White, Lovett, Korth, Hazelton, Gutile in the top 5. Then you've got Molno, Johnson, Mills, Aguilar, Gomez, Tanamura, and Tony Rivera across the line in 11th after starting almost last place on the field here.
It's been a heck of a charge from Rylan Hazelton in the red S2000, running 4th overall now in STU and nearly starting to run the same pace, at least about the same lap time as Sean Lovett on that very first lap, the class leader. And Hazelton started down nearly outside of the top 10 overall. So the S2000 on a charge, big wiggle for the Mustang in the background. That's one of the T3 cars, I think, just behind your T4 leader, Izzy Sanchez.
Like Rylan Hazelton just made another nice move going into turn 5. He's definitely got that thing hooked up there. That is him in the 49 car just coming through. So you're right. He is also on a big move. There's Tony Rivera as he comes through the hairpin there.
And that tells me that something in qualifying with that S2000 wasn't happy, because that car looks to have so much pace. We have a battle for the lead in STU, the white BMW 330. Sean Lovett leads the class, working lap number 2 here. Jared Korth has slipped behind Ryan Hazelton. He's your leader in STL still, though, but Hazelton and Lovett are going at it coming into turn 8.
Yeah, we need to remind ourselves, Scotty B. White out front, that's a different car class. That's a T3 car, so he's not battling with any of these cars. Just hoping to have a nice, easy run here for him. A good ways back to Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez, the next place car in T3 and 9th place right now. And there you see Tony Rivera making another move now, I think getting around Amy Mills and Bryce Johnson there going into turn 10, or going into turn 9. Another pass for 2nd place now. That's Rylan Hazelton going around Sean Lovett. So that's for the lead in STU. And we've got a car off in turn 7. That's the 11 car of Wesley Molno. Or the 17 car. I think it's a 17 car.
Yep.
Of Whitfield Gregg. Oh, that's too bad. That car was smoke coming out. So it definitely looks like it's a mechanical problem of some sort.
I agreed. Coming out from underneath the driver, essentially. And off driver's right at turn 7. So these cars have a couple more corners before they find that car. Now, the track's been pretty good today about hot pulls, but they are a
slow car.
Little bit less staffed than they could to pull off more than one. So hopefully we don't have 2 separate incidents as the other T3 Mustang. Very, very slow. This is Rick Luckett, maybe.
A little more pace now. Also gets the help of the hill. Coming down from 3. Fast lap of the race right now. Tony Rivera in 7th. Just dropped a purple 156.138. So he seems to feel like he needs to be at the front of this racetrack.
Yeah, that's going to make this STU battle even more exciting. So Rylan Hazelton has checked out from Sean Lovett. Those 2 cars just leaving your frame. Now Tony Rivera drives at us now in that Mazda RX-3. He's going to get at the inside of Ryan Gutiel, maybe at turn 8. Gutiel really protective, though. Did not want that pass to happen before this corner. Rivera, very respectful about it, drops back in line. So Rivera is chasing the red S2000 for the class win. Still has 1 car to get through in class and a couple more out-of-class cars.
Yeah, and if Tony Rivera has seen that car off in turn 7, is praying for a full course yellow to bring this field back together and give him a really good shot at maybe even the win in STU. But I didn't see the car sitting there. We were just on that camera, so maybe he was able to find a way to at least get out of the way. No, I was wrong. there it still is. I can't imagine they're going to leave that car there for an extended period of time. That isn't easy, though, if they can get a car there to tow him to a safer position. Not a hard thing to do. So looking at the way it's stacking up right now, you've got Scotty B. White, your leader in T3, followed by a couple of STU cars, Rylan Hazelton and Sean Lovett. Then you got your first place car in STU in fourth place. That's Jared Korth. Tony Rivera needs to get around that car to become at least right behind his STU brethren. Oh, and now we've got two cars. This is the monthly meeting of the Broken Down Car Club.
I guess. Yeah, turn 7.
Well, at least but they're not even on the same side of the racetrack, which makes this really hard for one course truck to come and take them both.
At least it's only one corner under local yellow, and neither car is in a particularly bad place, in my opinion. Of course, the stewards are more educated than I am, but they look like they're very close to the track, of course, but they're not necessarily in the line of travel. Looks like the hot tow is underway. The field streaming around them in turn 6. Trying to keep an eye on the battle for second in STL, Ryan Gutiel and Wes Molno. There they are, the blue and white cars coming into frame now. That is a battle for class. Now, they are both Spec MX-5 cars double dipping into this class, so they're not fully prepped for STL, but that doesn't really matter because they have the pace to be in second place. They're basically getting to race each other again.
Yeah. Now, I will say that Mustang is in much safer spot than the car on the outside of turn 7, so I'm pretty sure they're going to take care of the car on the outside first. That's more in an impact zone. The car on the inside is pretty safe there where it's at. So here is the in-car camera. This is Ryan Gutiel. You see his feet in the upper right corner. You see his driver's camera there, and then out the front. And the throwaway camera is the one out the rear. That's covered up by our pylon, but that's fine. We don't need to see that one. But it's really cool to see all the different. We've got the brake trace. We've got the throttle trace. All the different stuff here that we need to take a look and see how he's doing here. This is a car he rebuilt last year after a big wreck at the, I think it was at the runoffs the year before. And so this is the second season for this car. So he's got the whole thing sorted out, as we can tell. And that's why he is running up front here, or at least closer to the front in STL.
Brian, while we were riding on board there with Gutiel, we have a new fastest lap of the race, and it's Tony Rivera in the Mazda RX-3. Yep. He has run down Sean Lovett. It's a 154.1, which is faster than the pole from this morning, which means if we look to tomorrow, he will now start on pole provisionally for race 2 with that fastest lap of the weekend in class. Battle for second raging on with Gutiel and Molno.
Yep.
And now Scotty B. White has lost the overall lead to Rylan Hazelton. No surprise there, really, as the cars, the way they're prepared, a Touring 3 car is a higher performance baseline, but prepared much less. So it's going to be a little quicker out of the gate. It's going to use its tires a little bit harder. Rylan Hazelton starting outside the top 10 overall. It was going to take a while, but he did get up to the overall lead. Now he's got to keep running, though. Look at how close Tony Rivera is in the RX-3.
Is Tony Rivera going to go last to first in this race, Tom?
He's a lap away from doing it, I think. Maybe get into the bumper at least.
This may be one of the most epic drives I've seen in my 3 years of doing the Super Tour. Had problems in qualifying, started maybe on the last row here, and now he is in second place and definitely within strike with 15 minutes to go. What a drive. What a drive. I'm gobsmacked.
And the car just looks, the car driver, I should say, just looks beautiful. The rotation into turn 2 there. Nice open entry, carries the speed through the middle. Just watched it pivot into turn 3 there too, that RX-3. It's an ex-Gary Bachman car, the West Coasters, in remembrance of Gary. Very, very cool to see Tony Rivera keeping the pedigree of this car and the lifespan of this car alive. He's got a pretty good run on white this time through. He might be able to make a move up into 5. He shows the nose slightly. Not a class position battle, and indeed he uses the lighter weight and the better handling of the STU car to knife underneath the inside. He's going to open up the entry, of turn 6. They're going to go side by side into the double yellow zone.
Yeah, and Scotty White is got no real reason to battle Tony Rivera here, a long ways back to the second place car in his class. So I'm sure Rivera is just trying to make quick work here of Scotty White here.
Well, that's the downside of that timing. He went down that straightaway under yellow, so he couldn't make the pass until this exit at turn 7. Now he's lost maybe a third of the lap to no one's fault at all of time that he could be making progress towards Rylan Hazelton, who probably didn't have to slow down at all.
Yeah, probably didn't, and I still think he's got plenty of time. His fast laps are 2 seconds faster than Hazelton. So now that he's made quick work, or maybe not quite so quick work, of Scotty White, now he will set his sights clearly on the number 49 Honda S2000 of Rylan Hazelton. A pretty darn good race car in its own right, but he will try to make that gap up now with 13 minutes to go. Hesitate to go to break right now because I think he's going to catch him pretty quickly. Let's do this. Let's get to break now, and we'll get that out of the way, and then hopefully coming right out of break, we'll see Rivera back on the rear bumper of Hazelton. So let's do that. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. App.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back here at Buttonwillow, and we didn't miss much other than Tony Rivera. Oh, well, there's a car off. That's a spot that could pull a full course yellow, or now, well, be able to pull it to a safe spot, but it will take a course truck. What it is going to do there, Tom, though, is it's going to stop people from being able to pass going into turn 5.
Yeah, not the worst passing zone to lose, but unfortunately for Wes Molno, this is the battle. He was in the battle for second place in STL. It's also a Spec MX-5 car, so that car had a lot of time on it today. Hopefully be able to get it fixed, and I think Rylan Hazelton got a note from somebody that we weren't giving him enough credit, because he had dug deep and has started to turn faster and faster laps in the later stages of this race. The Honda S2000 there in the shot, leading overall, leading STU, just put in a 154.5. The fast lap of the race, still Tony Rivera, 154.1, but essentially now running very similar lap times between those two cars. Tony Rivera might come up one position short from that last to first charge that we were all excited about.
Well, it can certainly keep us excited for tomorrow, though, because he'll be nearer to the front at the start of tomorrow's race, if not on the pole. And if that happens, this will be really an interesting battle tomorrow. Yeah, it almost feels like Hazelton was kind of easing his way to the checkered flag until he realized he couldn't ease his way to the checkered flag anymore. And got a little giddy up in his horse, and he's ready to go now. So
it's very possible. And I mean, I'll tell you firsthand experience from racing S2000s. They are fragile cars. They're fragile track cars. You don't usually, I mean, there are plenty of races that I didn't push 10/10ths every single lap just because I didn't want to break the car. So it's very possible that he was taking his time. I don't think that it was necessarily a huge amount of sandbagging or anything like that. As we now work into the back half of the field through lap traffic, these are both an STL and T4 car.
Yeah.
A little further back, Gama is also starting at the very back of the field, has worked his way in that very brightly colored Nissan 370Z up to second place in Touring 3 and 8th overall. They're down the front straight into turn 1 right now, working through the top STL cars, which happen to be all SPEC MX-5s.
Yeah. And even still, the big gap now between Scotty B. White in first and Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez in second in T3. Not too much to worry about there.
You know
Taking
who
a
else
peek
is?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, look who else is on a late charge. Amy Mills finds herself back to second place in STL. She's the black with pink headlights just there, and has picked up positions from at least Ryan Gutiel and obviously the broken car on the back straight that's picked up at least 2 positions in the last lap. She's back up to a podium position in STL. Quite a ways back from Jared Korth, just based on the way the race is played out, but a really late charge for the 114.
Definitely. Our T4 race right now, Izzy Sanchez is your leader, got the 23-second lead over Christina Etherington. Tony Kiritsus is in third place, even further back. So that's how T4 plays out. 7:40 left in this race. 7:40, looking at the clock, that's going to be 4 more laps, I think. Oh, look at this little traffic jam going in. Lots of cars right there behind Amy Mills.
Throw the lapped RX-8 in there for good measure. I'll tell you, Ryan Gutiel is very defensive on the faster traffic coming through, and it's not faster traffic in the sense of being lapped or anything. It's just T3 cars that ended up behind him. We've seen now multiple times he's gone defensive into corners, which is all fair play, but he's very, very aware of what position he wants the faster cars to go through on, and will defend to make sure that nothing else but that happens.
Seeing the trucks come through in the background's a little disconcerting. Yeah, we haven't named any straights yet here at this racetrack, but that one's in contention for Lurdo Straight. Lurdo's the highway right behind that there that they're all driving past on. So that's actually the semi-pulling semi class that's going to be coming up here. I'm just kidding.
The tractor pull.
The tractor pull class. We'll be doing that after dark tonight. Yeah. Ryan Hazelton has definitely stabilized the situation here, although last lap it was a 2-second difference between first and second place. For Tony Rivera now 3.2 seconds back. I think he's gotten a little bit closer, but with 6 minutes left, it's certainly not over yet.
Well, yeah, only 3.2 seconds at the line last time by. And as you mentioned, 2 full seconds faster to the good for Tony Rivera. And that's very likely down to traffic, just when and where you catch them.
Yep.
But that's going to be the story for the rest of the race. There's going to be traffic peppered through the remainder of this 5.5 minutes for both Rivera and Hazelton. Scotty White continues to lead Touring 3, running 3rd overall in his Mustang.
Well,
running within about a second of his personal best lap times as well. Go ahead.
It's interesting when you're coming up on the cars, the Ryan Hazelton car doesn't look a whole lot different than some of the other class cars. So you might not realize that's the race leader, but when you see Tony Rivera coming up behind, you know you're not as fast as that car, because it is a one-off car that just looks like a more racy race car.
That's a really good point, Brian. I had not thought of that, but you're completely right. There's certain cars and maybe even certain drivers that when you see their name or you see who it is behind you, you're just going to pop out of the way. You know they're quicker. Right. Yeah, sure. Here you go. Now, that's not to be said. These two battling each other. This is 2 cars in Touring 4. Scroll down just a little bit. I'm pretty sure Tony Karatzis and Kayla Etherington battling there. Etherington just having gone through on Karatzos.
Ooh.
And they're battling for position. Tony Rivera catches them on a straightaway. Does he clear them into turn 5? Oh,
like
yes, just barely.
Gonna make it. Yeah, wow. But now look at the gap that's opened up. It looks like that Hazelton is able to take advantage of that situation that Rivera was in, and he will have a little bit more gap at the line this time by with about 4 minutes to go when they come to the line. So it'll be 3 laps to go this time by. There is Michael Lewis coming through. Yeah, pretty certain that is.
Yeah, that car running STU as well.
Yep.
Both Rivera and Lewis absorbed into STU from GT3. So they are actually tube frame cars in STU versus the chassis and road-based Honda S2000 that leads the class. But to the same effect. Lewis going one lap down this time by with some heavy smoke and a little bit of lockup maybe from the left front.
Yep.
And Lewis sharing the track. Maybe not the first time, probably not the first time, but Lauren Lewis, my understanding, is his daughter on track in STL as well. Pretty cool.
I think he's got 2 of his kids racing with him here this weekend. Michael Lewis turned the first lap ever here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. It was a kind of an auction that they held off to raise some money for charity, and his wife at the last minute threw in a big check to get him to win the auction, to be the first driver to turn a lap here at Buttonwillow on the circuit. So he is kind of a California racing legend here, so it was really cool to see, and now his kids are out there with him, so very cool.
Good bragging rights on that one. Just heard from race control, white flag next time by, so we're 1.5 laps from the end of this race for Rylan Hazelton and Tony Rivera. The red S2000 leading the white and orange, white and yellow Mazda RX-3.
I don't think Michael Lewis will give too much of a problem to Tony Rivera when he comes by. And it also looks like Rivera will catch him at a good spot.
And even with the pass last lap for Hazelton on Lewis, Hazelton was only 0.3 slower than Rivera, so that those two cars have certainly stabilized. I think tomorrow's race between these two is going to be epic, though. Definitely looking forward to that. Just noticed in Touring 3, of course, we mentioned Scotty B. White still leading the way, but Gomez, who started at the back of this grid as well, has made his way all the way up to 6th overall. So the fast lap is still about 2 seconds off of White. I'm not sure that Gomez will be able to hold a candle to White tomorrow, but if he digs deep and races it from the start a little bit closer, we could have a battle in T3 tomorrow too.
All right, white flag will be coming out for this S2000 Honda. There it is. There is Rylan Hazelton and Tony Rivera, first and second place overall and in STU as they come on to this front straight here for the final time. White flag in the air from our start stand. And I don't think there'll be a chance here for Rivera to catch up here in this final lap. But it's been fun to watch him start essentially last on the field and pick his way through traffic and come up to what will be, if all goes as he plans here in this last lap, a second place finish on the podium. Very, very impressive. It also sets up what could be a really epic battle tomorrow.
Yep, definitely. Jared Korth quietly leading now STL over Amy Mills, Ryan Gutiel, and Gavin Wardle. Those drivers all within a second of each other, so the podium of STL is not locked in yet. Touring 3, we mentioned White, Gomez, and then Tanamura. T4, Sanchez still leads over Etherington and Carrazos.
Every time we talk about Gavin Wardle, I want to pull up my phone and do the New York Times puzzle game. On our final lap here, it's been a pretty drama-free run for Rylan Hazelton today. Kind of got the job done, unlike Tony Rivera, who's had to fight and battle tooth and nail for every position to get into second place. Just a couple more corners to go to wrap this one up. We've had some really fun races here so far. A few more left to go here. 2 more races on our calendar for the day.
Oh, and Hazelton is going to be breathing a breath of relief with all this traffic right in front as the checkered flag comes out. He holds on to it. Good stuff from Rylan Hazelton. Go ahead, Brian.
No, all good. Checkered flag in the air. Rylan Hazelton be your race winner. Tony Rivera definitely going to get the Hard Charger Award for this race, if not for the entire day. He started near the back, maybe even in the last row. He'll finish second overall. Scotty B. White, your race winner in S&T 3. He will finish third overall when he crosses the line here. And that would be now, I believe. Yep, yes. There he is, crossing the line. So we'll give everybody a little bit of a chance here to come across the line before we go through our top 3 in each class here. Coming up next, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental FE2 Prototype and Prototype 2. So that'll be a ton of fun to watch.
and that'll be coming up here. Got a couple cars to clean up, so there might be just a short, tiny blip in our time here, but we will get to it as quick as we can. 2 more races on the docket. Fun group of cars here. All right, let's start going through them here. In STU, our overall winner was Ryan Hazelton. In second place, Tony Rivera. The third spot on the podium will go to Sean Lovett. In STL, our race winner, Jared Korth, followed by Ryan Gutau and Gavin Wardle in third place. Now moving on to Touring 3, we talked about it. Scotty B. White started at a pole, stayed on the top of that class. Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez finishes second, and Ron Tanamura will take home the third spot on the podium. And then looking at Touring 4, Izzy Sanchez is your race winner. Christina Etherington will take home second place, and Tony Karatsus will be our third place finisher. That's going to do it for this race. We'll come back and do another one right after they pick up this Mustang. It'll be probably in about 5 minutes or so here, so stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back at Buttonwillow.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Back here live at Buttonwillow, the circuit at Buttonwillow. 2 races left today and then 7 more tomorrow. But we've got to get some work done here today first, Tom. Group 6, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula E Enterprises 2, Prototype and Prototype 2. Not as big of a race field for this race, but let's get to our starting grid. On our front row will be Greg Labate in the Swift 061 Formula Atlantic car, followed by Tim Day Jr. He is in the P2 Store WF1. In row number 2, Joe Moran in the number 7 prototype, the Penton Norma M20FC, which makes me think that used to be a Formula Continental car. Next to him will be John McClintock. He was in our Spec Racer Ford race. He's in the FE2 car here, car number 23. Row number 3, Kevin Mitz in his Store WF1 prototype. Next to him, the FE2 car of Paul Marino. Row number 4, Tom Burt on the inside in his FE2 car. John Manfroy in a prototype, the Dauntless Store P07D. He will be on the outside of row number 4. Row number 5, Robert Armington in the Van Diemen Formula Continental. Next to him, Sean Sarbacher in his Formula Continental car, 2 Van Diemens in row 5. And then we have row number 6 is Bill Walschlager in his Van Diemen Formula Continental. And next to him, if he's back on the racetrack, and I don't see him out there, I don't think, Jim Davenport. He did not make qualifying, so we'll see if he's out there for the race. That's how they're going to stack up here as we get ready to start our second to last race of the day. This should be a good one. This will be our fastest car. So this race, in theory, will be the fastest race of the day, except that they're all 25 minutes regardless. So they'll get more laps in. Polish math, yeah, Polish math. I'm getting picked on by my fellow Polish crew member here. It'll be the fastest 25 minutes of racing you'll see all day. They'll do more laps than anyone else, likely. See how I dug myself out of that hole, Tom?
Nailed it.
You need to save me, Tom.
I would. You're on your own. I can't get in on the Polish jokes.
You're on your own. You sound like my wife. You're on your own.
I'll make the Irish jokes, okay?
Okay, very good. All right, we got a green flag. We're racing here at Buttonwillow. 12 cars, the fastest cars at the racetrack this weekend, all heading down towards turn 1 for the first time.
Oh, and look at the prototype. I think it was Joseph Moran up the inside, nearly up to the front. I think about 2nd or 3rd position. We don't have the exit of turn 1 anymore, so this is where we'll catch the rest of the field. Oh, and that is the Norma that I mentioned with the great start running way wide. Look how much dirt is down on the ground as that car ran around the high side. The Formula Atlantic of Greg Labate has so much pressure on the back from Tim Day, from Tim Day and from Joseph Moran. As I think it was, is that John Manfroy maybe with a good start? We'll have to see when they come across the start-finish line, but absolutely jockeying for all the prototypes there in the prototype category, the highest power, most power to weight of all the cars except for the Atlantic that leads this group overall.
Here they come up the hill, just slicing and dicing as they come through turn 6.
It is John Manfroy up to 2nd place overall, the 08. That white car in the 2nd position with the bodywork has gotten up in front of Tim Day and everyone else. Yeah,
pretty much everybody. Wow, that's a fantastic start. You gotta wonder when he hit the gas pedal coming out of turn 10. I have no idea. Here's me putting out the conspiracy theories. Coming down now towards turn 9, finishing up lap 1 for the first time. Out front right now is Greg Labate, Tim Day Jr. right behind him. As they come across the line now for the first time. Let's see where they stacked up. Labate, John Manfroy, as you said, up into P2. Then Kevin Mintz, Tim Day Jr.'s dropped to P4. John McClintock is in 5th. Then Paul Marino, Tom Burt, Robert Armington, Bill Walschlager. Joe Moran, who dropped way back. Is he not on the racetrack anymore?
Yeah, I saw that car slowing coming out of turn 8, potentially dove to the pits. That's car number 7 that had the really big start.
Okay.
Also caught the battle for FE2 just there on the camera. McClintock and Marino running very close together. The 23 of John McClintock. I think that saw that driver in SRF a little bit earlier. Go ahead, Brian.
I said Joe Moran came into pits for some sort of service, and he has now re-entered the race. So his first lap way back now because he crossed the line. He pitted before the line. When he finally crossed it, he was 42 seconds back. So he's got a lot of work to do. Without a full course yellow, he'll just be using this as a practice session now. Although, being that it's a prototype, he'll might catch the back of the field here for a little bit. It'll be several laps before that happens.
These cars can take a couple laps to get up to temperature. The majority of the field using a racing slick of their choice, something Hoosier, Goodyear, Avon, etc. But the FE2 cars, they do have a spec tire, and those are a little bit harder. They tend to take a bit to heat up. John McClintock, Paul Marino, there they are at the back of your shot, battling for the lead in Formula Enterprise 2. Tim Day just in front. Greg Labate has not run away from this field in the Formula Atlantic like he'd like to. I think that car might take the longest. So we saw his fastest lap come in qualifying at 1:35, come very much towards the end of the session.
Well, I suggested that maybe there was a quick start by John Manfroy, but on the first lap, he went purple. So he had actual pace there, and that's how he moved himself into second place. And even now, he's only 0.2 slower than Labate in the Formula Atlantic car. Kevin Mintz now, he is another 2 seconds back from Manfroy. So there's a lot of work for him to do now to get caught up. That's that third car now coming into our screen is Mintz. And then Tim Day Jr. is in the P2 car. That's the darker prototype-looking car. And then we've got our first FE2 cars of McClintock and Paul Marino. They were the first Formula cars that came into our screen, and here they are right there. That's McClintock first, Marino second, and then Tom Burt is coming up the hill, and that's your third-place car in FE2.
Noticed a little tiny puff of smoke and a right front lockup for Marino, the second-place driver in FE2, coming into turn 3 about a half a lap ago. He's pushing hard, but keeping McClintock honest. These drivers were pretty close in qualifying. They were only 0.3 apart last time. In fact, Marino was quicker on that very first lap, on the second lap, but there's a little bit of lockup once again.
Yeah, he's definitely pressing to try to stay with John McClintock there. Now we have a slower car being passed. That's another one of our prototypes. That might be... Is Manfroy slowing down?
It's on pit lane. Over the pits.
Wow. That's going to elevate Kevin Mitz to second place and first overall in the prototype class. He is 5.5 seconds back from Labate, and he is then kind of all alone here at the front of this P field with Tim J. Jr. by himself. He's the only actually prototype 2 car in the class.
It was a good run while it was running. Unfortunately, looks like multiple prototypes making their run through the pit lane. A 25-minute sprint race is not ideal for a pit stop. A little bit of a slip for Paul Marino coming off of turn 3 once again. That's going to give John McClintock just a bit more advantage. Second 2 cars in the frame here. That's the furthest they've been apart. McClintock can take a little bit of a breath if he can even see where the car is behind. We already talked during qualifying about how difficult the mirrors in these cars can be to work with.
Well, on the brake lock here, a brake lock here, that's a 10th here and a 10th there, and that's enough for McClintock to open up a 4/10 lead here. And if the braking situation on that number 44 FE2 car, Marino, doesn't get sorted here, he'll just continue to pull away just a tiny bit at a time.
And I'm not sure, maybe one of our associate producers in the chat can let us know if those Formula Enterprises have an in-car brake bias adjustment, or if it's possibly just a bias bar when you are out of the car that you can reach. Either way, it's dealing with some front lockup issues and is starting to slip ever so slightly back. Car length by car length on this third lap. Starting lap number 4, Greg Labate's already well up the road, overall leader. With the retirement from John Manfroy, that promoted Kevin Mitz up to second in his store WF1, running a bigger engine and basically the same chassis as Tim Day in prototype 2.
Steve Wixton was in the chat earlier. He's got some time in these FE2s. We'll see if he's still hanging out and give us a little info on that. And it looks like still the little smoke, tire lockup smoke for Marino here.
I'm not sure that I see that as something that would slow him down, but physically, the amount of lockup, I should say, is not what's slowing him down, but it is sketchy when you realize that maybe either the balance is a little bit off, the car's a little more sensitive, and you're getting those lockups. It loses some confidence in the driver. You can't attack nearly the way you would want to. So he's doing a really good job managing it. Just a little clunky on the entry there too. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but dove for the apex for a split second and then went for the normal turn in.
Well, and the draft in the FA2 cars isn't as important as maybe some of our other classes out here, but it is an important factor with these cars, and he's also losing that opportunity to stay in that draft with the car in front of him. You saw him put a wheel off there at the exit of 7. So clearly that car is not handling the way he would optimally like it to handle.
But cars from a different class could make this interesting, as Tim Day Jr. is now potentially just a little bit of a cork in the bottle for John McClintock. Tim Day in the black prototype. It's only at certain points of the track. They were really close together through turns 7 and 8. And then as they come through the higher downforce sections, the Formula Enterprise 2, it does have the wings and of course makes some downforce, but those are not nearly as functional, and there's no tunnels or any sort of other things involved with that car as in prototypes. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you can't see underneath all that bodywork, including obviously the wings on the exterior.
Yeah, you would think that that would be a big advantage, but right there is McClintock trying to find a way to get around Tim Day Jr. I will say, with Tim Day Jr. being the only car in his class in this race, if that FE2 car is quick enough, he won't give him a hard time letting him by.
Right. Yeah, and it's not the whole lap either. You see they're separated nicely here, so it's maybe just a little bit of an ebb and flow. I think it's evened out nicely as both cars have started to pull just a little bit on the rest of the field, starting with Marino. Tom Burt continues to run in the 3rd position. We haven't mentioned Formula Continental because they're fairly spread out, but Robert Armington leads that class by just about 20 seconds, 18 to be exact. Sean Sarbacker is 2nd. And Bill Walschlegel is 3rd. I'm going to give Formula Continental gets most consonants per name. Robert Armington, Sean Sarbacker, Bill Walschlegel. keeping me on my toes here late in the day.
That's right. Can I buy a vowel, Vanna? That's awesome. That is awesome. Joe Moran back in the race on the lead lap, but way back from that pit stop. And John Manfroy went into the pits and has not come back out, it doesn't look like. So looks like his day is done here. 14:50 left on the clock here. I want to remind everybody, one more race to go. Our big bore GT cars, as well as our A sedan and Touring 1 and 2 cars. That's all coming up. One more race at the end of the day as the sun starts to set here in Southern California.
Not going to want to miss that one with the huge Touring 2 field. Lots of spec Corvettes in there. The GT2 field was really close. GT1, less than a half a tenth between them in qualifying. It was pretty wild stuff in qualifying there, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Greg Labate continues to lead this race overall, just set his personal best lap of a 137.2. That's about where he was until he picked up another 2.5 seconds in qualifying to get into the 135s. But then Mitz, Day Jr., McClintock, and Marino, all there in your camera right now, running pretty close quarters across 3 different classes.
Sometimes I forget that everybody in the chat might not know where Buttonwillow is. Buttonwillow is about a 2.5 hour drive from the northern part of Los Angeles. It's in Kern County, the county just north of LA, on the other side of the mountain we call the Grapevine. And but most of Southern California, this is their best opportunity to go racing frequently, with Willow Springs also down here as well. Those are the 2 road courses in SoCal. But we've opened up the 2nd track here at Buttonwillow. And so now there's 2 options, and we're here at the circuit here for the 2nd time with the Super Tour. 13 minutes to go here. Does not look like there's much of an opportunity for Paul Moreno to catch up here.
No, it's pretty close together. I do see a car broken down, driver's left, right at start finish, just at the flaggers. I think it's one of the Formula Continental cars, potentially Sean Sarbacker, who slipped 1 position that last lap in class, or excuse me, overall, not in class.
Haven't heard
That's going to be one of the easiest cars to rescue, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that won't be hard to get out of there once they figure out how they're going to get to it.
Throw him a rope over the wall.
Definitely.
So those top two cars that we see there, the prototypes, they are the same chassis. They're both stored WF1s, but Kevin Mitz in the white car is in prototype, which means he gets to run essentially a combination of more power and less weight to go a little bit quicker. Tim Day Jr., though, has always been a front runner in prototype 2 and is now putting the pressure on the car that's out of class. The Arizona driver hounding the Californian.
All right, we are at the halfway point in this race, so let's take that opportunity to take our break. When we come back, we will have the rest of this race and then one race to go after that. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. 9 minutes, 55 seconds to go in this race. And we are moving our way towards our final races of the day. We saw the track truck out there trying to coming around to get this car off the front straight. And it should be arriving there rather shortly. And it will take a couple seconds to hook it up and tug it to safety. Tom?
While we were at the break, Tim Day Jr. also worked his way past Kevin Mitz for the overall second position. So the prototype 2 leader leapfrogging over the prototype leader.
Labate, Tim Day Jr., Kevin Mitz, that's your top 3 right now, followed by McClintock, Marino, Burt, Armington, Moran in 8th, Bill Walschlager, and Sarbacher. That's that car we think stopped on, yeah, it's definitely that car, stopped on the front straight.
You know what, Brian?
Looks to be done, yes.
On last time through, I'm going to guess this is because of the wrecker on course and where they caught him, but Paul Marino took 3 seconds out of John McClintock's lead for Formula Enterprise 2. That's the 3rd and 4th car in line right there, the 2 open wheel cars battling for position. And I think McClintock has the pace, but all of a sudden Marino has a lot more incentive. The carrot he's chasing just got a whole lot bigger.
Yeah.
Maybe he can use that to his advantage.
Well, he probably, until there, where he locked up again.
It's only when we talk about him.
Exactly. Big, a big draft off the back of that tow truck. I'm sure that helped as they came through.
Also noticing,
right there.
Yeah, they're really close, and I think partially it's because the drivers in front are being much more careful past the wrecker here.
Right.
Can't pass, local yellow. Tim Day Jr. gets to set the pace essentially, and then as they come through, Tim Day Jr. was sleeping. Kevin Mitz went by him. Did he potentially pass under yellow?
I don't know. I mean, he may have popped up right after the incident.
For sure.
You don't have to wait till the next corner. As soon as you get past the incident, you can go right back to racing in the SCCA. A lot of other series, you have to wait till you see the next green flag. We don't put up a green flag. Oh, there is a couple cars there, those FE2 cars, wanting to get around Tim Day Jr.
Day's car almost looks wounded. He's off pace right now, holding up both of those Enterprises as one of them gets through. Both of them get through now down the back straight from turn 4 to turn 5. I think issues for the number 8 Tim Day Jr. in P2.
No, he is slotted in behind them. Now, he has also gotten past what will be the halfway point. Since he's the only car in his class, he could just come in now. He'll still be considered the race winner. Those are the FE2s, and right ahead of them is Kevin Mintz. And then Greg Labonte's checked out. He's got a 25-second lead over the prototype car, so there's no issue there for him. He can just coast it home almost here with 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Big reminder, we've got a whole bunch of racing action tomorrow. Same lineup, same 7 classes. We get underway at 8 o'clock in the morning with live coverage of our qualifying sessions. And then at 10:35 tomorrow morning Pacific time, we get our first race underway. So everything gets started a little bit earlier tomorrow. And we would love for all of you to be here with us. Pete Rose telling us he's bummed about Joe Moran not being able to pull forward Sammy Valdez. Yes, when I was talking about where Buttonwillow is, not far outside of Bakersfield, about 40 minutes outside of Bakersfield. So I know that because that's where I stayed last night. So.
Yeah, speaking of Joseph Moran, he has worked his way back up to 7th overall, 2nd in class in front of the entire Formula Continental field. So he has gotten at least quite a bit of lapping in, 10 laps down, 10 laps completed, 1 lap down, I should say, better way to say that.
Yep.
Starting to work some lap traffic here. McClintock and Marino still within striking distance of one another. That's the Formula Enterprises 2 battle underneath one of the Formula Continentals through turn 5 into turn 6.
I believe that was Bill Walschlager who they just got around. Now it's a drag race for those 2 FE2 cars down towards turn 7.
Oh, he takes a look.
Yeah, there you go. Paul Marino definitely become racier here in the closing laps of this race.
Ooh, another big lockup for Marino. He takes it way out to the track limit at turn 8 and gets it pivoted pretty nicely. I think that actually is going to end up being a great line through turn 8. Look at the run he got up underneath the back end for turn 9 of John McClintock.
He's locked that tire up so many times it's almost round again.
Yeah. The other thing I'm noticing in a couple of these shots, Brian, you're trackside, I'm not. Is it getting windier there?
It typically does get windier in the afternoon. So that is, if it is, I don't have a flag in my viewpoint, but I'll check one out once we stop for this race. I'll step out the back of the broadcast center here and take a quick peek. But yeah, a little extra wind in the afternoons is pretty common out here
Sure.
on the weather patterns.
This is probably the only category that it would affect, or this run
Correct.
group. But it looks like it would probably be a pretty solid headwind up the front straightaway, crosswind down these longer side and back straightaways. Whether it's a factor or not, regardless, it's a fun fact.
Yep.
Paul Marino.
Oh,
hang on, we missed it, Brian. Paul Marino went through on John McClintock on the start-finish straight that time through. He scored leading on my timing and scoring screen anyway.
Yeah, and it does look like there's a little bit of a less stable car in second place now, which would make sense if that's Marino there.
Yeah, indeed. Marino is with the yellow accents. These cars very similar livery, but the car with the yellow accents was leading the race for the majority and now sits second place.
Well,
Which up in FE2.
we're going to get 2 more laps here. We should not get the white flag this time by. We should get it next time by, I'm thinking. This FE2 battle has gotten a little better every lap here.
Sure enough, no white flag this time. Now, Greg Labate is 30 seconds up the road from these two cars that we're watching now, so he's closer to halfway around the track at this point.
Yeah, we may actually have 2 laps after this lap, because if Labate's that far forward, he might finish his lap before that 143 mark. Okay, timing and scoring is telling us we're coming to the white flag, so that's what they're predicting.
John McClintock looked up the inside ever so slightly of Paul Marino, and it's tempting when you're driving behind somebody in close quarters like that, if for no other reason than your sight lines, to just turn in a little bit sooner for all of these corners, and that hurts you quite a bit on a track like this with these long radius, big sweepy wide corners, especially in cars like this. So he couldn't do anything with it, but he's absolutely there. John McClintock shows the nose once again, just trying to fill any amount of mirror that he can, which isn't much on an FE2. Paul Marino, though, continues to lead the way, and they've both stayed right underneath Kevin Mitz this entire race. The one prototype has been in front of them.
This is one of those situations where at the end of this race, they get to impound. These gentlemen drivers pop out of the car and high-five each other, because this has been a ton of fun for us to watch. I can only imagine how much fun it's been for them behind the wheel. Minute 30 to go. We should definitely now get that white flag here.
Here comes McClintock. He's side by side for turn 19 and turn 9. They're going to go absolutely slams the door. Paul Marino at the apex. He wasn't having it.
And at the line this time by, it's going to be Marino, then McClintock. Kind of have an idea of where McClintock thought he could get by this time. Will he wait to try it in the same spot next time? Or will he have a surprise move for us to look at here a little earlier in the lap? Didn't lose any real pace as far as trying to make that move. He should be able to catch right back up to Marino without any problems here. Marino just holding on for dear life here as we come to our last half a lap.
Ooh, a little bit of a moment there for Paul Marino as the car caught the edge of the track ever so slightly on the exit. It kind of pulled the car off driver's left for a split second. I don't think it hurt him, but that corner, you want to stay as flat as you possibly can as far as the throttle is concerned.
All right, we'll see them now as they come out of 6 and down the hill. It's a drag race to 7 here. This is a good passing opportunity. It looks like McClintock's going to put his nose out there, but the defensive move from Marino, but McClintock still on the inside. He don't think he's going to get it done there, but that's a bad exit for Marino. McClintock will try to stay in there. He's got one more shot going into turn 9. He tried it there last time, and it was not successful. Can he make it work this time by? This should be his last shot. No effort there to do that. I think that was his one shot to go here. There'll be a short little drag race down to the start-finish line, but this is not typically where the passes are made on this track. He will pop out, but he's not going to get it done. It's going to be Paul Marino coming from behind, stalking John McClintock for the entire race, and then right with 3 or 4 laps to go, pulling around and then holding on for dear life for the win in FE2.
And I'm pretty sure I saw some arms flailing in celebration there for Marino. That was a banger of a race between those two. And yeah, McClintock had a great idea down into turn 7. It usually works better to be on the inside there, but he wasn't alongside enough. Had to back out of it. It was also filthy over there. I don't know if you saw the dust pouring off the tires as they accelerated down the straightaway there, but tip of the hat to Marino. Tip of the hat for McClintock. Some of the most entertaining racing we've seen today.
With the handling problems he had in the race, there must have been a time around the halfway point where he thought he was never going to be able to contend for the win, and the fact that he was able to pull it all together with some lap traffic and some other things and then get around to make the win, that's probably why those arms are up with the fist pump across the finish line. Great finish here. All right, Greg Labate wins the race overall and takes Formula Atlantic. Kevin Mitz is your prototype winner. And then our top 3 in FE2, Paul Marino, John McClintock, and Tom Burt. Robert Armington will win Formula Continental. Bill Walshalager in second. Tim Day Jr. will wrap it up and win Prototype 2. That's going to do it for race 6. One more to go. Big Bore. That's next. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Here at Buttonwillow, and we've got our final race of the day. GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2, the big bore cars. Let's get right to our starting lineup. Your front row, Michael McAleenan will start on pole in his Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. Next to him in the Jaguar XKR, Michael Lewis in the number 12 car. Row number 2, we've got Tim Carroll in the GT2 car. That's a Chevrolet Camaro. Next to him, J.C. Monet in the number 28 Chevrolet Camaro. That's the number 4th place starter in this race. Row number 3, Ben Valentine in his Dodge Challenger. He had a big run here last year at the Super Tour. And in row number 3 on the outside, Rocky Crocker in the GT2 Porsche GT3 car. Moving on now to row number 4, Igor Litzen in the Chevrolet Corvette. I'll start on the inside, and then Guy Leidig in the GT2 Mazda RX-7. Row number 5, it is Rylan Hazelton in his Honda Civic TCR. Next to him, Josh Carroll in the Chevrolet Corvette. And in row number 6, we've got David Holmes, also in a Corvette. Next to him, another Corvette, Greg Nestor. Then row number 7, Patrick Howe in his Corvette. Another Corvette on the outside of row 7, Evan Gold. Moving on to row number 8, we've got Mose Coper in the Porsche 981 Cayman and Michael Cheney in a Chevrolet Corvette. Row number 9, as we see lights out on the pace car, Scotty B. White in his Ford Mustang in a T2 car. And then we have Luis Martinez in a C5 Corvette. This one is in T2. Row number 10, Ross Murray in a Ford Mustang, an A Sedan car. I believe that's our only A Sedan car in the race. Ollie Thornton in a T2 Corvette in row 10. Row 11, Robert Kelly in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. That is in the GT2 class here in the SCCA. Ed Gless in his Pontiac GTO. That is a T1 car. And then on the last row, a Ford Mustang. Michael Lowe, our second A sedan. We have two A sedan cars. He is starting in row number 12. That's going to do it for our starting lineup here as we get our cars hopefully lining up nice and 2x2, Tom, as we get ready for our start.
Lot of horsepower going to be thundering towards turn 1. We have an onboard camera here for one of our spec Corvettes running right in the front row of Touring 2. Here we go.
All right, as they turn left onto the front straight, Jaguar on the left, Lamborghini on the right. In that picture, I can hear them powering up. That means the green flags probably come out here. There we go, green flag in the air. And we have got all those big bore ground pounders heading towards turn 1. The Lamborghini will take the early lead, followed by the Jaguar with Michael Lewis into second. And here we have the, I don't know which car is this? This is one of the spec Corvettes. That's Carroll, the number 35 car.
Yeah, Josh Carroll riding on board now with him.
Yep.
Now he's actually taken the lead in T2 over Rylan Hazelton, who qualified that TCR Civic quite a bit quicker than the rest of Touring 2, but he lost the lead in turn 1. The big red Civic right in the middle of the pack there actually stands out, looks quite huge in this field, but that's just because of all the low-slung Corvettes around it. Scotty White also picking up a couple positions at the second half of the Touring 2 field. Mentioned earlier, he knew it was going to be a big challenge with all these Corvettes trying to keep the Mustang in the fight. He's doing so far. The rest of this Touring 2 field working their way through the back of GT2, and at the front, Michael McAleenan has gotten away pretty clean and clear in the Lamborghini over Michael Lewis, despite those two cars qualifying only 44 thousandths of a second apart.
Down towards turn 7 for the first time, and a nice 5-6 car length lead for Michael McAleenan in that GT1 car over Michael Lewis in second place. So McAleenan in the green and black Lambo, and then the Jaguar orange and black of Michael Lewis. And actually a couple cars have gotten around him already.
Yeah.
He's fallen back a couple of places. So Tim Carl and JC Monet have moved into second and third place overall, it looks like.
Both of those TA2 Camaros, yeah, the front row from GT2 have worked their way past.
And it looks like Ben Valentine has gotten around Rocky Cocker to take 5th place in the field here. That is American muscle in the Challenger versus Germany's finest in the Porsche GT3 car.
Yeah. Also noticed someone at the back, I think it's Robert Kelly in the 911 Cup car. That's a GT2 car, started at the back of the field and will be working their way through American Sedan T2 and eventually T1. You'll see that Porsche shortly. But now as that GT1 car of Michael Lewis starts to wake up, the Jaguar, he's now got a bigger problem with 2 other out-of-class cars to pass before he can even think about Michael McAleenan in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I wonder if the GT2 cars, if their tires just come up faster, and because right now Michael Lewis is fighting right back and making a move. It might just take a lap or so for those tires to come in to temperature, and maybe that's the difference here.
Yeah, very could well be that, combined with, you know, the GT1 car probably has 200 or 300 more horsepower. So on maybe equally bad tires, the GT1 car is still way more difficult to deal with, as he's now just cleared JC Monet, can start to focus forward on Tim Carroll, who's checked out. That's the orange Camaro just now flashing through turn 7. And you're right, Ben Valentine, we got some fans in the live chat on YouTube for that white Dodge Challenger running a solid 3rd place, but does have some pressure from Rocky Crocker in the GT3. Touring 2, it's still Josh Carroll and Rylan Hazelton have checked out from the rest of the field by 3 seconds. They've in fact put a GT2 car of Guy Ladig. There's the battle for GT2 or for Touring 2, excuse me. Then the GT2 RX-7, and then the rest of the spec Corvettes from Touring 2 are going to stream into frame.
So Michael Lewis back into 3rd place here, trying to hunt down Tim Carroll. Ben Valentine's also trying to catch up to the back of JC Monet. That's a 5-second gap at the moment. Monet is about a second a lap faster, so he's not making up space here.
Touring 1, we have the one car of Ed Gless still running, and a sedan, Ross Murray, has actually found himself nose to tail with the other Mustang of Scotty White. Or nearly so. Those cars in different classes. The American sedan leader is Murray there into turn 1, the silver car. But this battle for 3rd in Touring 2 All three C5 Corvettes. This is really fun to watch. Greg Nestor, Evan Gold, and Ole Thorardson.
Yeah, and those Corvettes, I'm not sure if they change them much for T2, but those are spec Corvettes out here on non-Super Tour weekends. So, and these guys all drive against each other a lot out here. So they know how they drive, they know how these cars operate. So to see them so close together, not a surprise.
Yeah, I actually got to do some commentary for the Spec Corvette series a couple of years ago. Probably, it feels like 10 years ago now, but it probably wasn't. I just noticed Rylan Hazelton was taking a look at the inside at turn 5. The Civic TCR, in fact, does get through and now leads the way in Touring 2 over Josh Carroll in the silver Corvette, just behind the Civic, so big and broad. You can't see the Corvette until they turn in, but that happened in turn 5 and then probably completed itself in turn 6. Hazelton had 1.8 seconds advantage in qualifying. I'm going to bet that Civic just checks out.
Yeah, and that Civic, I believe, is one of the original TCR cars. So it was professionally prepped to start with.
Good info from the associate producers in the live chat. Scotty B. White is running his Touring 3 car in both T3 and T2. So that explains, maybe you picked that up quicker than I did, but that explains why he's having such a hard time with the Corvettes. Not even in the right class technically, but he is holding his own.
Pete Rose in the chat's talking about the Challenger. He used to work with Ben Valentine on his other cars, but he doesn't work on that Challenger, but he says it's usually pretty well set up.
Some good battling for about 6th in Touring 2. We saw Patrick Howe, Luis Martinez, David Holmes, and Michael Cheney. They're not in that order, but I think I picked them up maybe one car off. They were all battling, looking at inside turn 1. About 7 of those spec Corvettes, all nose to tail right there, coming out of turn 3.
While we're watching the Corvettes, Michael Lewis has moved back into second place now, but he's got a 6.7 second deficit to Michael McElhannon, so he's got some work to do. And while that's been happening, McElhannon just dropped another purple lap, so his fast lap is a 1:41.552 last lap by, so he's not letting Michael Lewis have any extra breathing room, just keeping the hammer down as we get to the 18-minute mark left in this race. Look at that traffic jam coming out of turn 6. Wow.
This is basically 3rd through 8th in Touring 2, all spec Corvettes, and I think we have Igor, it might be, I missed the car there, but we have one of the GT2 cars off pace. That's added to the traffic jam, streaming into turn 8 now. Ole Thorardson was passed by a couple cars last time through. Yes, it was the 71 Igor Loston slow in that GT2 Corvette on the exit of turn 8. Sticking hard, drivers left, coming into pit in, no doubt, this time through.
This is a lot of fun to watch these cars as they come into turn 9 here, all packed together.
Oh, well, Dawson stays
in the
out.
middle of all of it.
Yeah, Igor Loston stays out in that Corvette. So the car's off pace, the GT2 car at the back of the shot here, but did not call the pit lane. There he is.
Yep. I mean, depending on what the problem was, the pit lane's just going to delay the inevitable. If he can limp it around, you know, he's definitely not going to pick off anybody by stopping in the pit lane. So.
Right. So currently running 3rd, 4th, 5th, Greg Nestor, Evan Gold, Ole Thorardson. That's the 3 Corvettes in front of the Trans Am Camaro. And then we have 3 or 4 more of the Corvettes behind as well. Michael Cheney, Patrick Howe, Luis Martinez, David Holmes, all also in Touring 2. This is the battle for the final podium position of the race 1.
Yeah, and if he can limp around for 3 more laps or so, he can pull in and then call it a day, would be a finisher. So
great point.
Could also be the mindset at this moment. So McElhannon, Lewis, Tim Carroll, J.C. Monet, Ben Valentine, Rocky Crocker, Rylan Hazelton, Josh Carroll, Guy Ledig, and Greg Nestor. That is your top 10 here. McElhannon and Lewis, the GT1 cars. Carroll, Monet, Valentine, Crocker, GT2 cars. And you've got your Touring 2 leaders of Hazelton and Carroll. all there in the top 8. So that's how it's cycling out at the moment. Your leader in A sedan is Ross Murray. Second place there is Michael Lowe. And we've got one lonely GTX car, Mose Coper. He is running around at 19th place in his Porsche Cayman 981.
Look at Mose coming into turn 9, just behind Scotty White, just in front of the leader in American Sedan, Ross Murray. And I'm still keeping one eye on this battle for third in Touring 2. Down into turn 1 right now. Got the GT2 car of Sean Berardi kind of in the middle of all that mess, but Guy Leidig has so much pressure from Greg Nestor has so much pressure from Evan Gold right now. The two silver Corvettes working their way through turn 2, down into turn 3.
Don't need to switch to it at the moment. I'll keep my good eye looking on it, but Michael Lewis is taking about a second a lap out of McAleenan right now. He's now down to about 5.5 seconds back with 14 minutes to go. So I will keep an eye on that. If it gets closer, oh, look at that. Michael Lewis now 3.9 seconds back from McAleenan. So he is slowly inching his way closer to first place here. So that could become a battle here as we get into our last half of the race. McAleenan, Lewis, then you've got Carroll, Minet, Valentine. That Valentine car apparently started as a TA2 car and is now in that GT2 class. I was listening to the Flagnet. They were calling something in, but not a big deal.
So this time through, Sean Berardi has made his way past all 3 of the cars battling for third in Touring 2. There they are coming through turn 8. So they don't have to worry about that car in the middle interfering. It wasn't really interfering in the first place, but it did get through fairly clean. And now Nestor with the black bumper, then Evan Gold with the dark gray, and then Ole Thorardson still on the back bumper of these two, or within striking distance at least. Looking like these spec Corvettes are struggling to find a way by each other. I'm not sure if that's just the way they make speed or how much space they take up, but we haven't seen them be able to make many moves since the start. As I say that, down into turn 1, here comes Evan Gold up the inside, barely misses the back bumper.
And there's another potential pass for a position there going into turn 1.
Yeah, David Holmes on Michael Chaney. I don't think either attempt paid off, though. Neither driver was able to do it.
Doesn't appear either was successful as we come up on the 13-minute mark. Let's take our final break of the day, and then when we come back, a few more laps to the green check. Oh, hold on. Before we go to break, there was a car that looked like it was about to go off. No, it collected itself and got back into the fray. All right, let's take that break. We'll be back in just a minute. We're watching this Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Coming back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow. Always beautiful shot with the mountains in the background here. That's the mountains between Buttonwillow and Los Angeles. You drive over those to get to LA. And it is a beautiful day for racing here. Looking at our top class here, our GT1 cars. Michael Lewis was making some in-grounds to catch Michael Macalina, but that is kind of stabilized at right around 3.5 seconds here with a little over 9 minutes to go in this race. Tim Carroll's your leader in GT2 over JC Monet and Ben Valentine and Rocky Crocker. That's 3rd through 6th on the track right now. Your T2 battle is Ryland Hazelton in that TCR Honda Civic with the Corvette of Josh Carroll trying to catch up there. He's about 10-15 seconds back, it looks like. And then we scroll on down to our GTX cars, Mose Cooper, and then our 2 A sedan cars, Ross Murray and Michael Lowe, and our 1 T1 car is Ed Gless. That's how they stack up right now here with about 9 minutes to go in this race.
Brian, things are tight for the overall leader. That Lamborghini knifing through the battle for 3rd in Touring 2. It caught him at the apex of turn 1, essentially, and had to take a lot of time to get through turns 2 and 3, and he's still not through. Michael Lewis obviously will have to do the same thing, but I think we'll catch up pretty significantly in this lap. And Macalina coming through has not fizzled this battle in T2. Greg Nestor has had a ton of pressure from Evan Gold. Nestor has the silver car with the black bumper, and Gold is in, a little moment in the background. Gold is in the dark gray car as our GTX car nearly lost it coming through turn 5 in the Porsche Cayman. 4, excuse me.
Yeah, turn 5 may have gotten a little slippery because I'm seeing a lot of cars doing a little extra drifting coming through there. Into our view right now, that is the Lamborghini of Michael Macalina, and then the black over orange car making the move onto the, trying to get around the T2 Challenger. That is Michael Lewis. Going to get around him now between 7 and 8, and he will continue the hunt for the leader here.
I'll tell you that these spec Corvettes are quick in a straight line, as Michael Lewis, he wasn't even able to pass more than one of them down the long straightaway there into turn 7. He may have been just being patient a little bit, but these Corvettes are really, really quick. I also noticed in the background there, David Holmes, he's in the white Corvette, 4th car in shot. He's starting to catch up to this battle for 3rd. It is only 7 minutes left, call it maybe 4 laps roughly, but this could become a 4-way battle.
You can see the sun behind our timing pylon there starting to dip down. And when it gets to be like this, you can see it there right behind the DriverSeye logo. Going into turn 2 is where it's really rough with the sun here. As you come up the hill with the attitude of the car kind of pointing upwards to get up the hill, it's really tough to see going into turn 2 at this time of day. So I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. It's still a little higher up in the sky, but that's one of those situations that drivers have to deal with when they're racing a little later in the day here, coming up on 5:20 Pacific time.
Things spreading out just a little bit for this battle for 3rd. These 4 Corvettes, and these are they're not wildly heavy, but they're also not light. Don't have a ton of tire underneath them. So at a 25-minute race, or especially tomorrow's 35-minute race, there's quite a bit of management that goes on with those cars. Maybe a slight adjustment of braking zones, a slight adjustment of when you pick up the throttle. But this is about the time we're going to start to see them, if they do, skate around just a little bit more than they have been the rest of the race.
Right. Looks like Macalina navigated the traffic a little easier, or just had better luck as it may be. Now it's a 5-second gap between 1st and 2nd overall. Michael Lewis looked like taking a little slow path through turn 8 that time. Got a spec Corvette, or not a spec Corvette, but a Corvette between those two now as they come into 9.
Yeah, that was Josh Carroll. Actually, Lewis, you're right. He might have been slowed because he just reported the pit lane. He's on the pit on the pit side of the pit wall.
Well, I will say, is the only two GT1 cars in this race. He can pull in now, call it a day, and still be a second place finisher.
Right.
So I think he probably thought, I'm not going to catch him.
Or even if there was some warning signals in the car, some temperature issues, something,
too.
Just call it and let it ride for tomorrow. Look how dusty it is in this sunset. The sun is so low and the dust is just pouring off of these cars. Nestor, Gold, Thorson, and Holmes, still the best battle on the track, just behind this GT2 car of Guy Leidig. There are our Corvettes.
Yeah, you see it more now with the sun getting low in the sky, but there's never not a dusty part of this racetrack. Same with the original Buttonwillow as well. So, you know, they go out during lunch, they go up with the big sweeper brush, Tom, and I always shake my head like, what a exercise in futility.
Yeah, you're right.
Because you get 6 laps into the next session, it's just as dusty as it was before they swept the track.
Exactly, right.
But I give him credit for trying.
Tough moment there for David Holmes, the 6th place car in Touring 2, 4th car in the line. Got caught by the leader of GT2, Tim Carroll, at an awkward spot in turn 4. And this is going to end up becoming a battle touch. Door-to-door contact for the 3rd and 4th place cars. 3rd and 5th place cars. Ole Thorson down the inside, deep on the brakes on Evan Gold. They make it work. Wow, that was close.
Yeah, that's just a decision as to who's going to have a little more bravery with their brake pedal foot. Going into 7 there, Thorson trying to hang on here.
Whoa, look at the big rotation for these Corvettes through the second part of turn 8. They want to be backwards through there. You got to manage it with throttle and with the steering, of course, but Thorson picks up the 4th position. That's going to give Greg Nestor a bit of a breathing room, that silver and black bumpered car. And for a little while, Evan Gold looked like the raciest car, but all of a sudden he's on the back foot.
Our GT1 leaders now can just take an easy ride here to the finish line. 3.5 minutes to go. Take a quick second here. Jump in if you need to with me, Tom. Just want to thank everybody here at the racetrack who's helped us put the races on today. All of the SCCA national staff and the local volunteers here, the Cal Club management team here, leadership team, who is always a great host here to let us come on board. All the teams and cars and drivers and the staff at Buttonwillow. Big thank you to everybody here. They're going to be up bright and early so we can do it again tomorrow. So back here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for more racing.
And thanks again also to everyone on YouTube who joined us today.
Yes.
A couple hundred people throughout the day giving us good information, cheering on their favorite drivers. It's always a boost of energy for us in the booth to have that chat be live and see that we're actually putting this out to the world, not just screaming into the void.
But I'd still do it if I was only screaming into the void.
Me too.
No question.
All right, so Ole Thorson, now we watch that battle of Corvettes coming at us down the back straightaway into turn 7. Thorson still has some good pace in that car. The white car is now second. It's JC Monet is going to be the next car passing. He slots in nicely between Thorson and Gold.
Probably going to get the white flag next time by. I'm guessing. Oh, there's a spinner in 8. That is one of our Corvettes.
No, it was JC Monet.
Yes.
I missed how it happened, but the GT2 car goes around that second place in the class, and I imagine there had to be contact. Yes, Thorson got into the right rear. Just checking out the quick replay. Here's how it happened. Bit of miscommunication down the straightaway, and then the GT2 red Camaro goes to the left, bails out of it, and both of them were just too committed for too long for that to work out for both of them. Thorson tags him and turns him into the dust. I'm not sure. Where is the next car? Ben Valentine, could he possibly pick up second?
Absolutely. Let's see. They should be coming across the line here in just a second. And, you know, it looks like that Monet was able to... Yeah, no, Ben Valentine moves into 3rd place. I don't think he was able to catch... He was probably far enough back. But I haven't seen Monet cross the line yet.
There's Monet now pouring dust off the back of that car as he's rejoined at turn 9. But indeed, Ben Valentine's already through across the start-finish line. Rocky Crocker is as well. So Monet drops to 4th with that contact.
Wow.
That's going to be a stewarding decision between those two, because I think both were involved in the decision-making that led to that. But Valentine up to 2nd.
Yeah, I have to wonder if Valentine was paying, or if Carroll was paying a little attention to the car behind the both of them, the Corvette that was there, trying not to let it through. But it was, yeah, definitely they came together. So we're on the last lap now. White flag is in the air. Less than 2.5 miles for our leader, Michael McEleenan, which will end up being a really easy run to the checkered flag for him and the top step on the podium in GT1. There he is, through turn 3 for the final time today. He'll be back out here tomorrow trying to make it 2-4 to start the season with a double win. Michael Lewis might have something to say about that, but we'll see what happens. There is our leader into turn 5 for the final time, getting around the Porsche Cayman of, I believe that's Robert Kelly he just drove around. Porsche Cup car.
Beautiful drive in your Lamborghini off into the sunset for Michael McEleenan, and the headlights glaring at us down the straightaway for the final time.
Exactly. We should clip this and send it to Lamborghini for their next promotional shoot.
Nice, yes. All right, and also in that exchange, as before we get to the final checkered flag here, it looks like Evan Gold and David Holmes both got through on Ole Thordarson after that contact. Those Corvettes we were watching in T2. So now that would make the running order in T2: Rylan Hazelton, Josh Carroll, Greg Nestor, Evan Gold, and David Holmes, your top 5.
Yeah, there was the money shot coming through with the sun setting in the background. Now onto the front straight for the final time. Michael McEleenan's going to take the win here. So he will win the first GT1 race of the 2026 Super Tour season.
Look at that lens flare.
I love it. That's artsy.
Well produced. Well produced.
That is artsy.
It's going to be a little while. I think McEleenan might have put a whole lap on maybe all but the top 4 or 5. Yeah. It's going to be a minute before the rest come through.
Well, let's take that time while we're waiting. If you see any changes here, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we'll be back here. Same bat time, different bat time, 8 o'clock, same bat channel for our qualifying session. 7 qualifying sessions in the morning. And then around 10:30 or so, we will get our first race underway tomorrow. It will be round 2 of the Super Tour. Coming up tomorrow, 7 races throughout the late morning and early afternoon tomorrow. We'll wrap up our first weekend of Super Tour action in 2026. We really would love to have you here for that. I think it's probably safe to start running through our finishing order. In GT1, certainly we can do that one. Our race winner is Michael McEleenan, and Michael Lewis will be the 2nd place finisher in GT1. In GT2, it's Tim Carroll with the race win, followed by Ben Valentine in Rocky Crocker, as long as nothing changes in the steward's shed for that particular class after that little incident at the end. Our 1 car in GTX, that was Mose Coper. He will be our top car there, obviously. 1 car in T1 is Ed Kless. And then moving on to T2, we've got our race winner, Rylan Hazelton, Josh Carroll in 2nd. Greg Nestor will be the podium finisher in 3rd, followed by Evan Gold, David Holmes, and Ole Thordarson. That's how they wrap it up here. Any final thoughts, Tom, before we say goodbye?
Oh, first I just caught JC Monet was able to get by Rocky Crocker, so he still salvaged a podium after that spin. Otherwise, I cannot wait for the longer races tomorrow. We have a qualifying session, as you mentioned, but it's any lap time, your single fastest lap time from any session that sets the grid. So there are going to be cars that are standing on lap times from today. There will be cars that make better lap times tomorrow, and then we rack them and stack them for a 35-minute race, or I believe 19 laps, whichever comes first. So longer races, more races. I can't wait.
All right, so for our executive producer, Brandon Kismerick, our director, Jordan Worth, he is Tom O'Gorman, and I am Brian Bielanski. We will be here bright and early, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do it one more time. Say goodbye, everybody. Have a great night. Drive safe and go play with cars.